Markets a little change here to start things off on a Friday morning, key morning coming up. Lots of economic data to get to this morning. We'll get both a read on quarterly GDP, an advanced look coming up at 8:30. PCE, 2 times the quarterly number and the main headline number that we'll bring to you as well live at 8:30 coming up. That's going to be closely watched by mostly the Fed. Market probably won't even react to it, as it typically does not unless it comes in way outside what is expected. We could also hear from the Supreme Court today on tariffs once again. This will be, what, the third attempt at a possible resolution to this. So the last two have been around 10 o'clock in the morning, so we're anticipating maybe the same thing could happen again this morning. So if that does happen, expect some fireworks definitely in the market, depending on which way that comes out. But hopefully we'll get more details on that coming up before 10 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, lots of individual movers this morning. I was just reading the story on Meta cutting employee comp, stock-based comp packages by 5%. I guess they're looking for even more dollars and cents to throw at the AI spend because they got to keep up. So, I mean, they got to pull it from somewhere, it looks like.
Does this feel like it's out of left field? Like they're throwing money around, Alexander Wang, everybody else stealing people from Apple, stealing people from Google, and they're going to nickel and dime on this. But yeah, that is, hey, you got to shore up costs somehow. Good morning, guys. There's a lot to talk about. Open door. Where is the open army at? We are up 18% here after a good earnings report yesterday. We'll talk about that. There's also worries in private credit. Blue Owl Capital, Brendo, I don't know if you read that story, down 1.5%. And then Grail. Goodness gracious, not a company that we talk about often, but we have to when you lose half of your value. I don't mean to laugh.
Ouch.
But in in one fell swoop like that. And then also more information on the Nvidia and possible investment in OpenAI to the tune of $30 billion.
I mean, Jensen said it's coming. It could come. Yeah. So here's some more information. Everybody needs to maybe slow down on that. Also, $60,000 Tesla Cybertruck that Sharif's very disappointed that it's not available.
Not in Canada.
On the Canadian website yet. But that's a bit of a haircut from where it once was.
Can I say to you, when I saw the tweet or whatever, the X by one of his followers, Elon's followers, I'm like, okay, fantastic. It's probably going to be bare bones, kind of like the Model Y and the Model 3 that we saw him come out with, the cheaper versions. Not really, Brendo. Yeah. It's pretty much loaded, 400 kilometer-ish worth of range, a little bit more, and it's got all the bells and whistles. A couple of things sure got caught out, but I don't know, not needle moving for me.
The other thing is the Cyber Beast going down to $99,000 as well, which again is a huge haircut from where they once were. So,
by the way, I went on Tesla's website, like I was telling you, to look at that. A Cyber Beast, still 170,000 Canadian, kind of light.
Ho hum. So we'll keep an eye on Tesla. I mean, Tesla's not really doing much on that this morning, as it shouldn't, but basically flat, exactly flat, in fact, right now from where we were yesterday. Nice strong start to the day yesterday. That Blue Owl story, kind of interesting. We'll get into it a little bit more coming up, but this has been lingering for a couple of months in the background, and a few people were kind of saying, it's not looking great, but it looks like it's getting worse.
Forget the name of the institution that pulled out of one of the Meta deals for that huge data center they're building there, but it's more worries about private credit, private equity in the background, perhaps a little bit over leveraged. This is, like you were saying, I think we got a scare similar to this a couple of months ago.
Yeah, it was, I want to say even in the fall they were talking about this coming out of the summer and into the fall. But yeah, with the amount of spending that's going on, this is part of the outcome or potential outcome. But let's just run through this real quick because there's lots to know coming up at 8:30 this morning. Core PCE coming, GDP again. The GDP print is an advanced print, but remember what happened the last time we got an advanced print on a GDP? It was way higher than anyone expected, and the market loved that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, the expectation, 3.5% is the forecast. Prior was 4.4%. So that's 8:30. And then the headline number for PCE going to be the key and main driver here on the inflation side of things, both for the Fed and potentially the market as well. I mean, PC doesn't typically move the market unless it's huge one way or the other, but we'll see what happens.
I got to tell you, I'm looking more for that GDP number, right? I want to see if the economy is continuing to grow. We've had blowout numbers well ahead of expectations several times in a row, and we really haven't seen the corresponding inflationary print on that. So I want to see if that continues. I just want to mention one thing before we send it to the boys, Brendo. Celsius up big here in the pre-market. It was up about 9%, still above 8%. They had some sort of conference yesterday, so another one to look at.
Yeah, definitely. We'll touch on that. Just hearing a couple of things. More overseas headlines coming through here, guys. But busy Friday again. Potentially some tariff news as well from the Supreme Court. Last couple of times it's been around 10 o'clock that we've heard one way or the other. So we'll keep an ear out for that. Happy Friday.
Oh, happy Friday, everybody. And you could also just jam out right now because Eric Jackson made a post. It's like a music video. It's got Drake. There's bottles and popping and all this kind of stuff. I mean, they're up. I gotta turn that off because I don't. It's actually not that good a song. I don't want that pumping in my head. It's up 18% open door, but they did have cautious revenue guidance, and it's still cut in half from the highs. So there's that as well, Eric. But certainly they're happy with the performance, up 18%. Gonna look pretty good so far. Yeah, like you guys, it'd be nice if the Cybertruck story was moving Tesla a little bit more. That'll be languishing. There's an Nvidia story with OpenAI as well. And then keep in mind, we got this, it was yesterday, actually late after, well, call it late lunch, early afternoon, where the mere mention that Netflix has more cash and could raise their bid ended up tanking the stock. The market wasn't doing anything, and simply mentioning that they have the cash to raise their bid, not that they're going to, cause the reversal in Netflix. So that'll be on watch again today. Cause some moves in that at WBD. But yeah, the big story I think is going to be we get the PCE, we get the GDP read. And those numbers could actually move things a little bit at 8:30, so I don't want to get too married to directions until then. Also don't want to overreact to initial moves. But rounding out the week, for sure, at least everyone, if you were looking for the open long, hey, congratulations too. I know Eric Jackson seems happy. And I don't know if Drake is actually invested in this thing, but he seemed happy in that video. But I guess if you're popping bottles, you're always
It's probably an AI video.
Of course.
Yeah. So Drake, probably nothing to do with it. But shout out to Drake. Will be dropping probably the biggest album.
Is he though?
Ice. It's called Iceman. Yeah. He's the #1 selling hip hop and rap artist for the last 20 years. Despite 1 year, Post Malone got it 1 year there. I think it was 2020 or 2018. I saw some Instagram thing posted that up. Yesterday we nailed Palantir, right? Like that was a great short. We were short 136s, and then boom, where that went. Yesterday we shorted Walmart at 130, and that just continued to go down all day. Like these are the positions we had on yesterday. We only had 2 trades. It was Walmart and Palantir, and both were to the short side. And actually feeling short side again here today. So hopefully the market will give back a little bit. We do have that big PCE reading coming through, so that should be a lot of fun to see where the market reacts as we have a little bit of a difference in the expectation of that move, right? And so, as Brandon said, 4%. And we actually have the look right here on our economic release. It's expected 2.9 prior to 8. We had the GDP number is supposed to be, that should be wild, minus 2.8 versus 4.4. So I think Adair is off today, actually. I don't see her around.
That's a typo. It should be positive.
Oh, positive 2.8.
Yeah, it's not going to be. It's not going to be a decline.
I was going to say I don't think that was minus 2.8 there. That's what's in our note, but that's not going to be right. And then we had Nvidia today as well. We were looking at Nvidia short yesterday a little bit, but we hesitant to go short on Nvidia. So now again stuck right in the middle. Not much going on. The Tesla story is interesting. So we'll see if there's some sort of a movement there on TSLA stock, and there doesn't really seem to be yet. I mean, we had that $400 bottom that we talked about the last couple of days. We didn't get there yesterday, so we'll see if we can do that today. But I don't know. The market just pretty flat, man. It's going to be an interesting Friday. We didn't end necessarily on the highs or the lows yesterday, so we're just going to wait to see where this market opens up. Banks still relatively strong, although we had that blue owl talk, right? So we see some private equity firms taking a little bit of a hit. Yeah, BlackRock, maybe a little worse than JP Morgan, but here's this owl. It's not moving around that much. I think it was down 2% or something.
Look at the daily chart.
Yeah, I know. Look at the daily chart of many stocks, of course.
As they flat bottom rate.
As that goes right there to the downside. And Yeah, we'll have to wait to see where this one goes. But Blue Owl there, another thing. So yeah, quantum space, SMRs going around yesterday with some of those nuclear names. I heard Oklo projected a nice higher demand spot yesterday for uranium. And, again, like all these names are right at such nice levels that potentially you're looking to pick something up on the cheap side. I don't know what silver was another name yesterday that we had on our watch. I think we were initially going to go short 71 and didn't either was in and out of this real quick or didn't take it at all as my chart's not loading. But you could see silver today trying to get back over that 50-period moving average and make its way a little higher. What an epic move down. That was one of my favorite days, that silver day from 90 to 70. But yeah, right now not loading on my daily chart, but on my minute chart. But it's silver should be a good one, up 2%, and gold also up today. So yeah, big economic numbers should be a lot of fun here today. And then open door, as you mentioned, a lot of traders probably going to be looking at that.
Well, also the other thing to consider with the metals is, they haven't been the whole like flight to safety thing because of the volatility, but with the tensions in Iran, like people are saying there's going to be there's going to be military action. It's imminent at this point. Is what the talk would be. You might see some strength in the metals. You're certainly going to see some movement in the oil markets as well. Because before we get back to this, remember yesterday the other thing too was we had oil and energy names have been strong regardless, but Oxy had a big day, breaking 50 to get to 52. It's in the midst of a little bit of a breakout on the daily, so it's got some potential continuation, whether it's like a pullback to prior high or just like a straight breakout. Energy names in play. Oxy, of course, after earnings is going to be another one as well. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but another day, and we're still languishing. Like Bitcoin's still sort of chilling out in the same bottom end of the range it has been. I can get rid of these trend lines, don't need them from yesterday's trade. The good news is you haven't really lost 66,000. And the bad news is there's been very, very muted bounces. So the weak resistance at 38.8, that's still very much in play today. It's just every single time it kind of pops in that range. You didn't get there yesterday, but the 2 days before that 38.8 on IBIT, certainly in play for a short. That 68,000 been a bit of a problem as the markets have been a little bit ho-hum in terms of the amount of volatility we'll get. We'll see if that does change, but the longer you consolidate in any kind of a trend, you usually look for a bit of a breakaway. Unfortunately for Bitcoin, it's consolidating in a downtrend, not consolidating in an uptrend, which is what we usually like to see. Some small cappers are going to be in play, but Sharif, the ones I looked at, they're literally like crazy to the downside. Like the small, like most of the big crazy movers, I saw there was a Grail was moving, and then I wanted to take a look at one from yesterday. I don't know if you were watching Rhyme yesterday there, Sharif. I'm going to imagine you were, but it's 3 days in a row. It's rejected the exact same area without really falling through the gap. So it's kind of side on the radar. If it ever breaks above this 340, 350, like could it do a part two? But if it loses 225, I know you were short one of these yesterday. Would you short a small capper again today, Sharif?
Neil, I am trying my very best. I had to bother you for the shorts, obviously, and I do appreciate that. Yeah, guys, we went short yesterday on BATL. And so that one ended up breaking the volume weighted average price. As soon as it did that, I looked over to Neil. I said, Neil, can I get shorts? Waited for it to come back, retest the volume weighted average price, ended up rejecting it, kind of like a Luis Barbados setup 101. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But yeah, this is the chart on Rhyme, guys. It was a big move up on the 13th. We talked about this, tried to break through on the 17th. It couldn't, and it's been consolidated for a couple of days. But the one I'm keeping my eye on, Brendo, this morning anyway, is a multi-day runner, CDIO. It really kind of got the wind under its wings on the 18th. A bit of a consolidative day yesterday, but look at it taking out the 18th high, testing that 3 1/4. So as long as this one's trading above the volume weighted average price by midday, going to be all over it.
Never a dull moment. A couple other things to consider here this morning. Long end of the curve back downside once again this morning as far as this inflation narrative and the overall macro narrative ahead of this 8:30 print this morning. That's the 10-year right now. That's a daily chart of the 10-year right now, trending sharply, still to the downside. 30-year looks the same. On the other hand, that is the dollar index. Absolutely monstrous week. I was just reading biggest up week for the dollar since October.
Really?
Going into the fall of last year. And this all follows what happened with the Fed in a bit of a, I mean, people are calling it a hawkish pivot, but is it? I mean, they've been saying this for months and months and months. It feels like, depending on more data and looking for more data and making sure they're in the right direction.
It was interesting to look at the trade deficit yesterday as well, right? Because that was also a corollary effect of the dollar, right? And then this is why President Trump's hasn't been as opposed to a weak U.S. dollar as some had hoped, for the exact purpose of having, more attractive exports. If your currency is stronger against the U.S. dollar, that makes it cheaper for you to buy American products and import it into your own country. And that's why he hasn't really been, all that opposed to it. So, I think it's still trading within a range, to be quite honest with you, coming off some area lows.
A bit of a wait and see. Well, again, this stuff coming at 8:30 may or may not do anything to this, but we'll keep all of that in mind. What this has done, however, is helped both the gold trade this week, specifically this week, and the silver move back to the upside ever so slightly. That's 3 days in a row on the green side of things. I mean, still kind of chopping around in this range after the big move down, consolidating. That's gold. SLV looking very similar. 3 days in a row here, though. Gapping higher, guys, for silver again.
Yeah, well, it was a little consolidative yesterday on silver, but it was at the highs, which is, well, local highs, I should say, which is still going to be a good thing. Like, ultimately, very much sideways. The 71 was still a bit of a problem on SLV, of course, but with this move up, you now have something a little bit different going on. Like, it was a nasty plunge on the 12th, but if I can do this, because when you have there we go. That's what I want. Put it into perspective, the lack of volatility. But if I can do this, you can see what's been going on right just underneath 72. So when it was underneath here, you've got fail, hold support. There was a flush through tepid day, but then the next day, hold resistance, and then gap above. Actually and now that I've done that, I'm just gonna put the number 72 on my iPad, because I realized I did not do that this morning, because I think that gives you a pretty clear key support resistance level here for SLV. If it can hold 72, then I'll zoom it back in. You've got some room to try to fill in a little bit of this gap on the flush day back into like 74, half 75. Keeping in mind yesterday was a consolidative day. Even if it bounces, maybe you only get a smaller move. That's been part and parcel how silver's been trading recently. The other factor that we've got going on here is the 50 SMA on the daily. That's been another point of resistance and another reason to look for, like, the dip buy into 72 makes more sense because we've been rejecting and we're right at that 50 SMA. So that would give you 72 to 73. If you break away from that, there's room to 75. And of course, like everything else, A, we get numbers in 12 minutes, and then B, any headlines coming out of the Middle East are potentially going to move the gold, energy markets. So you do want to keep your ear to the ground. We always say trade with stops anyways, but you are going to want to be aware of any headlines that come through. You're in the right spot because we'll get them all to you. We got our ear pieces in. Adara or no Adara, we'll still be able to catch that news when it does happen. If.
Number one trade will be silver today for me. If it gets down to 71.50, I mean, if we can get anywhere near some of these levels for me on silver, I mean, I like what Brendan was saying there, a nice 3-day move to the upside there on SLV. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, gap a little bit higher today, up 2.73%. The market is in sleepy time mode. So for me, it's just wait around, see if there's anything that happens. Obviously, we have 12 minutes until PCE and GDP numbers, which should affect it. But this is 71.50 right there. So I'm not going to try to play fun with it or anything like that. If it comes back into this level, we'll be sitting there with a bunch of shares and taking that trade. So 71.50 on silver. And then if it breaks back down below 71, we have the 50-period moving average right there. We can get out. So that's what we'll wind up doing here today on SLV. And I said, you know what? Watch out for GLD, what that's doing. We sort of talked a little bit about that earlier when it came over to me. It was not moving as much as silver, but I'd like to see both of them if I'm going to go long, both being in the right direction. And then I have been highlighting this with Brendan just did there for a while here on the show and showing you guys, exactly the strength that's been present in the U.S. dollar. And I didn't realize what he was mentioning there. This one of the strongest weeks or one of the strongest months there. As we come back, this is February, right down into here, right where we started, and it's a nice little move up. Although we had a nice low, I guess it's probably been a nice 2 weeks there for dollar strength, 96.60 up to 98 basically, and we just failed off of a February high. So we'll see if we can break through on that one as well. It doesn't seem to be really affecting the market. I mean, the market's kind of going sideways right now, but it should be good. I always thought a stronger U.S. dollar makes silver go southbound, but all those relationships are a little switched over now because much of silver buying is by foreign buyers, and they got to exchange because silver's in U.S. prices. So you got to switch over your currency if you're Chinese or European, the euros, whatever you're trading with, the British pounds, anything, you got to switch it over into U.S. dollars in order to buy silver. So makes silver price a little less intriguing, therefore pushing prices down. But if the demand is still there, then it works the other way as well, because the more expensive the U.S. dollar gets, the more expensive silver naturally gets as well. So, so that's going to be the number. That's the only thing really I'm looking at right now. I don't really have anything else on my mind. I don't want to put anything down for the TQs or the market yet, just because we're waiting for those numbers. And if they come out dramatically different, then it will definitely change some of the levels that we're looking for here on the NASDAQ. But just the NASDAQ in general, if we're going to look at the triple Qs, I know there's a lot of you traders that are looking over at this. You're still very, very much range bound. I would think that we short I would think that we short anything up here into 610 unless this number is absolutely unbelievable, because there's not a big, huge broader market. Like I said, unless this goes, I don't really see anything that tries to get this market going. We have problems in Iran. I just told you, we have stronger US dollar, stronger silver, many different things happening that I think could weigh down the market. Although we're almost through earnings season, tech wasn't that impressive and continuously going lower even today, some of these names. We don't have the big leaders from Nvidia. We lost Apple, we lost Microsoft. So for me, I'm looking for a short, and I don't think we get up that far, but that would be a level for me, 608 to 610-ish area for a short. But and for a long, I'm not really looking down there. I still think there's a little bit more to go on the downside. Let's go find out from Joe if there's any options sort of giving us a little bit of an idea of trend today.
Yeah, speaking of some of the big boys here, Sean, let's take a look at some of the notable activity from the past couple of sessions. Once again, we're going to see some volume step in right out of the open as it's option expiration week. So let's keep an eye on some of these strike prices. Most notable here on Amazon is going to be that $210 mark, guys. You can see the volume and open interest sitting around 38,200, and then on the volume side, we're around 31,100 there, guys. So a lot going on. But in obviously the call activity here with Amazon, and we're going to get into another name here momentarily that I found substantial. They are the mega caps, but you can see that the bid and the ask, considering it's expiring today at $210, we're not quite there yet in Amazon. We're trading roughly around, let's pull it up here. I think we're a couple points away from that at this point. But at the end of the day, 206 right now. It's not bad whatsoever. You got to understand that closer to the end of the day, you obviously will lose all the value within these contracts. But if there's any form of a pop, it's not bad value there whatsoever. But let's take a look at some of our metrics. We're sitting on the delta here. As for our Greek, just a little bit under 10, and then our gamma exposure 0.04 here. And then the at-the-money IV sitting around 35.6%. I think that's relatively cool. And this contract value, I was talking to Jose last night, and I'm like, man, oh man, it's once again. So I have this database, I shouldn't say a data, but I have a bunch of data collected essentially from these contracts when I'm writing here and I'm displaying them to you guys, is that how much they drastically lose their value over time. So this contract was worth $4,600 or $4,000, I should say, a couple of months ago in January, I should say. And then now it's worth $17. All right, so you got to take that into consideration. Obviously, the underlying has been selling off, and you're not seeing any form of a rebound. But considering it expires today, there's zero chance that it ever gets back to those levels. All right, moving forward, let's take a look at TSLA. Had a strong drive yesterday, guys. We're going to take a look at that 420 strike price, the ever so popular number there. Open interest sitting around 12,000, and the volume substantial with 48,900 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. And the exact same narrative. This thing was worth 10 grand a couple of months ago, now worth $100. All right, so the options writers are having a heyday right now. We're just writing these calls left, right, and center. Your delta, you're sitting around that $20 metric, and then your gamma exposure is relatively cool. And for Tesla, 45.1% for your Vega. Not bad whatsoever. And I think Brent was mentioning this before, and I've been saying this for quite some time. When you have these periods of heightened volatility, typically what does that mean? There's fear within the market, but when things start to cool down, like trading, nothing works all the time. But when you have cool at-the-money IV and cool volatility, that could be somewhat of a bullish sign, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Very much, Joe, and some big cap names on that options list for him was the big cap name that might be one to look at today that didn't mention Alphabet. I know the market's relatively, flattish today, but Google's up a point. It's more important, I think. Look at what's done the last week and a half. But this bounce off of 300 is starting to look a little bit good. Like 2 very consolidated days, almost like carbon copies one another. Liquidity grab under 300, and then 2 days in a row holding 3 bills. And then we get, it's not really a rounded bottom, but it's almost the same. It's the same principle underneath this 305. It was 300 to 305 2 days in a row. If you hold on to 305, this one has some room to get back to the upside. Today would be the day. If it closes above 305, then it confirms this little bit of a bounce. Obviously, you lose that 305, and then you could also have problems. Oh, we did have a super chat as well. If I can try to find it. Where is my, there we go. It was from Nick Dubs. Thank you. And it was about CRISPR. You say, do you see it breaking out? Thoughts on Moderna? And Moderna's been moving a lot the last couple of days. One of the things about Moderna, we'll get to CRISPR in a second, but one of the things about Moderna, it's like, use the technology for other things. It's just all the news and all the hype and everything surrounding is still some of these vaccines, but there's so much more that could be done with that technology, with even regards to cancer, et cetera. So I'm not sure what the next headline is going to be for Moderna. We can get there in a second, but CRISPR, look, I tend to agree. I like the 50 and the 200 period on the daily. Today would be the day that you can confirm closing back above. So this is the consolidation break you're talking about. The last time it tried to break out from here, the problem was $60 on CRISPR. Since you go back to beginning of December, and there's been a seller at $60 every time it's gotten there. So even if we get that breakout, like that first 10%, I feel like you can make that move, but then you run into that seller until it can bust through. You have to temper some expectations because for whatever reason, someone's just been selling it off in that range. And then with regards to Moderna, yeah, I think not everyone, but a lot of people are looking for the big time continuation here. Has it put in a distinct bottom? I mean, you have to say yes because it more than doubled from the low. It's got another huge bounce. I just wonder, like, what's getting it back over this 50 to 52 hump? So good technical bounce off the 50 period. Yesterday was an absolute rocket ship day for Moderna, and it's got 1, 2, 3. There's a consolidated day in there, but you still have that kind of like 3-up pattern move where a lot of traders look to fade that. I saw the way that it faded this 50 fail last time. It really needs to close and hold above that $50 on Moderna. So it's been a strong run into it, but we're back underneath now down a point. And it's the kind of setup that if it can't bust back through 50, you could see some serious profit taking. Remember how far this stock has gone realistically. So yeah, it should be in play. Just based on the move that it had yesterday, I think it's in play for a lot of people. But the fact that it's possibly failing that 50 again could give some trouble, at least for today.
All right, minute and a half left until the numbers. Let's go back over the desk and see what the boys are ready to do because it's going to be a big one. Market moving in just a couple 90 seconds.
I'm just keeping my eye on Bitcoin here as well, trending back to the downside ahead of this number. Not that it should influence it, but we are right at the lows essentially from the past couple of days right now for BTC. Yeah, here we go. This is what we are expecting. Core PCE on the month-over-month number. Last time around, we got 0.2 to the upside. We are expecting the exact same. 3.5. This is going to be the interesting one. 3.5 on the quarterly advanced GDP print. Last time, if you remember, 3.5 is expected. Last time, if you remember, we got 4.4. And that was higher than expected in a significant manner. So that did help the market on that day. GDP price index overall 3.7 we are expecting, or that was the prior print. We are expecting 3.6 on that number. And then if you come all the way down here, core PCE prices on the quarterly side of things, 2.9%, 2.7 is the forecast. 2.9% was the prior number here, just real quick, as we said earlier, lots of people still coming in here. The GDP number going to be key.
Yeah, I think you're mentioning that the street's looking for 2.5%. President Trump tweeting not that, or whatever, truthing not that long ago that, if it wasn't for the Democratic-led government shutdown, as he put it, would be about 2 points higher. So we'll have to wait and see, Brendan. We're getting very strong prints. Let's see if that continues.
Yeah, Canada PPI just coming through here, 5.4. versus 4.3 on the year-over-year number. There's the personal income number, 0.3% in line with expectations. Core PCE, 0.4%, so that's higher than expected. 0.2 was the last one. GDP growth rate, 1.4%, so significantly lower. 4.4% was the last number. Again, comes at 1.4%, 3.5 was the expectation on that. Down here, the PCE price index in line with expectations, month-over-month number, basically in line with expectations, slight uptick. Core PCE price index, 3% versus 2.8. GDP sales, 1.2%. Look at that number, 4.1% was expected there, so that's a decent-sized miss. Again, GDP sales, that's a quarterly advance number. Remember, these are not final numbers on the GDP side of things. 1.2% is a definite miss. PCE prices, 2.9% versus 2.6, so a slight uptick. Yeah, market downside here, guys, so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what you want to see out of the GDP number. As big as that 4.4 surprise was, you're going to get it that underneath 2 is not going to look good. Not a huge move, but you did drop just $1 and went into the red on the NASDAQ and the ES, both 0.2% into the downside here initially. Pretty much everything is working its way down. I didn't really see any too much strength. I mean, Bitcoin tagged a little bit down, Nvidia, which I'm watching, tagged a little bit down. So the initial reaction, not the best GDP number. It was such a big, that over 4 was such a big surprise, but whether you had the consensus, I saw 2.8 and 3 as a different consensus. Still, that's a huge, huge miss, relatively speaking. So, unfortunately, it's been a red-ish market unless you're looking at specific places. I don't know too much that's going to change here. And then you look over and see, okay, well, what's going on in the metals in reaction to this, and not even getting a spike. So GLD's down a little bit on that. You're not really even catching a bid. Silver, slight move, so maybe a little bit stronger than the overall, but yeah, not looking good. Tesla just went red. It just lost 420. Nvidia's now in the red, almost a full point. Alphabet, which was the strong, it still is, still up 0.8%, but also catching a little bit in the crosshairs, that GDP print.
Yeah, of course. Tesla, I think, losing 410, 420 would be.
Oh,
when you said that, I was like, oh my God, did it rip? No, so I've now completed the note. I told you before this number that I was looking short. I mean, we talked about the NASDAQ on that high side. We don't even get a high side print, so it doesn't matter. There's the short. I'm now very, very focused. Sticky note's about to be out. We're going to go short the NASDAQ, and that's that now. I mean, that GDP print's horrible. So now we just have to wait to see. I mean, they got a huge blowout number. The last print last month, and now this one is completely red and to the downside. So there it is, plus 1.4 versus 3. That's not going to do anything for this market upside. It should see lower U.S. Well, let me see what the U.S. I was going to say it should see a lower U.S. dollar, but let me see what exactly it's doing, because there were other numbers involved in the print as well, right? And so, yeah, okay. So sharp move down, retracement back up. So U.S. dollar basically flat, I would say, sort of on this kind of a move, and now starting to go. So there's the move down, heading into anticipation, comes out, strengthen upside there for U.S. dollars. So we'll see what this means, potentially hurting rate cut ideas, but I don't know. Maybe that could have been what's spiking this move in the U.S. dollar. But we'll just let it all settle down. We've seen this move happen many times before, where the complete retracement is on, which is why I'm looking to go short here. We've seen it come all the way back up, and then it comes into reality, and then it, hits a little lower. So for me, I'm going to be looking short here today for sure. And I know I wrote down Tesla. Well, no, I just wrote down Tesla. I only have 3 names on here: Silver, Tesla, Qs, on here today. Just be very focused, right? I mean, that's what's been working, not sort of spreading my risk around. That doesn't work for me. But yeah, coming into here, 408, 409. So if we can get some sort of dip buy opportunities into Tesla, we'll see if we can do that. But first focus is definitely on the market today, downside. It's been a pretty decent run, for the NASDAQ, just trying to hold the bids. It hasn't really gone anywhere, but we did have a nice little hold here, from this 595 back up into almost 610, and now you're losing it again. So I would say that we're probably due for like a 590 or so coming here on the Qs. I don't know, hopefully not today. That might be, that's not that dramatic, but if we can get back into this 595, 590 area, I think that's where we'll settle here today for the NASDAQ. So. We'll see. It has to hold right here, man. It's got to hold. We now broken below 25,000, so it should be a fun one here. Looking at silver, Qs, and Tesla for myself. So, all right, 835. I don't know if anything's moving more dramatically or not, but those are a couple levels that we're looking at.
It's all the big names. Watch the VIX at 21 here. If we could, again, with the futures breaking down toward yesterday's lows, I think if you confluence that with a breakout here at 21 on the VIX, you could see a little bit of acceleration. But just watch out. There's only about a couple of points until you get up to a previous resistance. But volatility is going to creep up. And then, of course, we still have to keep our ears to the ground, because if we get more bad news coming out of the Middle East, that's not going to help anything either. We should see that VIX spike, and then you get that same effect that we've been seeing recently, where it starts slowly down. But if we don't get a good bid midday or in the afternoon, the markets have been selling off almost every single afternoon, regardless of how we started. Let's see what happens if we actually start weak there. So keep an eye on that VIX at 21. I do see, Michael, it is Friday, right? So we're going to have the NOS boss coming through. I have to look through we have like a monitor over there. You guys can't see this, but there's like a gigantic ladder just sitting out in front. You can kind of see the ladder out there. So he's right in between, but I see he's locked and loaded and ready. Don't know what we'll be talking about today. So very curious to see what the NOS boss is about today.
Sharif and I were just, we'll get to Michael and Loss here in a second. Sharif and I were just laughing because he told us again that this was coming. Just before 8:30, this number came out. Trump with a truth, I guess, essentially saying, as you mentioned, the Democrat government shutdown costs the economy at least 2 points on this GDP print. So he tried to tell you once again. Yeah,
well, he's always front-running it, Brendo. I mean, like, whether it's not the tariff tantrum lows telling you to buy, or whatever the situation is in the Oval Office pointing, as you were just mentioning to me, this guy just made $1 billion, this guy is up 500 million. Well, he does speak off the cuff. Yeah. But something tells me he probably had to look at those numbers. Didn't like
a little early.
Wanted to get ahead of it, but didn't want to disclose it fully, so kind of danced around it that way.
He tried to tell you.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at what has been a pretty quiet, we're chopping around. We've been talking about this back and forth action with the overall market if you go out to a daily chart since, Michael, it feels like, I don't know, months. It has been months, because we were talking about this going back to the end of last year, and here we are now on the verge of Q2 into this brand new year, and we're still stuck in this range. So you were mentioning the simple fact that not only are we stuck in this range still, but it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. What does that mean?
Yeah, and finally, the indicators have caught up. We know indicators are a little lagging, so we can actually quantify now how tight this is and kind of how boring of a market this is. So if you guys are feeling it, by the end of this, I'll kind of explain to you exactly what's happening. And the first thing I think is to start with just a lesson on Bollinger Bands. I know everybody knows about them. I've studied them at some point, but generally used incorrectly, like a lot of indicators. The main reason behind the Bollinger Bands is to look at volatility. So you have a moving average, that kind of teal line in the middle, and that's just any moving average you pick, generally defaults to 20, and then you're looking at the standard deviation around that. So, if you remember high school math, great. If not, it's just how much does it wiggle? How much are we moving around that average? Are we sticking really, really close to it? Are we moving very, very far from it? And in periods of, very low volatility, generally speaking, we get periods of very high volatility after, and I'll show you that. So the next chart here is the S&P 500 on a weekly basis, and I drew these little purple lines to try to highlight where things got narrow, but it's really hard to see when you put them on the chart like this. So the indicator I'm going to bring to you guys is called the Bollinger Band width, and that's just the next chart here. And essentially the lower indicator is just saying how wide are the bands, right? So we know that if the market is not moving very much around its 20-period moving average, the bands are going to be very tight for a long time. And that would make this indicator very low. And then when volatility expands, it pops back up. And this is why I talk about all the time that price trends, we know this, asset prices trend over time, and volatility mean reverts. And you can see it pretty clearly in this chart, where you have periods of very low volatility, like we're experiencing now. Generally, we wish we knew when and in what direction, but generally lead to periods of high volatility. And then periods of high volatility generally lead to periods of low volatility. Same as, I know Neil was looking at the VIX there before. Same thing, if you look at the chart of the VIX, you see huge spikes and then back down, and then huge spikes and back down. So if volatility is mean reverting, and we are this tight in volatility, that means at some point soon we're going to get an expansion, right? It's got to happen. I think it's going to probably happen into the summer when we know what midterms are going to look like and things like that. But I wanted to go back and I wanted to say, okay, let's just take a look at all of these other times that volatility has gotten this low, where the Bollinger Bands are only 6% apart, which is like nothing. Right? You remember back in the tariff tantrums, like the market would move 6% a day. And now we're saying a 2 standard deviation move on the market, like an incredibly rare move, would be 6%. So I've just gone through the next chart here, and I've just highlighted and I've zoomed in on these periods, and I've put these vertical orange lines when we've gotten into this, sub 10 or 6% range. And you can see, we'll go through and we'll see what happens. Now, I said volatility is mean reverting, but asset prices generally trend. So this is a good example of that we got really, really tight. The market really didn't do much in this kind of 2019 area. And then we had this amazing, these are weekly candles, so this amazing low volatility kind of grind up. And then on the left-hand side chart, you see, or the right-hand side, you see COVID. So obviously couldn't predict that there, but that period of low volatility just turns into a period of high volatility at some point. The next one here is October 2021, and you can see this is very, very tight again. Again, that 6%-ish area on the Bollinger Bands. We get tight, we break out, we have a nice little move there, and then things kind of fall apart in 2022. And then the last one that's happened recently, there's not many of these because it's very rare that we get this consolidated. This was right before the tariff tantrum. You can see the candle right before the tariff tantrum happened. So it's obviously, if you could predict which way the volatility is going to expand, you could make a whole bunch of money, right? If I knew that for sure, I would certainly tell you guys, but we don't, right? You see some of them are higher, some of them are higher for a bit and then lower. The one thing that we know for sure is that this period of low volatility will end. And then what we have to do is we have to kind of be ready in both sides. If we're going to get a breakdown, got to be ready to maybe sell some things or take some shorts or, raise some cash to buy a dip. If it's going to break to the upside, we saw some amazing trends happen after this. If I had to take a bet, I'm always going to bet with the direction of the trend, which has been higher. And that when we break out of this volatility, it will be higher. But it'll be interesting to see how much further this can go. Now, I don't know, I added this last chart late. I don't know if you guys got that or not, the bar chart in there. That, perfect. This is kind of interesting to show in context of this, where we're saying the market is doing nothing and the market has gone nowhere for many, many months. But this chart is essentially just a bar chart of the amount of stocks in the S&P 500 that are outperforming the S&P 500. And you can see, it fluctuates around 200, maybe down to 150. This is the highest on record ever for stocks breaking out of or outperforming the S&P 500. I think I read somewhere that 60% of stocks are up 6% this year, and the market's essentially flat. So it's, I hate the term. It's kind of weird, but it's a stock picker's market, right? And if you're in this environment in which the market is really chopping you up and you're having a real bad time, I think you just have to kind of expand your horizon. This kind of broad market rally, generally speaking, should be a good thing. But like with everything, we need the big boys to catch up, right? For the S&P 500 and the Qs to break out, being so tech heavy, we need to see our Nvidias and Apples and Teslas and these kind of thing moves. Otherwise, we're going to continue to be in this range for I don't know how long.
And it's fine to do less, right? I mean, expand your horizons, understand a little bit better on what's driving things right now. But I mean, it's always fine to do less as well. It just, it was a small sample size, obviously, those charts that we did look at. But just from my perspective, outside of a unknown, unexpected, crazy event happening, every single one of those seem to resolve to the upside, which if you take a step back and think of it, kind of makes sense. If the market's not going down and also not going up at the same time, meaning, there's a lot of indecision in the middle, it's almost easier to make the argument that the resolution, barring some sort of unforeseen circumstance, would be higher.
Yeah, and you could think of this like if you went to a monthly chart, you could just think of it like a bull flag, right? It's a long, boring bull flag, but we are all taught about those at the very beginning of trading. And if you think about what a bull flag is, it's a trend in one direction, and then a compression of volatility at the top, and then that trend continuing in that direction. So the longer we stay in this range, I really do believe it's just overall healthy. We're digesting gains, we're rotating into different names. I think that's all fine. But we just need, because the SPY and the Qs are so weighted to these large cap techs, they need to have another leg higher to break out. So the question is, do we get this broad market rally and then we see another rotational shift in which now it's time to sell, our industrials that have been doing so well and start to put a little bit of money back into Nvidia and AMD and some of these large cap tech names. But right, we got to be ready for both directions. And I like what you said about doing less, because this would be a nice period of time where maybe you mark the highs, you mark the lows, and you set an alert, and you just don't do anything until one of those things break, and just do a very simple trend following.
Exactly.
strategy.
And if you want to actually, do some meaningful, digging, I think it's always good to zoom out a little bit. And it's been a while since we've had a look at what's happening everywhere else in the world. We've had many conversations on the show about the global aspect and how it's been outperforming once again versus what we're seeing on some of these markets. So, there's always something moving somewhere. It's just a matter of finding where you want to be.
Yeah, and I can bring those Monday. The outperformance of the rest of the world has still been crazy, so it might be time to update those charts. It's, again, we got to just remember what the S&P 500 is. It's not a stock market, it's a market of stocks, and the S&P 500 needs those largest stocks to do something, and just right now they're not.
Fantastic. Michael Noss, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Talk to you then.
All right, guys, fantastic stuff as always by Mr. Noss and Brando. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. Not too much activity going on here, but we're going to start things off with Salesforce, guys. Salesforce CRM getting its price target lowered from $275 to $235 by BMO Capital. You're down a little bit here, less than 0.1% this morning, guys. Now, Etsy is well positive in the pre-market session, but getting its price target lowered from $76 to $65. And RS, this is Gemini Space Station, guys, 26 to 1150 by Rosenblatt. Slightly positive here this morning as well. And Affirm initiating a sell by Robert W. Baird, going from a neutral with a price target of $55. Moving forward, guys, some of the upgrades today, we're going to get a price target increase here with Walmart by Telsey Advisory Group. We're up slightly here this morning, 1 1/5, going from $135 to $140. And this is Paymentus, also up just a little bit under 2% here, guys. Outperform to a strong buy by Raymond James. PAY is that one, once again, price target up $35. And then initiating a buy here on Decker's brand, Argus DECK up 1 1/5 as well. And then John Deere also breaking into new all-time highs yesterday, guys, with a price target increase of $502 to $672 by Bank of America.
Speaking of Deere, something Michael said when you have a consolidation or bull flag, whatever you want to call it, on an upward trend, sometimes you just resume. Now, this is a monthly chart, and maybe you wouldn't call this like a long consolidation. It's maybe too choppy. But if you simply look at what happens, like this stock, when it compresses and gets boring, is generally speaking what you want to play the breakout of, or simply be sitting waiting for the next leg up. It's just done it before, and then it goes ham and done it before, and now it's in one of those we're going crazy modes there on John Deere. Like obviously the rotation is going to be a big part of this, but this was from 2021, we'll call this here. 2021, beginning of 2021, and then you go all the way out to mid-2024. So almost 3.5 years there. This just goes effectively sideways. Like there's ups and there's downs that you could have possibly timed. And the break away from there has almost doubled up at this point in the next 2 years. So it's one of those things, it's one of the terms you'll hear is dead money during a time period. If you like the company, like if it's a company I'm buying, like I don't own Deere, I own Caterpillar, but if I like a company and I like what they're doing and nothing has changed to me and it's in one of these big long bullfight consolidations, I'm looking for places to add into there for that eventual breakout. And what's interesting is in particular, this stock both times when the monthly caught up, when the monthly 50 period caught up with the consolidation, it ripped. Monthly catches up with the consolidation, rips. Some stocks do it with a weekly chart or a monthly chart, but it gives you a reason to say, hey, now it's gone sideways long enough that the major moving averages, instead of extended from it, now we're just hanging off of it, and then the next bounce is your bigger bounce to the upside. So, a good looking chart here for Deere. You really can't complain about them. Again, part of this rotation that we are seeing. This morning, I mean, kind of like everything else, it's slightly down, but it doesn't really trade much. And my guess is if we have some more tech weakness coming in, this probably doesn't get hit as much as some of the other names.
So here we go. You have the VIX right now spiking upside a little bit right now, into some of these levels that we've seen before. So we can wait to see here if the VIX, again, the volatility index wants to explode a little higher through 21, would be a nice little move there. The highest we've been is 2250 just a couple days ago. But yeah, nice little move there for the VIX. If you're looking at a daily chart, yeah, man, uncertainty's in the market just a little bit. As Michael was saying, you can, look and say the market's kind of going sideways, but it's trending right here, the VIX upside move, right? And so I think you can try to play the longs on any dips. If you are a volatility trader, you can trade it with UVXY or anything like that as well. And then the DXY, we just note that again, because we've been looking at this for a minute. There's the move up, here's the settling down. And then, we do look for that breakout, of course, of this February high. So we got to get through 98 and change here, down to 97.9. So it's not like it's far away, but that's a quick little look at the dollar and the VIX as well. Throw that super chat on there, my guy. All right, have you noticed more coiling or consolidative charts like Deere? Well, that's what we have to do. We have to look for, more names like that. And that's where you want to use scanners and things like that to break out. I'm trying to think about.
I can't say that I have.
Something that's coiling up.
I can't say that I have. There was XLF did this a couple of years ago. I would hesitate to say that it looks like it might be in one of those, but if it is, it's so early that it's almost pointless. A couple of names that have a different pattern, and again, this is not what we were just essentially talking about, but have like a little bit of an interesting dip and rip, are if you look at CEG and Vistra, Constellation and Vistra, relative to like a GE Vernova, they both have this like dip and rip that's been happening on the monthly, where there's been hefty pullbacks, and you get this reversal candle in. So it's done this before, here, and here. So that's a pattern on Constellation, and I believe the same thing on Vistra. Yeah, Vistra's got more or less the same pattern going on, where you're getting this turn candle, and then maybe you get the press back into some of the highs. So I can't say I've seen that consolidation pattern, but there's some other ones which are looking like bounces.
Yeah, I have one here. So Eli Lilly is one, right? And so here you have some consolidation right here. And as you say, if you like the business, which there's not too many better ones that we thought anyways, at least over the last little while, for the Ozempic, Wegovy, sort of GLP-1 area. So this is one where you're coiling up, right? And trying to break through. So this is just what it looks like. If I can zoom out just a little bit. Yeah, so you had like the flagpole, little consolidation, potentially going higher here as well. But obviously you want to break through 1120, but I think this is a good one here. You have support down. So it looks pretty good to me, man. Eli Lilly. So I think that's almost a perfect example there for you. I have no idea where it's going to go from here, but if you looked at what John Deere was doing before it broke out, it's very, very similar, legging higher and then the break, right? And so I think Eli Lilly could be one of those names. Nick W. All right, we'll go back over to the desk. We're getting close now to talking about our watch list, which isn't overly littered today. There's not too many exciting things happening, but Bitcoin breaking down below 67,000 should be okay. Yeah, I got silver, I got the futures, and I got Tesla on my mind.
We were just talking about the gold mining group. If you want to zoom out, GDX is just an absolute monster, the same as gold. Just going back to the summer of last year, this thing's more than doubled. I mean, you found another one that was just absolutely amazing.
AU, Brendo. This one just the reason it was even on my radar. This is a ticker for AU, guys. A gold miner. This is the daily on it. You can go even further back from basically the beginning of the year. The beginning of January, we're up about 300%. That's from last year, January 2025. It reported earnings today. That's why it kind of got my attention. But as you pointed out, GDX as well. A lot of these other miners just rocketing up. And shout out to Michael Noss for calling this one out.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about just from, and sometimes it's as simple as zooming out and just, being technical about it versus actually having an opinion. AKAM, speaking of earnings, AKAM, another one that, it's not doing a heck of a lot. This thing's had a decent run, though. It's a daily chart. Decent run over the past week or so, back to 110 or just below it right now this morning. It looks okay. The profit, 150 to 167 versus 175. Bit of a problem spot here, but overall, still a good-looking chart.
And not too bad. Not a company I know too much about, but they're in cloud as well, cloud infrastructure. That revenue came in at $94 million, but that is a 45% bump year over year, signaling, early traction, of course, from AI-related demand. They also offer neo cloud services. They signed a 4-year, $200 million cloud infrastructure commitment with a major U.S. tech company, and revenue from that contract is expected to begin in Q4 of this year. It's nice. It's nicely down here, despite some of these headlines, 7 1/5, Brendo. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one. Close to SSR.
It's not all good, however, in earnings land this morning. Not a huge move, but speaking of gold, Newmont, NEM, downside a bit here this morning. That's a daily chart. Still, looks exactly the same as the other ones that we were looking at. Just absolute monster. But if you zoom in this morning, we are downside, trying to bounce right now, however. Back to 122. 252 versus $2. Looks pretty good to me. Deployment of $1.4 billion into their Newcrest asset portfolio to stem their forecast for 2026. So a little bit of spending offsetting maybe a little bit of a weak forecast.
And I don't really understand why it's selling off. Maybe because it is the CapEx and the investors are concerned about that. But they did fantastic on everything else. EPS beating, Q4 revenue beating. And when you look at the guide as well, EPS 689 ahead of 653. Revenue 22.67 ahead of the 22.07. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one. But it's down here with basically the overall market, not too bad, down 2 1/3.
All right. We'll keep an eye on some of these gold names today, guys. But as far as earnings are concerned, not a heck of a lot to look at. AKAM or NEM, thoughts here?
We had Opendoor, I think. But.
Yeah, well, obviously Opendoor is going to be in a different bucket. It's in its own little space. Hopefully doing some meme stuff today, but I don't know. It's weird. Like it fell with the market, Opendoor, which is not what I wanted to see. I would prefer if when we had that dip down on GDP, Opendoor stayed doing its own thing. Back in the meme stock days, you'd feel that would happen. But for Akamai here, I feel this looks, look, the cloud names have nothing to do with Walmart. I'm just really talking about the action where you get the gap down on the earnings and then it just bouncing so cleanly off the 50-period moving average. Like I feel as if when we see this pattern, a lot of times it'll play all the way back. And that's exactly what last night it played. Obviously this morning it's getting another bounce off of it. 95, not the 92. But we saw this, Walmart would be the example yesterday, where off of that support, like it was just, until it got to the top, it was basically just along the whole way. There was one little hang up here at the open where it dipped and then held this 126 area, but then it came all the way back until it found like a major prior resistance level. So in looking at Akamai here, like that would be somewhere, it's almost in the 110 range. Like if it gets up there, maybe you get a reversal or some kind of a fade on them, but that would just be looking at the pattern of what happened over in Amazon. And then the bigger difference is it's not a huge volume name either. You juxtapose this with a Walmart. Walmart's going to do better volume pre-market, intraday as well. So I think I'd rather be looking at an earnings name like an Opendoor just because there's going to be volume. Like whether or not, like Opendoor might not be breaking out that 560 anymore because the market fell down in, but there's probably going to be some kind of a trade, maybe off that 5 to 520 area. Oh, we got a super chat here from On the Rail. Thoughts?
About Toyota Motors.
Where'd it go? I just hit the button and it didn't work. Let's try again. There we go. It worked that time. Thoughts on Toyota stock? Little pullback. Oh, you like some Toyota. Who was it that?
It's not doing too much volume.
Who was it that we had a
think
guest
it might
on
have
that
been,
was in love with Toyota stock? Was it Raider?
Raider Trader. Oh, no, I wasn't in love with anything. I think we asked him about a car company or a pure play stock. I think it probably was Toyota. It was him for sure, and I think it was Toyota. But I don't think this little dip down here. I don't know. It's on no volume. So if this is what you're talking about, this 234 or so area, or if you're talking about a greater dip here, then yeah, I mean the car business is what it is, and obviously it's going to be relying on sales and how those kind of float through. Right there, but yeah, I mean, there's not too many of these names. I mean, we know Ford. It's like some of the legacy car makers have been doing really well, right? The Ford, the GM, all of that, and you've really nailed it off that 200 period moving average. So without knowing too much about the stock, I do think it's a temporary pullback right there for Toyota, and I think you want to buy good companies. But I don't like the car business, so for me, it's stay away from this. But yeah, Toyota, it's great. And I would say, yeah, I mean, it's been really respecting this 200 period moving average. If you get a move back into 200, then I think that's an easy day. But I don't, 5 or 6 straight down days. Got to do more research on that one before I figure it out, because we never talk about Toyota. So I know Nissan was in trouble. I heard the guys talking about that. So.
We got a question in the chat that I'll address here. It was about the tariff ruling from the Supreme Court. So this is today is another day where there is the potential that we get a ruling. Just keep in mind that the last 2 times that we could have got a ruling, we did not get one. So there's a very decent chance that we will not get any ruling on the tariffs. But it's possible today. So certainly, if it does happen, we'd let you guys know right away. I'm not expecting at this point. I'm not. Forget about anticipating it, because it's just disappointment every single time. Before we go back to the desk, one of the earnings things we mentioned was NUE, N-U-E, and they have 21 consecutive dividend raises, and they've just announced a buyback program, but it's not really doing much of anything on that news I just saw. But good looking chart. Thought I'd pass that one on here. Yeah, I'm not losing any sleep over the Supreme Court. When it happens, and I'm not betting it's going to happen anytime soon. Let's get into the future and, of course, the watch list, see what's on the move, and see what we're going to be looking at it in less than 30 minutes.
We are down 0.5% here, Neil, going on a quarter here on the SPY. Yesterday, we closed out 684.5. We're below that right now. We're barely below 683. So the deal is we're looking at a red day so far, unless something comes in and changes that. So that 680 level, we're going to say that's our first level of support if we're really selling off. If for whatever reason we catch a bid, we've been putting in lower highs, sadly, this week. With earlier on the 18th, we got up to 689. Subsequent day, 688. Yesterday, barely clearing 687. So those lower highs are intact. We're going to look at 687, Brendo, as that first level of resistance.
As always, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Free from us to you. Comes right to your inbox every single morning. Link is below in the description. Top link there will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. All kinds of names to consider this morning. Open Door going to be on a lot of people's minds here. Pretty good day, actually. A couple of days ago, we got the pop going into earnings, maybe. Here we are, though, significantly higher this morning on a beat.
I'm going to be looking at this on the midday. We're going to be looking at this possibly as a small cap gapper, especially if it's running, Brendo. So make sure to catch that with us. Let's talk about the report, though. Q4 revenue, $736 million. That is well above the $594 million expected by analysts. With EPS, guys, they're profitable. They brought in 7 pennies per share. The street was looking for a penny loss per share, so an easy beat on the top and bottom line. They purchased a little bit more than 1,700 homes in Q4. That is up 46% sequentially versus what they bought last year. And inventory velocity apparently improved, with homes sitting on the market over 120 days, dropping from 51% last year now to 33%. So even though there is weakness in the real estate market, they've been able to kind of improve their inventory. CEO Kaz Najatian credited the improved operational discipline, including more accurate pricing and faster inventory returns. And they highlighted that in October of last year, acquisition cohort is tracking to become its most profitable ever. We'll have to see if they can continue that. And they're expecting, Brendo, for whatever reason, 10% revenue decline in fiscal 2026 as they look to be a bit more picky with the things that they buy and the prices that they sell at.
If you zoom out a bit, obviously monster way to go if it wants to here, guys, but we're getting back into some key support, or what was support levels here for Open today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of, that's an understatement to say it has a long way to go. It could double from here and still not make a new high on open door. All of that said, it could have gone differently if we got a different GDP number potentially, but that is what it is. It seems like everything in the market flushed. It did the gap fill. We said this yesterday. It looks good, 4-5 break. That's fine, but it gaps through that in the earnings aftermarket. So there's $5.20 and there's $5. Those are the two reversion spots I'm looking. And then the breakout trade, you got to put that on the back burner because there doesn't look like a consolidation break happening above $5.60. I thought that had room to $6 if you zoom the chart a little bit further out. But now that we're sliding, if you're looking for any kind of a meme trade, it's going to have to try to hold out some of these lows, maybe get like a later in the day kind of idea. So it might not be an early opportunity. It's going to do a ton of volume, though, open door. There's no question about that. So it's going to be up, and we just have to be patient waiting for it to set up a little bit better. And there's going to be other small caps that are moving around as well. So just keep that in mind. Like I saw a couple of people in the chat mentioning a few other good ones in there. Like Sharif was looking at CDIO. That can be on the radar. Rhyme is on my radar. If only, and there's probably not another chance to talk about a small capper. If only, if it breaks down underneath this multi-day support here at the 250 level. If it just sits here and goes sideways, whatever, it is what it is. But if it breaks down underneath the 250 or can break out above this 3/4 mark. If it's diddling in the middle, I won't touch this thing, but it's lots of room to go in either direction on Rhyme, so that'll also be on watch as far as the small capper goes.
Yeah, I was just reading about open door management issues, cautious 10% year-over-year revenue decline. That's not going to be great. They expect a major rebound in profitability. However, so for open door, they've had, I was just listening this morning that mortgage rates right now are at, I think, lows of the last couple of years. 6.1%, I think, was the average rate that's out there, down from 6.8 this time a year ago. So mortgage rates becoming a little bit more, in line with affordability, I guess. I don't know. I still think it's way too high. It should almost be free, a mortgage rate. But anyways, nice little move to the upside rate there for open door. Yeah, still 14% short float. I don't know, man. Like earnings have sort of been misleading. Like we had Walmart move right away yesterday and then downside. Like we shorted the out of Walmart yesterday. That was a great trade, one of the best ones for me yesterday. And I'm almost feeling like the same thing for open door. I mean, until we break this 555, I would think short, but it's been doing nothing here. So, not reacting really to the GDP, not really doing anything here, open door. So I would say I like to see the volume pick up, obviously. Nice move there off what we just saw in the report, but the real money hasn't come in yet. I would be favoring short until we break that 550. I really do think a break of this 200 period, we get lower. The pre-market low is where we're going to open at, so you can't really use that level. We battled around this 510 area or so there. Maybe that's a break lower. But I honestly think it's just waiting to see if you can get short, and then if it breaks, you just get out. And I think that would be the trade there for open door today. Like I said, I was just reading it, like 46% surge in home acquisitions. That's nice. Their stale listings are down. So that just goes, there are more people buying this, but the cautious outlook isn't the greatest. But, if you've been sitting in this name, it's a nice little relief to the upside. But we've seen so many names get carried away like this and then just make their way back down. Check quantum names, check, energy, uranium names, many different ideas, SaaS names right now. So yeah, open door, obviously it is a software with some underlying, homes, supporting the platform. But at the end of the day, it's been a rough ride for them, and they bounced off $4 a couple times, right into there and then right into there. I think if we lose it, then it's a problem, man. Honestly, I feel like this probably wants to sit around 2 to 250, but it's a nice move up, and celebrate it today. If you were lucky enough to buy it pre-earnings, man, take your 15%. It's just you never know what's going to happen. And we say when there's a gap play to VWAP, and now we're underneath it, so it doesn't look great for that. But all right, let's go back over to the desk and talk to the guys about our next stock. Here's another car name. We just talked about Toyota. We'll go with Tesla right now.
Optimus.
Down move here with the overall market right now. However, we are chopping around inside the range from the past couple of days, really past week or so, really, for Tesla. A couple of price changes, interesting ones at that. The Cyber Beast, which Sharif will touch on in a second here, monstrous cut, which is just absolutely crazy. Like $59,990.
Yeah.
Like
That's
this,
fantastic.
when this thing came out, it was, correct me if I'm wrong,
Over 100.
Over $100,000.
Easily, yeah.
So now we're selling at 60 here for Tesla. But I mean, I think it goes to this whole conversation about him switching the focus of,
He has to.
of the actual company and maybe getting rid of some of this inventory.
And you've got to like stop the hemorrhaging. I mean, the year-over-year decline in sales, Breno, he's got to do something here, even if the margins are going to get cut. And that's exactly what's going to happen. He dropped the price of the Cyber Beast by 13%. That's not a small amount, guys, because margins for Tesla are like 14 to 18%. So a 13% drop is kind of eye-watering. So the Cyber Beast price now reduced to $99,990. Okay, but I want to bring in the Canadian website because this always gets my goat, man. So that $99,000 vehicle in the U.S. is $175,882 in Canada, and that is not due to the currency whatsoever. So a bit of a tougher look there. But look, Brendo, he's doing other things as well. He is really trying to focus on putting in a little bit less options. So he's removed the FSD. There was this Cybertruck that included FSD included, as well as free supercharging. He's kind of removed that model. That's obviously an overhead for him there. It was called the Lux package. And we know that their Tesla Cybertruck division has had some problems with the head of Tesla's, with the head of Cybertruck division leaving in November. And that mix towards lower price vehicles, as I mentioned earlier, probably hurts margins.
I don't know if, is there an easy way to distinguish between the two?
It's just that there's a little
badge
bit,
or something?
yeah, there's a little bit, it's written in kind of like street or like graffiti.
Okay.
It says Cyber Beast on the corner.
I haven't paid
There's
attention.
also a couple of other ways as well. The wheels that you get on the Cyber Beast are a little bit different than the standard.
I mean, there's tons of them rolling around the city.
Yep.
I can't think of ever seeing an actual Cyber Beast yet.
Not too much of a differentiation. You really got to nitpick. You got to look.
We'll keep an eye out. But thoughts here, guys. Tesla, I mean, it's consolidating.
Oh yeah, definitely consolidating. The problem is, it's just, like Tesla's not really. It hasn't really been moving on these types of headlines. And there's a couple ways to look at it. You could look at, okay, well, does that actually do anything good for margins? And then throw in the fact that it's not like the biggest. It's not the biggest item for sales for them, anyways. So I don't know if this is going to necessarily move the needle here. We were just talking about how in China they had a demonstration of some of their robots, which were doing like martial arts demonstrations and stuff, which is obviously farther ahead than Optimus presumably is right now. I think that's the next thing, or maybe something in terms of automation or continuing with automation that'll be more important. But for today, consolidated was exactly the right word, I think, when Brennan was saying that, and it's 405 in here, the yesterday's low. Besides the dip into 400, like you've got that kind of room, like lose the bottom, go to 400. And then even if you start breaking out, how good do you feel about us busting past like 415 or 416? Like we've had 2 days of inside range on Tesla to be able to work with. Like it didn't make my list, but if we're actually going to move farther away from this diddling in the middle at 410, I think you look for a reversion here, especially if there's a move to the upside. I just can't see this price cut news being that big of a deal. But you're diddling directly in the middle, which is kind of a no-fly zone for me. Had we been closer to that 15, 16, I think that would have been more of an opportunity. Oh, one note, we got time. We actually didn't get to this yesterday, which was kind of wild given how far it moved to the downside. There was a lot of things moving in yesterday's trade, but Rivian was a huge dump yesterday. 16. Basically $16 to $15, almost exactly, and pretty clean. There was one check up here to 15.6, pre-market highs at 15.6. Probably see where I'm going with this. It has a good setup for a failed break of the pre-market high, because that's twice resistance yesterday. So if it fails, if there's a topping tail candle here on Rivian at 15.6, $15.60, then I would look for that kind of like pop and fade reversal pattern. Nasty day for them. I mean, they moved so much more than Tesla yesterday. Could see a repeat of that.
Yeah, Rivian's a disaster. Hopefully it's not with the R2. We can get our hands on one of those and maybe buy the stock at some point down there. I mean, Rivian had a really good quarter, and went to 1850 though, and then fell back in. I have Tesla written on my note here today. 408 to 409 long, and that's funny because like we write that obviously, and it was very cautiously writing that down as we approached the numbers, and it was just coming right into here. So we've seen this all yesterday hold this area. Obviously, we started a lot lower, came back in, held. So I mean, I was not expecting the NASDAQ to be down 1% as we're going to open up the day here, as we started the day with it flat. So it does fall back in, and yeah, we've already switched our bias over to negative time for the market, but this could be a really good buy zone for Tesla. So let's see how this market opens up, and this is what I'm looking at right now. We're right in it right now. I feel like the market dropping here, probably going to be a short, and now that we're underneath VWAP, we're underneath everything, and like hanging out down here. I was hoping that we would get a flush, and then this is what happened. It went right exact, like if the market was open and we got this number, it would have came right into 408.50. There's the bounce $1, and we take that. But right now you're hovering around this area. The bounce has already happened twice, and it's been faded both times. So yeah, with the market not down that much right now, but if it continues to make a lower move, then yeah, this 408 is going to be a problem. And then we sort of got to zoom out a little bit and see, where that next level is. And we've already seen it down here at 400. So that could be something that ticks around today, to be honest with you. So, if we drip a lot more than this and get like an instant sort of flush off the open, potentially bounce areas 404, 405. When you zoom back out. This is only going out a week, so it's nothing certain here. I don't think we have to worry about topside for today. So let's just worry about that if and when it gets there. Hopefully we'll be long and this market can settle down and we'll be able to find a bottom here for Tesla. So that's what I'm thinking. I think the Cybertruck price cut is extremely bullish. More of those trucks on the road is better for them. They can sell more FSD licenses. And that's essentially what they want to do. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. Margin's going to get squeezed on a price. Yeah, she doesn't like the Cybertruck. She's Rivian now, man, unfortunately. If anything, I would flip over into a Cybertruck and just run people over on the roads, in their cars, of course, not actual people. All right. So we'll, 60, I was looking at Bitcoin here, 67,000. All right, Meta, here we go, man, like another Mag 7 name that can't seem to get out of its way, but we'll see if it can get back down to 600, where that was been the recent buy zone.
Yeah, market not helping currently as well with this one. We're back to, I guess, 2 days ago level right now. It's not a significant story this morning, but worth noting here, Meta going to cut stock-based comps for employees by 5%. Zuck looking to, I guess, find some cash to keep buying AI stuff potentially.
He's spending 115 to 135 billion in capex just this year, and he's hiring a bunch of people, having to lure them over from other companies, whether it's Alexander Wang, Scale AI, or all the other talent he's stealing from Apple, Google, and Amazon, wherever else he's getting them. And this is the second year in a row, Brando, that he's actually cut stock-based compensation. He surprised everybody last year with a 10% cut. This year, not as aggressive, 5%. As we know, as I have mentioned earlier, really redirecting the capital to AI. And he's also cutting from other areas as well, specifically Reality Labs, which is basically since 2021 has lost $70 billion. He cut 10% of the staff there, which employs about 15,000 employees. So not a significant price cut.
Yeah. Again, not something that's going to wildly move the stock at all, but worth keeping an eye on, guys, if you are in this maybe long term.
Yeah, I think so too. But also, ignore these wicks. I don't like that daily chart because it's got some dark pool wicks in it. So I'm going to go to here because I want this to look proper. It's at 600 where the support has been, but it's a consolidative zone here. I didn't like the fact there were some dark pool wicks showing you this dip down into 600. But it's a consolidative zone, not necessarily in the best of ways here for Meta. And when you look at what that's been, see, these are the ones I'm talking about. Basically the entirety of the week. It's like 630, 645. Yesterday, it was a brick wall at $645 that actually lasted half a day. There were some very long consolidations in a few stocks. The afternoon Walmart held like a 50-cent range for like an hour or so, and Meta held like this $1.50 range for almost 2 hours as well. But the problem is you're breaking down underneath. It's just not looking overly good. And then here's another thing. I'm just going to pull up the mags for a second here. And I think it'll be do I want the daily? Nah, I want the weekly. If you look at the weekly load on the mags, like we're confirming this break of support here on the Mag 7 ETF, if anyone that doesn't know what Mags is. So you had lost support last week, and then we're confirming the hold underneath. And if you look at the 50 period there, that's lining up with a very significant prior top, prior little bounce zone, and the 50 period is kind of lining up here. So I think there's a little bit more downside left in this group, and Meta, with that seller at 645, seems like we could get a retest close to that 600, where it's been a much better buy than up here.
Okay, I was just gonna say, like I said this before, like, and that's why we brought the mags to you a couple weeks ago, like just to show you the sort of the divergence between like the rest of the market. We talked about the S&P 493 and the RSP. Look, Meta got a lot of credit for their CapEx spend, and everybody was like, okay, these guys are, you know, making some money, they're showing some profitability on that whole side of thing. And then all of a sudden it was like, we forgot all about sort of that thinking. So I don't know, like, I'm not sure why it's gone all the way back and now below where we were before that earnings report. I mean, that was such a rock star report. I mean, I don't even think there was really anything wrong with it. So you know, if any of the Mag 7 names that I'm most excited to be in would be Meta moving forward. But yeah, I do understand that there is some, you know, legal, there's always going to be DOJ and everybody, you know, questioning the social media aspect, screen time and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, there really is only one king, and that king is Meta. So you can put the crown on it wherever you want to, at whatever level. But I think this is a very good long-term play. You know, the glasses, the watch, the Facebook, the Instagram, the WhatsApp, like there's a lot involved here, making of their own chips now and just getting more efficient and hopefully realizing some of the CapEx spend turns back into, and this is why they got that bump up, a profitability expansion leading to a bottom line increase of their balance sheet, right, in their income statement, sorry. So that's, you know, they had a big EPS, they were sort of proving the spend was worth it, and then all of a sudden they got hit again. So I actually really like the dip buy opportunities here in Meta. For a day trade, I don't know, I'm negative today, like in the market in general. I mean, that's what my whole thing was. So I'm gonna hold off on buying any Meta today, but I do think for long term, it would be my Mag 7 sort of pick for now. I still, Google's my long, you know, a good one, but I just think Meta's been hit too much now. Like its high was what, 780? Yeah, $800. So down to 640 right now. So even if you were to buy it today, you know, you're going from, let's just say, I don't know exactly how this calculator thing here works, but there it is. Like, so it's saying down 20%. Right there, which kind of makes sense. $800 down to 640, yeah. So
well, it's under 30p now, and the forwards now.
Oh yeah, but that's still too high.
No, the forwards under 20 on Meta now. So
okay,
so
that's good.
See, that sets it up for like next quarter. If Meta meets expectations, you're looking at a an under 20 PE on the stock,
like,
and that's it's just a buy. Yeah. But I mean, what Mag 7 name isn't a buy under a 20 PE? I mean, maybe it's a rhetorical question.
No. That's why we liked Google. I mean, Google was under there for a while.
Exactly.
It was at 18 for a minute, and then it shot back up. I mean, Sharif remembers when we were pounding the table on Meta, it was under $100, and we were loading the crap up on that thing, and now it's $700. So, you know, you play with the ebbs and flows. You can't think about like where the stocks have come from because it's a completely different world. Like Meta was not spending $200 billion CapEx a quarter. They don't even know what the hell CapEx was. But what he was putting in, we were crushing the guy for $10 billion into the metaverse. You know, back then we're like, what are you doing with this $10 billion? Like, if they did $10 billion now, the stock would tank like 50%.
They'd be like, oh no, you're not.
We chart Palantir.
We can. It's available in the market, so we can pull it up.
Yeah,
no
sure,
problems. That's Robert Lewis, 8344. So Lee Evans and Daryl Strawberry. That's very random, but I had to throw a bill out there, and I couldn't think of anybody else besides Daryl Strawberry for 44. Appreciate the super chat. Look, the daily chart, we've probably all seen it, the pullback in Palantir. The last couple of days, it's just, like, yesterday was a consolidative day. It does have a sort of a head and shoulders pattern, like this bounce, then this little bit of a, kind of like the one shoulder is higher than the other, but it's still that same setup. Like what you have is a fail of a breakout over 136. And I don't think there's, like, what has changed here? Outside of the fact that it ran in the open, but went right into that shoulder and failed. So if it runs into the shoulder and fails again, I don't see what's changed. The 126 support looks good, but that's a big hefty gap until you get there. for sure. No particular catalyst why it's down a little bit more than the market, but that's par for the course for Palantir when we have weakness in tech and weakness in the AI trade, that you'll have a little bit more weakness in Palantir, just percentage-wise. But the chart's pretty identical to the futures right now.
All right, Celsius here, back to the downside right now. Came back through 47, tried to hold a little bit early on this morning. A decent-sized beat here right across the board for CEL8.
Yeah, this was really interesting, Brendo. There was this conference yesterday called CAGNY, I think, conference. There was a lot of upbeat commentary by management at the conference yesterday. They made different pronouncements about, different metrics for their business. They highlighted 25% growth in shelf space, increased cooler placement, and a 6% growth in retail. They also said the expanded assortment strategy for them is really benefiting them with younger audiences. We're talking about single-serve, multi-packs, coolers is driving strong retail performance and deeper category penetration. And guess what? Energy drinks now represent 20% of liquid refreshment beverages sales. That's up from 14%.
That's so crazy.
So it's basically, look, I see the kids all the time at the gym. They're all chugging these energy drinks, right? And the different assortments. Very few of them walk in with coffees in their hands. You know exactly who they're targeting here.
I mean, this thing's been pretty ugly the past couple of weeks here, guys, on a higher time frame. What do we do with Celsius today?
I think with the volume as it is for the day trade, you might pass. But if you're looking at it on any other time frame here, that little downward trend seems to be like this would be a break of that trend. It tried before off to 50 period and immediately reversed. So I think it's the kind of trade where you need to see it hold this move, at least the initial part of this move. But that's a pretty obvious uptrend break and a little bit of a downtrend break here on Celsius. It's just gapping through, and there's very little volume to confirm this move, especially with the market weak. So you want to see the reaction today. It would need to hold the 46 today, and then come there Monday and at least be still above that 46 as well. It's not enough to hold it today. You actually have to also hold it on Monday, and I think you have a little swing opportunity after that conference. They're not look. It's not bad. You're still in a couple of ways. It's still looking good because you have the rounded bottom. You got the 200 period, which is still gliding to the upside for now. Not necessarily my cup of tea because it's got successive lower highs, which to me is a little bit bearish. But it gets a little bit better if it can hold a 45, 46. I always prefer things above the 50 and the 200 period moving average as well. So that would be like another reason I'm not as jazzed about this. And I'm also not an energy drink person at all.
Yeah, I've never had an energy drink, but you can see right here. I'm looking at SoFi. SoFi could have this flat bottom break right now of $19. Yesterday we got into 18.95 and held it. It looks like that bottom is 18.84 right now, and you're down another 1.3% here in SoFi, and looking like it wants to break it. Yesterday's low level right there, 18.95. So I think you can. If the market continues to bleed down today and the financials lose a little bit of steam here, we can check out Robinhood as well, see what that's doing. But a break there of 18.95, you could use VWAP. That's only 30 cents higher, so it gives you a little bit of runway there to watch this stock if it goes any lower. I want to see if Robinhood's still holding that $70 mark. Yes, it is. So that was another level there that we're looking for. It's very, very similar break in and around 70, but Robinhood's nicely higher. We actually went long Robinhood in the middle of the day yesterday. We wound up. It wasn't in the middle of the day because I wasn't here. It must have been, it must have been 2 days ago, I guess. Yeah, right here, I think, when it came back in. It went upside and then it whooshed down. Yeah, right around, that's right, 230. So we were trying to hold this bid of 74, 75 change right there, 75, 75. And so right now, you're kind of losing that bid again with the momentum to the downside. So Robinhood and SoFi both looking lower, but I do like SoFi look there. Here's the balance locator, ZSL buy, that means a silver short. Not much else going on. Let's go over to NVIDIA. There's only 2 minutes left. Let's talk about NVIDIA. Blue Owl also on here, but NVDA, and then we got to open this market.
Back higher again this morning initially, but we're sitting on yesterday's support right now for NVIDIA. Again, this is not really something that's going to dramatically move the stock, but more details with the OpenAI tie-up.
Yeah, we got a little bit of it yesterday. More information today, Brendo. Discussions about investing $30 billion into OpenAI as part of a new funding round that would value OpenAI at about $730 billion. That's pre-money valuation, though. The proposed investment is entirely separate from the previously $100 billion announced infrastructure agreement between the two companies. The new $30 billion would not be tied to deployment milestones like that $100 billion is. The deal is not finalized and remains subject to change. The first $10 billion investment, Brenda, would be deployed under when a gigawatt facility was completed. That is part of the old $100 billion. The new $30 billion is independent of any milestone roadmap. It would just be a lump sum payment.
Nvidia spending more money, yawn. Remember, may or may not get tariff news today at 10 o'clock, guys, from the Supreme Court. Last two have been a complete swing and a miss, so we'll see what happens this morning at 10 a.m. Good luck.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, look, I'm not really expecting anything there. But if we do, be ready for it, and we'll know at 10 o'clock. We'll have our ear to the ground. For Nvidia, look, 188, 190, 192. Those have been three resistance spots every couple of dollars. Close price Wednesday. Pre-market highs today and yesterday's highs at 188. I'm thinking it's still a bit of a fade. I'm also, well, I was going to tell you that I like 45 short on Intel, but it's already at 44 because that's what this stock seems to do recently. As the market is now open for the last time this week, we didn't get a good GDP number, so the market instantly heading to the downside. Bitcoin just broke back to 67,000 and is actually at VWAP. So this actually does have a chance to maybe test some of the highs from not just yesterday, but also on Thursday at 38.8. Initial moves immediately to actually Tesla, the biggest mover off the open that I can see to the downside. So Tesla losing a bit of the bid here, I guess dropping the price of Cybertruck, not being received that well early.
Yeah, I mean, the market is a big problem here. And there goes Tesla, too. Yeah, 406. Let's look at silver to see what that's doing. That was another name for myself, too. But 72.50 not coming into play yet. That's going to be VWAP. We wrote down 71.50 for silver. So that's going to have to come into play now. It's still up 3% and still a ways away from that one. Yeah, Tesla, what a bounce, man. We talked about that initial bounce area down near that 405. I mean, that was exactly where it bounced off of. But this is what the market does. You got to give it a little bit of time to figure out its breadth and what it wants to do there today. It looks like it's trying to, if we zoom in a little bit here on this market downside, trying to bounce upside a little bit now. We'll see if it does have that handle in it. We just talked about Nvidia levels, and it kind of swooped down to the downside right there and caught a bid at 186. So now we'll wait to see if that winds up being the one that holds it. But here we go, nice little move back upside now. We're not long anything. We're going to try to be as patient as we can be right now with the market, but the NASDAQ is trying to get going just a bit. The only long I was talking about here was going to be silver. And then Tesla, I like the long, but we broke through some of those levels, so we got to see if it now holds 408. But yeah, Tesla, silver, and the Qs is what I like short, but here comes the Qs right back up. So we might be getting into a shortable area if we can get back to VWAP 48.50.
One note, Oxy was looking for a continuation play, but note said 50 or a breakout, not doing either one of those two things for now. But looky, Intel just went down to 43.5. So that was a quick 3% in the red and now trying to bounce a little bit. Open door, no breakout for open. It gets right up into the highs and right back down low. That was very, very quick. It already bounced off of 520, so I don't know if I'm not going to like that level again because it already gave you 520 into this 560. So no breakout. When you pull back 10%, I cancel my breakout order because I don't want to be sitting there catching the tail end of a move. Was looking for a break, but that's a good thing about a breakout. If it doesn't happen, you don't have to take it. As open door, giving up a good portion of the gain, still up on the day, it's still up 12%, but giving up almost 10% off of that high just now. IBIT still creeping a little bit higher.
Yeah, here we go.
And even Nvidia.
Yeah, everything's starting to go for a little bit.
Everything's starting to go for a little bit of a jaunt. Yeah, so Nvidia is getting through VWAP. It gets into this 188. The first look is yesterday's high. Then the 190 level is the bigger level there on Nvidia. Yeah, so we're getting a nice little bounce play here in the market, but not huge. I mean, ES still a quarter point down. Hasn't gone that far yet. NASDAQ still about a third of percent to the downside as well. But about to go green is Nvidia.
All right, we got the, right now, first position here will be a short. As we said, we were, wrong stock. Right here, short in the TQs, bouncing right up to the 200 period moving average. I like the stock. I want to get out of this if it does. I wrote down 49, so we're just going to start early on this. We understand that. Averaging it into my initial price was going to be 48.70s. So if we can get up to 48.70, I think that would be something worth taking. Let me get a little bit more here at 55.56, but still looking for, I mean, look, the market, we had said this could happen, you know, when you get those numbers that come out and all of a sudden it flushes to the downside, and then when the real market opens up, and now you just get nothing but like immense buying right now. So we'll see. We're short right here right now at the 200 period moving average, trying to get shorter up here. And then if we're wrong, and we can get out no problem at 49. So that's when it'd be the stop. We might as well just put that right now so we don't have to forget about it in case the market does really rip upside. So there it is, man. We'll check out what that's going on with in a couple seconds as we'll get back to the futures. All right, so exactly what we said on Open Door was watch out for a run right back up to this high, and then I would short that high, and we didn't do it. So 55.55 right there, the high of the day for Open Door, and it stays the high of the day for Open Door. So that would be, for now, something to look at. Again, if it breaks it, you want to go long, I would use that 60 level. I mean, you know, to predict the exact top right there was crazy, but that is what happened. And then we go back into 60. So I think if you're still short, you could probably hold on to that. I'm holding on to my short right now on the futures and seeing if we can get some continuation longs right now, or shorts in this market, but a nice little bounce up right there. Maybe I'm going to get a little bit more short because I don't feel like I have enough, but here we go, shorting on the TQs.
Yeah, the first test at Bitcoin was yesterday's high, so it did do a topping tail, does not hold above yesterday's top. That'll be, I don't know, it's like 67, call it 67.3 or so on Bitcoin. Just pulled back through VWAP for a bit, so starting to take it out underneath that price. Here comes Intel to the upside. All right, the market's bouncing. Intel got flushed off the open. Gonna look to play this into yesterday's lows. That's about $44. So if it can get, I mean, close to 44, that'd be the spot that I would look to fade this, as usual. Nvidia still chewing back up to the upside. And then Oxy, looking for that day two play on Oxy. It's starting to go. So Occidental's above VWAP. It's trending higher. Going to look to join this. If it can hold the volume weighted average price, that'd be a go zone for me. Kind of hard to see, but that'll be 51.4 approximately. So it's starting to pull back. Want to be buying the dip for continuation in Oxy. Rocket ship on earnings yesterday.
Okay, yeah, still just waiting. Here we got a little bit more shares, obviously, here on this move higher in the futures. Might be the wrong way. We've been, taking trades almost too early whenever we seem to take these futures. So let's just wait to see if it does give us a back end trade. We had this kind of trade yesterday. Remember, we got stopped out of Walmart. We can check what Walmart's doing. We got stopped out of Walmart early, and then we got the one. Holy crap! Almost at 122. We were short 130 yesterday at Walmart, like pretty big, and it was a great trade. And we had to wait for that to happen. So we had got stopped out. There it is at 9:30 yesterday. So we got stopped out on the first move into 130, and then once it didn't continue, then we hit the short again, and then we rode it basically all the way down. I had to get out because I wasn't here this afternoon in the afternoon, but yeah, all the way to the lows of the day, basically. Besides, actually, yeah, the lows of the day, closing at the lows. So we shorted the top end there of Walmart 130, and now today you're down another 2% as this name continues to bleed a little bit lower there off of earnings. So if you're talking about like earnings plays, yeah, this is what can happen sometimes. But okay, so now we have our full position. Just waiting. You know where the stop is, man. We're short at 64 here. If this happens to be a 35-cent hit, that's what it is. We're going to take it and we're going to move on. So right now we're going to, now we're really getting excited. Is it Apple? Like everything is going now. I mean, the market is really ramping up here like mad. Apple
Meta looks pretty strong.
That was one of the ones that I saw in the chat.
Meta, yeah, because Meta just broke yesterday's high. That brick wall at 645 that held for like half of the day, that's starting to bust right through on Meta. And you were just looking at Apple. Nvidia's kind of going. It's actually turning right around at yesterday's top, so it might not be an Nvidia story. And then one more for you, Amazon. That one is at the pre-market highs, but actually turning back as we speak. So I don't know. Meta looks like the one that's extending, if I had to choose in that Mag 7. Bitcoin trying to play it back into this, I'll call it the pre-open support, but also the afternoon support. But we only get halfway here. So it's looking like it's still short, still thinking as well that I would like to be in Intel, but once again, this just continues to hold at the low of the day. This one might be gone. Sometimes this stock is so bad at the open And then the next time you get a chance to short it is like, this was 10:45 when it actually set up again for a short. But the market blasting and these guys looking like absolute trash. That's what they do.
Yeah. All right. So let's just have a quick check on. Yeah. So there. I mean, good call there. I mean, as Meta just continues to go higher and higher. I want to look at SoFi. We looked at that bottom break and didn't take it, but there it goes. You know, through $19 down to $18.85. So
get ugly.
Yeah. At least we talked a little bit about that name there, but yeah, not getting any prettier before it's getting uglier. That's for sure. I mean. Yeah, breaking below these key levels there on SoFi. So we got to say see you later to that one. Just looking to see if there's anything else really going. I don't see too much else hitting my trade right now. Tesla, wow, Tesla's all the way back to 410 as that just keeps on getting going there. Oh man, we nailed the space, but you can't take it. Can't take anything basically within the first like 2 minutes. And you did have a huge move down there, and that's like a death candle for me, because if we had gone long where we said between 408-ish, I think we said, yeah, 408, that's a problem. So it comes right in and goes to 405. I mean, I'm stopped out there and getting smoked if that ever winds up happening. So be very, very careful. Okay, now we're starting to print, man. Now we'll see if we can put some money back in our pockets. We take a little bit out here of this trade, but we got to be patient. If we're going to let the market develop, it has to develop, right? I mean, yesterday we had a short on for a minute, and it worked out fantastically on the Palantir short. We were short 136s on Palantir, and then that Walmart trade. So just out a little bit there at 66. We were short at 73s, so a little bit of a trade there. We'll see if we can get it again. I was waiting for 150. 48.50. So that's right where our 200 period is. And then, you know, not worst case, but, you know, if we get back down into here, that'd be pretty sweet, man. 48.20, that's the 200 period. But see, we just bounced there. So it's a good thing to get out. But we only got out at 15%. So
worth noting, 4 minutes, and we have S&P Global manufacturing PMI is going to be coming out in a couple of minutes. So that could be a bit of a mover. And it's just in 4 minutes, and we'll have that for you. And as the market tries to bounce back higher, hey, IBIT's holding. You know, again, it just continues to hold the even dollar. This hopping tail still looking pretty good. I got my stop over this resistance level at about 38.2, but we're starting to look a little bit more constructive to the upside. I looked over at Oxy. Still, it's really not moving outside of the range. There's no break of the high. There's no play to even get you close to the $50 level. It's under VWAP, so we're gonna have to put that one on the back burner. And there was a small capper, at least on my mind, but I liked 250 as a key level on Rhyme, but I'm being real, I was looking for a breakdown under 250. Rhyme bounces off that 250 and is up a good 15%. From that bottom. But just watch out, if you're looking at this small capper, the volume is much lower than recent days. Another reason I kind of like the short, to be honest.
All right, everybody. Yeah, so far so good on the day. We're just going to have to wait. I don't like the fact that I'm holding the short near the highs of the day here when we do have that number coming out. And just referencing the watch list, we do have Sia back there, so she'll be running some of the numbers there for Adara when they start to come out. That's 9:45, S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. When Neil and I hear them, we'll read them out as well, and then maybe we'll go back there. But they're looking for we have minus 52.4. No, it's 52.4 versus prior 52.4. So the expected is what's expected. There it is. So fail right there on the TQ short. Look at the market just blasting right there. Now going positive goes the market. So great trade off of that break of the 200 period and VWAP, but there it goes upside. We'll take an L on the short there to start with. Google's on fire. I know, I see that, man. Google right now, 310.
That's the one.
And that is just like shooting right now as the market has a little bit of a pullback day here on a Friday. What's up, Sia?
So just right here, I'm seeing U.S. President Donald Trump speaking that I am considering a limited strike on Iran. Just to give you a breakdown of this, if the Strait of Hormuz, which lies between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, is blocked and is considered unsafe by Iran, it could potentially hike up oil prices very significantly. And oil prices have already risen 5% this week alone. To give you a picture, more than 14 million barrels per day pass through the strait. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much. Limited strike. They're not going to like that. I mean, the second I heard that, my first thought was, okay, I'm not moving stop, but we could get stopped at a Bitcoin. That last push up didn't have it break the local high. So in that sense, it's going to be good. But Oxy, it's starting to go. It's just nothing crazy. It's still very much inside. It's not holding above VWAP yet. Obviously, it's not going to break out anytime soon. So I got to back away from that notion. Open door is still diddling in the middle. It did bounce off 520, so that's one positive, but it's put in consecutive lower highs, still holding underneath the volume weighted average price, still not breaking out to 560, so not looking incredibly good yet. I just saw in the chat Commodity King saying Bloom, so Bloom must be going again. No. Oh man, I know there's people, lots of people in the chat that like this one to the long side, so I'm always hoping that Bloom is breaking out for everybody. But how many days is it going to do this? See, this is the problem. I know what we're all waiting for, or anybody's waiting for on Bloom, and that's for it to go Bloom through 160. So if someone types it in, you're going to fool me, and I'm going to check, and if it's not over 160, then I'm just going to do the old audible groan. But that's a good-looking breakout for Bloom Energy. I'm with you on that. It just has to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's been such a big stock, that is for sure. All right, so the market goes up, comes into sort of where these or sort of where the pre-market trading was located there, and then we fall back in just a little bit. But a key level to watch out for. Now with only 15 seconds to go, not really worth taking too many other positions right now until I know we missed. What's up, A. Odell Smith Jackson there? We did miss the Google move higher, but yeah, wow. Didn't really have any notes on this one, so wasn't really expecting it. Okay, here we go, man. We'll see what this market's going to do. It's now 345. It's now 945, and that number 51.2, 52.4 expected, 51 coming out. So lower than forecast here. For our number that just came out, and we're going to wait to see what the market is on that. Global S&P manufacturing PMI, 52.4 comes out 51.3, so a little lower than expected, but doesn't seem to be really affecting the market at all. No reaction to that one. It seems like that GDP number was not as bad as we all thought. They're coming out at, what was it, 1.3 versus 2.3 or 1.8 versus 2.8?
4 versus.
Yeah, so it was not great, but the market right now just printing higher. So
I'd say it was bad.
So there it goes, but the market doesn't really care about that. And, you know, the trade on the short side, you know, it's funny because instead of the futures, it just would have been SoFi. SoFi is really getting hit right here, down to 1885 now, down 2 2/3, or 2 1/3. JP Morgan, not flushing, but sort of feeling like flushing a bit. So it looks like the NASDAQ names are the ones that are getting back going now.
The metals are also going. You've got silver breaking out up 4% through the highs. I would make the assumption, I haven't looked, we tend to look at a little bit more at SLV these days because it's more volatile. Gold up 1%, notice the difference. Similar charts, one up 4%, one up 1%. So as a trading vehicle, silver is probably going to give you more bang for its buck on most days. Looks like the same thing is happening today. There was almost no chance to really trade off of 44 on Intel unless you were just sort of getting run over on the way to the upside. But that just wicked the prior day low and it's coming right back up. So we're going to go back to the desk with Sia, but as the market makes another run for the high, if we fail 44 again on Intel, that would be the other trade I'm looking for, as Bitcoin is at least now falling through VWAP. Sia?
Yeah, we're just going to take a quick look at these numbers here. The S&P Global Composite PMI flash came out 52.3, with the previous number standing at 53. The number's a little less. S&P Global Manufacturing PMI also came out, current number standing at 51.2 and previous at 52.4, with the forecast being at 51.8. So that's not a big gap over there. And the S&P Global the S&P Global Services PMI flash also came out today with the actual number standing at 52.3, previous at 52.7, and a forecast of 52.5. Not a big gap here again, guys.
All right, thank you, Sia. We also want to thank everybody who's watching us on TikTok, man, putting up some big numbers over there. So shout out to everybody that's doing the best work for us over there on TikTok. Thanks, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan, everybody for getting that stream going. So just another avenue for us with everybody. So shout out to the TikTokers there, maybe Sharif now watching all about TikTok right there. So yeah, maybe the market does wind up eventually falling back in here. So that's what it's trying to do. I'm trying to be as patient as I can, waiting for actually something to develop right now. And I don't really see too much. If anything, maybe an AMD short could be coming out right now. I mean, the market has that huge move up. AMD's actually pulling right back into the 200 period moving average. So maybe we need to think about a long instead of a short. Like I'm really thinking the short. to begin with, and I don't want to be like offside on that and like just go short everything if it's going to be a long day. But I'm not sure it is going to be a day for the longs. I mean, if we're going to look at, for example, we can leave Tesla alone, but if we're going to look at the Qs, again, you know, we just came into this area right there and rejected off of it. So, you know, if we had a little bit of a longer look instead of just getting out quick, which was fine, I wanted to get out quick once we broke 49, it saved us with that move higher, but that could be a decent top trying to form upside right now. So I was thinking about that, and that might be something that winds up in the blotter very, very soon if we can get back up into like this 49.30, 49.40 area, and then use, you know, some of these as our top. Bostic is speaking right now. That's 49.40 to be exact. I don't know what the Fed, I mean, he's talking more about AI and stuff like that. So I don't know. We've already talked about the Fed's use of AI, and they sort of said that they either need to use a little bit more of it, or I can't remember the talk the last couple of days, but they've been talking about AI for a minute there. So yeah, I think the short in the futures is legit, but I just wonder if we better off waiting for a little bit of a long. Like yesterday's short we had in Palantir and Walmart, which were fire in the booth, and today we're kind of not really seeing too much there. 134 maybe as a short for Palantir, but again, it's got to get going. So, you know, shout out if you guys are on TikTok, man. Thank you so much. Put your comments, put everything in there, tweet it out or TikTok it out, however that works. Thank you to everybody for paying attention to us over on a new social media.
And also get your questions in.
Yeah,
we try to monitor as well.
Anything.
Like I've seen a couple questions in the chat. And I know Pan W is making some power moves. That was a great dip buy. I had to take another leg out on IBIT because it held the higher low again at this 37.9. So effectively, think of it this way: like 38.10, every 10 pennies or so, it's running into a level. So if it breaks 37.8, gotta watch out. 37.9, gotta watch out for 37.8. I would look to reload if it sets up another topping tail, but the fail will be, like right as the market was busting higher, Intel did this huge wick, and when the number came out, it is what it is. The number came out, popped to 44, was instantly back at almost at 43 half.
Bro.
It's now breaking the lows again and falling like an absolute rock. So this one looking pretty dead over on Intel. And by the way, Nvidia now looking a little bit better. So there's a nice little topping tail setup here on Nvidia. Yeah, this could be, it's now starting to set up. If we get in the other end of the trade, you've made a convincing high at 188.7. If it gets back over 188, we'll look to add the second short position.
I heard, just hearing that we are getting some more numbers coming out. Remember, we do have the start of the Supreme Court's opinions on these tariff cases, apparently starting today as well. So that could be something that sends this market one way or the other. I was looking, like I just said AMD, but maybe it's Nvidia that also has that topping feel to it. So I actually went back in, and now we'll see if we can get a little bit of cash on this. We're bidding 87s here. Just to make a little bit back, we did go short again at 49. That was going to be our stop area. And sometimes we do take trades. I mean, I'm here, you know, every day to be as honest about trading as I can. And that is like, you know, we get stopped out right there on that first move, and, you know, trying to be patient. And I know that for me, one of the things that I need to work on is exactly that, is to be a little bit more patient with the trades and let them build out first, and then, you know, work on the other part after. So we have the right direction, I feel like, right now, but we have to wait to see if it is going to continue to be that case, right? So for right now, here goes the TQs. It's a nice move down. I am willing to bid a little bit more here in the 70s, but now that I see that's creeping up, let me take a 79, and then we'll see if that one can work out for us. But a little bit of a short action happening right now. I do like the short. I know you're short IBIT. I mean, I think that the market goes down. I think that Bitcoin can also, you know, obviously retrace down with that there. But yeah, that's all that I'm looking at. Nothing else really hitting on the scanners. I keep on looking. Like I just talked about what I had on there. I have IBIT. I have SMCI. I didn't even look at Starbucks. Affirm ARM maybe as well. And then I don't know. So Starbucks. See, the thing is, I don't like to look at these scanners this early, to be honest with you, because they're just VWAP scanners. You know,
I thought you meant the trade rate.
Oh, no. My bad. I didn't even look at the trade rate.
Right now, the trade rate is popping off silver.
Okay.
SLV has been the top. It's just an indicator on eSignal, because everyone's probably wondering, what the heck are you talking about, Neil? It's just think of it as the velocity of the prints on a given equity or ETF, whatever it might be. And silver is by far and away leading. You got the SPY, AMD, SoFi, Apple, all names that we've talked about. But high-ho silver as it continues to climb. But let's go over to SIA. We've another update.
Yeah.
Just a quick update here, guys. Spot platinum has risen almost 4% and currently is trading 2151.5 per ounce.
Okay. Oh,
All right, thank you.
back above VWAP here.
Yeah, look, Scott, I mean, I could put your chat up there right here. Like, I have no idea why it's getting so destroyed, SoFi. I mean, I just talked about that earlier. I think Sia's mic is still on.
The banks
thanks, Fabian.
The banks in general have been pulling back.
Yeah, and that's
The whole sector's been pulling back.
I know. So, like, I don't know. Like, so there it is, man, down in there 2.8%. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with the company. I mean, I thought let's look back. So maybe during the midday, I'm going to look back at their quarter because I'm involved in the name as well. So I don't want to see them getting hit the way they are. But you could see right here, obviously, as we...
You know what, though? I actually don't feel bad if SoFi starts moving with the bigger financial names. In some ways, if it starts following...
But they're not really, though, man.
No, I know they're not.
Yeah.
It's gonna move down a little bit more, but the XLF has been languishing a little bit. And we were talking about this yesterday. Maybe it was 2 days ago. It might have actually been Wednesday. Come on, chart. Patience. But you're pulling off the highs all the way back to where we were in November for the financial ETF. So if that's going to be weak and names like JP Morgan are going to get hit, well, SoFi is going to get hit probably worse. And I think that's what's happening. This technical breakdown, I think it could have some room to 17. That's the next big level. If you can hold on to that, it gets pretty good. But yeah, I just think it's an outsized move for them because the rest of the space is looking, I don't want to say incredibly weak, but starting to show some signs of weakness at least. Is what it is.
I want to buy more, but I got to do the research.
I'll be on the dip of Morgan Stanley before I'll be on the dip of SoFi. Almost 100%, but it always depends on the price action for sure. There was one more. It was Open Door that I was going to get back to very quickly. It's starting to hold above VWAP here. So now it's got a couple of higher lows, holds on to that 520. Now the next test would be in front of VWAP. So it has a chance to hold in front of VWAP. And if it can do that, then a long into the breakout is going to be in play for me here. So Open Door doing its own thing. It wasn't perfect earnings, by the way. Just their guidance on revenue was actually, well, they're guiding lower on revenue, believe it or not. For a stock, it's up 18%. But it's whether or not it can take out the highs. If you're a meme stock, follow through needs to get through the highs. It's one thing if it can bounce VWAP and get to 560 for a scalp trade, but the bigger alpha is, you want this through the top and actually getting some short scare, which I'm not sure they are yet.
All right, yeah, Open Door was an interesting look. We had looked at Open Door and tried to figure that out on their earnings call. And, they did have a decent report and a little bit of a guide that I think was a little bit of a problem for many people. So, yeah, good on you, Open Door, but tough for traders for sure of that name there. But it's a nice move. One name that I was looking at there was Marvell here today. See if there's any sort of a kick up in this space right now. $79. No, it does not look like there's anything going on with Marvell right now. But so far, so good on the downside for some of these plays. We saw AMD potentially making that move lower. Let's have a look one more time at the DXY. I mean, there were some requests that we maybe have that even on our screen there, and we can have that up on. But yeah, a little bit of a fade there as the market goes to the upside, dollar coming back in. As you see this is a good actual sign for many of these multinationals when you see Metas, and we just saw Google go to the upside as well, probably Apple. As a whole, NASDAQ goes higher, a little bit of a weaker dollar, right? We talked about the repatriating and all that kind of stuff. So that's a nice one, but now you're bouncing. So maybe the market could potentially get a little weaker here if the US dollar starts to bounce off to that high side. Sia did a good job there giving us a review of the price spot silver there as that's still moving around and going higher. We didn't check in on gold right now. Let's have a quick look over there. Gold upside up 1%. One thing I notice is the broader market is a talk that a lot of you want us to do a little bit more of. So as we were just talking and Neil mentioned about, hoping that SoFi, and I agree with him, we want the banks and SoFi to be recognized as like a top, one of the top banks. And so that when we're talking about Morgan Stanley and Citigroup and BAC actually developed a fund for venture capitalists today as well. So these 25 billion or something they're dropping into that. So that's the ish right now, yeah. So we'll see if they can get going there. MasterCard, Capital One was a name that I was involved in. So, that could be something to look at as well. Capital One, Charles Schwab, downside. I think I really like them for a brokerage, man. I mean, Robinhood and IBKR get hit all the time. but Schwab seems to be pretty consistent with that. Energy's been real hot as of late, right? I saw gas prices starting to inch up just a little bit now, so maybe the euphoria behind that could be potentially done. XOM, CVX, ConocoPhillips, I don't know why I stumbled on that name, Valero, these are just the energy spaces there trying to get a little lower today. So it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a mixed bag, although the NASDAQ is flattish, just now up 0.1. It's Google and Meta leading the charge to the upside, and Nvidia, Apple, and Softy. So it's kind of like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So all the Mag 7 names are right here, and it's 4-3. 4 red, 3 green.
Have a look at retail. If you don't include Amazon in retail, there you've got Walmart down a couple of points, and you've got Costco.
Where's retail?
It's because Amazon's.
Oh yeah, retail trade, duh.
And look, of course, Amazon is retail. It's just the category that we like to think of Amazon as being in. Is like Mag 7 first and tech first. I mean, come on. When earnings come out, what do you consider?
Costco.
What do you think about during Amazon earnings? What is AWS doing? That's why I'm not thinking about retail. And we know that they are. They don't get enough credit, I don't think.
Well, their margins are not the greatest on retail. Exactly. Their retail numbers are huge.
Sometimes those categories get a bit, whatever. I don't want to talk too much trash about it. New position is going to be, I don't want to call it a chase, but I didn't get the entry off the 88 on Nvidia, so I'm playing VWAP here. Giving it to the bar above VWAP is like 187.80. Open door, sorry to tell you, but if you're looking for that long, bouncing off the volume weighted average price, well, what it is not doing right now is holding the volume weighted average price. So this actually, it's threatening to break down the trend line. So if there's still a chance, this could still close holding VWAP, and then I would try to take the long for the first time on open door, but it's not really doing a good job holding this third test on the trend. And the other thing that's happening is IBIT here. Oh, that's right, we just had Michigan consumer sentiment. Let's quickly go to see it. We got happening now, and then Michigan sentiment just dropped as well.
Fresh numbers coming out here, guys. The Michigan 5-year inflation expectations actual number came out at 3.3, which is the same as the last time. Missed the forecast by 0.1%, which stood at 3.4. Michigan consumer expectations also came out at 56.6, previous number standing at 57, and forecasted at 56.6. Michigan consumer current conditions also came out today at 56.6. And the previous at 55.4, with a forecast of 58.3, missed by almost more than 2%. And coming to addressing Neil here, we were talking about Amazon. Just want to address that real quick, that Bath & Body Works has begun sales on Amazon as of this morning. And Amazon, as we know, it accounts for 47% of online beauty and personal care, where Sephora comes in second at 9% in the United States. CEO of Bath & Body Works has said launching our first authorized brand storefront on Amazon has allowed us to put ourselves in the path of the consumer. Currently, BBWI is up almost 1%, and Amazon is also up. Back to the guys.
Okay, that was a huge bit.
The U.S. Supreme Court just had a ruling there, and we went a little short there against that high and got stopped out 40 cents higher. They just ruled against the tariffs. So they have ruled against the tariffs. So upside right now. Let's see how far this one can go. We'll try a little bit, something about a National Emergency Act. But here we go. I mean, obviously, we're going to get a call from Donald, and he's going to figure out what's going on here. But looks like they're ruling against the tariffs, just hearing it in my ear. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now with the TQs. We got blown out to the top side there of that last trade. And
if you had a stop, the slippage on that was like an 830 number.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like literally, these are the TQs. So I mean, we were stopping at 40, basically 45.
Everything spiked.
We got 85s there. Nice spike higher there. We'll just wait. Let's let this settle down a little bit. We'll take a broader bid here, and then wait to see what winds up happening here with that Trump. Because I'm not sure it's like necessarily the greatest thing for the market if this is what's happening. But on the trade rate right now, we are starting to see some pickups. That's for sure. Mara, maybe there goes Bitcoin 67. So
it was a huge move.
Yeah, that's a big move.
My first thought was Walmart on that break.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe Costco or something.
That's probably good, but it's not really holding up. The thing is, Walmart was weak going into this.
It's now the
but I looked across
back.
The board. The second I heard that it was the ruling and it was against, I'm like, okay, well, VWAP breakout.
Oh, right
Walmart,
back in.
But we're starting to come back in. If we lose VWAP, I don't want to sit here holding it to a support level. But this is supposed to be a VWAP breakout on that news. Hey, this is the one day that it could have happened and then it actually did. So there you go.
Yes.
Obviously, they probably caught a lot of people, including the futures, off guard a little bit there. But there is only one name that I'm still thinking is a fade, and it's going to still be Intel, and that's because it still held 44. That big spike up held $44 almost exactly, and that would be that's like yesterday's low as well. So if this doesn't break above 44, that's at least a short setup that's still going to be available for me as it tries to come back up. So big news there.
Big news.
Big news.
Yeah, just waiting to see how this reflects. I mean, I don't know. I got to get out at some point if this continues to make the move down. I thought that I would try to buy this move higher instead of fading it right there, but it is coming back down in right now. We've seen moves happen like this, so I don't want to be too like jumping the gun and getting out so immediately here on that, but it does look like it wants to give it up just a bit here. But rules 6-3 against Trump. So the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled 6-3 against Trump on the global tariffs. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could take a look to see what's gold. I mean, I would think gold probably pulling back a little bit. Yes, so there that goes as well as the whole market making a little bit of a dip dive here as well. Silver downside there. So coming in, we were waiting for 71.50. That might not be.
Look at UVX.
Yeah, I would.
UVXY dropped like $2.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the VIX, that'd be a trading vehicle for us to look at the VIX. And, okay, well, Open Door is headed to the upside. So, in all of that, that's what happens. I got distracted by the news. I go over to, that's so frustrating. I go over to Walmart, because that's where my brain went. My brain was like, ruling 4, try that breakout above the volume-weighted average price. That does not go. So it's right back into the lows. Can't hold on to the volume-weighted average price. Look, if it ends up being significant, I would have thought you could retrace back into 125, but now everything's headed back to where it was.
Yep.
So I'm going to go back to the plan of short the pop on Intel, which that's so frustrating.
Man, the short was right.
If you literally just stick with the plan, that spike would have got me finally short on Intel. And I look over at IBIT, and that's coming right back in as well. So, gonna have to go back into patience mode, wait for this short to set up here. Hopefully one more time. Might not even get it. I might move down to VWAP here. A reversal is actually more bearish than it would have been earlier. So I'm going to move into VWAP and see if I can't get picked up and finally pick up Intel. And then Open Door, it's still gliding. We could still break out that 560, but the VWAP hold just got confirmed. And I'm going to jump into this trend. It's an easy out because if it breaks
short is still good.
If it breaks the trend line on Open Door, it's an easy out. Like I'd usually go short if it did this. So getting out if and when it breaks is going to be part of the play. But I want the long going into 560, not after it breaks.
Yeah, that's tough, man, because we were short, and then that breaks higher, and I'm like, okay, here we go, man, and this should be an upside move, and then it's like, nah, it's not upside move at all, it's downside move. So right now I was just gonna play it back to VWAP. And just try to hold and see. We don't have to have a big, huge position on here or anything like that. We just got to be patient and see if that move does not now make that higher play. This might not be a great thing. Like I don't know if this unleashes Trump into a mad sort of tirade here. So I don't know what the market's going to do. So if we do break below VWAP, then let's just tap out of it and then basically move on to something else until we get a little more settling movement here on the futures. So that was a little bit of a dip down that obviously your boy was not expecting on that. And we were actually short to go into that name, so into that number. It wasn't even a number, just that ruling that we weren't necessarily expecting. But there it is. Now here goes the move even, yeah. So it's even going lower. That's too bad, man. We were short right there against the high of the day and then got blown. And then we went a little bit long and now it looks like, not going to work out. These are not the right times to trade. I just thought it could have kept on going, but it doesn't look like it. So we take a shot. Hey, man, if you're not taking shots,
where news trading is talked about
Yeah.
and discussed as a strategy, is where you can learn what to and not to do and resources and how you can use them at the Trader TV Academy.
Oh, right,
well,
right,
I'm just
right.
going to drop the note. There's a lot of things that are in there, but hey, you are going to learn about trading off of the news as well. And there's only 4 days, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Lou Gehrig. It's Lou Gehrig days until the Trader TV Live Academy goes live.
Right.
And look, it's February 24th. That's a Tuesday, not Monday. It is Tuesday, so rest up over the weekend. It is going to be there. And we waited patiently until it was what we were looking for. It's modernized. It's geared towards today's market. But the most important thing is it helps you navigate as the market is changing. It will be constantly updated. So we think we waited a long time for this to come out, and we're excited for it to finally happen. So keep your ear to the ground. Of course, there will be more, and we'll talk a lot about this next week as well. But 4 days away only. George Springer as well. Look, we're trying to hold. So there's the bounce on Open Door off of VWAP. If it can break this local high, then I think another add here as we go into the 560 top is going to be the play. If it breaks 560, I think there's room to the upside, but I'd rather be playing the long into the breakout. That way it's in the money as opposed to holding it on some kind of a dip. One more thing. We didn't really talk too much about energy names there. While all this was going on, Occidental, stick to the plan. While this was happening, Oxy held a higher low. Oxy held VWAP. Oxy is also at the highs. Oh, that's so frustrating because like Bitcoin with the stop out, but then that was a good look. Bottoming tail candle, that's kind of the entry you look for. The bottoming tail on a VWAP, there's the VWAP hold, grab the long. Oxy up 1% and continue to go higher. Energy still looking good. See ya?
Yeah, just some comments here. It says that the ruling finds president exceeded his powers by imposing duties without clear authorization from Congress. And the Supreme Court does not address any eligibility for tariff refunds. That's all. Just bye.
Okay, thanks, Sia, for that. Yeah, look, we've said that we were going to try to hold this thing, and now we're in the money finally on the TQs, but it still needs to go higher if we're going to make back that sort of jump loss that we had right there on the upside. So far so good as it's back in the pocket right now. I'm going to take out one more piece here in the high 50s if we're able to do that, as that's where we sort of just last stopped. I'm waiting actually at 56. There it is. So now we'll see if we can, really make some money on this trade and get back into it. So far so good. Here we go. We'll get out another piece here at 60s and then just wait to see now where we can go from here. But so far so good on this rebound of the tariff disaster, it looks like, for President Trump and his administration as they turn that tariff around. And now we'll see. And there's no talk again about refunds or anything like that, but it is it's a really nice move now. Thank you. All right. You never really want to average in too much into those trades, but we did have our out, and it does pop right back up to the upside. So now let's try to let it settle a bit, up and down. It's just like. So anyways, going short right there was a problem for us, but we got to find some winners, and it looks like we might have one right here, right now on that long. Now 70 cents in the money on this. Take out another piece here at 79, and now we'll wait to see if we get a 50 take, and that's basically the high that we had before. So if we can get something, fine, but that's a Supreme Court decision right now. We could see what's going on with EEM. This is the emerging markets fund. This is probably ripping right now, I would think. Right there, yeah, nice move there. Oh yeah, let's look at some Canadian
Apple's
look at Apple's probably going crazy. Lululemon going absolutely insane right now as well. That's a chicken dinner winner. Boom, up 3% for Lulu.
Nike might have the best spike.
Target. Bang! The money's coming in on Target right there. We like that one as that goes to the high side as well, man. Our retail plays definitely kicking right now, man. We got a lot of excitement back into this market here, and the market might not be so exciting. Down and up, but right now some of these other names. Look at Amazon go boom in the night, like you mentioned. Google go boom in the night. That was already going boom, and then Apple was a look that Neil had just mentioned there. Yeah, buddy, let's go, man. We're
Nike's
really excited.
Now up 2 points.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Well, no, that's after pulling back $1.50.
Yeah.
So Nike was up 4.
Lulu's up 7%, Lulu.
Yeah, this is insane. Nike, by the way, it's right back into the 50-period moving average, which is also going to be, right now it's also VWAP, but if it can hold this, there's room to 70 for Nike. So again, I was not expecting this ruling to actually happen today, I'm not going to lie. I thought there was almost no chance, but we've got it. I think it's probably a good thing that you're not going to have any refunds. I think that would have been sort of disastrous for the budget, and people would not have taken that very, very well at all. The only thing that's frustrating is actually IBIT is putting in some lower highs. I'm not looking to re-enter until it's got to either topping tail wick or break this, like these higher lows. it's now got to break down underneath, or I'm just not going to be interested in going back into the short. The market is looking like a completely different beast. Open Door is doing its thing. It just bounced off VWAP another time, but looking for a bounce here in Nike to see if it can go. I feel like there's a follow-through trade. It should be in one of these. Oh, and the last one, Intel does not get back up to 44. Still haven't been able to get anywhere close to that level for the fade. So gonna have to move down a little bit here. For whatever reason, Intel does not seem to be following this market at all to the upside. What's Nvidia doing? That's because Nvidia is not doing anything. And again, even Nvidia, that short came right back in. But you can't hold it. I'm not going to hold that $2 against me. It's just not going to happen.
All right, guys, as you can see, man, it's, nothing going on in Costco. We had a request there for Costco. Not much going on, but you could clearly, I've only traded one thing here today, and it's been red, and part of it was because of that reason right there. We make some of it back, but if it continues to melt down to that side, you can see it's pretty tough sometimes to trade when it's like, you think the story's like, That's why you kind of want to trade with stop orders, but actually in this situation, I wish I didn't, because we're right back down to where we were short initially on this trade. But yeah, very, very difficult trading environment, I would say, right now. But if we want to look quickly at the broader stroke here, I mean, look at what the DXY did there. Not Tank City, but nice move downside there on the DXY as the oopsies, as the US dollar now, being looked at again as, this was supposed to be a bunch of trillions and trillions of dollars coming into the U.S. government, now in question, I guess, as the Supreme Court goes 6-3 against. So there it is, nice move back down in for the dollar. You can see the TLT, the Treasury, probably downside as well. So that's starting to move. VIX is expecting to spike, I would think, here it moves down, but now we get that spike up right now. So we'll see what's going on exactly with the VIX right now. But yeah, like tough trading overall. Bitcoin was up 67.7, now back to 66.8 again right there. So the market just kind of, I think it feels like it's trying to just do the same thing again right now, just act like as if that didn't even happen. But this should still continue to be, like I was saying, the Mag 7, a lot of the big winners, and we can have a look quickly at the sector board and how much different it looks now. It was very, red sort of focused in the past. Tesla almost getting back to green, so that's at 408 again. That would be a good buy level. We talked about that. Surprised that Walmart's still down as much as it is, but we just saw Target go to the upside. Walmart should try to follow that to some extent, I would think. The financials not really moving too much on that. Energy shouldn't really care. Maybe some of the utility names or commercial services. Healthcare, but not really. Producer manufacturing, we can see if these names move anywhere there. Remember the big, beautiful bill, that's not going to be affected. Shouldn't be anyways. I think the best thing to do now is just kind of sit down. That's why we sort of cashed out there. We cashed out of more than half of that trade, and maybe think about now just reloading at VWAP and trying to play the right levels one more time instead of panicking and hitting keys just because there's a number out. All right, let's go back over to Adara, see what she's up to, and then we'll think about averaging in potentially as we're back into VWAP here on the market.
Yeah, just Fed Bostic speaking here, saying any growth above about 1.8% suggests upward pressure on prices, and latest PCE reading is a long way from target of 2%. Also, that there is a risk that above target inflation will become the public's expectation.
There you go. And speaking of things that are right back, there goes IBIT. And the crazy thing about this is the reload and the stop triggered instantly on IBIT. It didn't even register that. You didn't even register a position. It's both of these things showed up simultaneously. But this goes to the point of when there's an economic number. Sometimes you'll hear us say when there's an economic number, I'm not going to take the position on the other side of it. Well, in this particular case, we did know at 10 o'clock was a possibility. But the last two times can psych you out when nothing happens. So the last two times, cancel orders and back off, and it's a nothing burger, and then you get psyched out. But now that we've broken back, look, the trend, guys can see it. The trend is broken underneath. I got to get short on IBIT again. So underneath the volume weighted average price, it just kind of goes back to what we were doing before. And it plays in both directions. Yesterday, my best trade was literally a news-based reaction trade to the Netflix Warner Brothers in this particular case. So that's why I like jumping over to Walmart. But the key is, if it works, you got to let it work for you. Oh, super chat. MF Dangerous.
Yeah.
Was waiting for that news and went short silver when we called it out. Only trade today. Ooh. Thank you. See, that's the other side. If you're waiting for that news piece, that's the thing, and then you're geared to say, well, this time it's going to come out, and you're locked and loaded, that's what it's all about.
Good. We bought that dip off VWAP. Hopefully some of you guys did. But I mean, for me, I don't have any green names today. I'm just struggling with the TQs here. Not struggling with it, but struggling with the price action. But we just bought VWAP, and I said, let's go back to, you know, regularly scheduled programming. So there it is, man. We bought it, and now we're nicely in the money here again. And we're right back to sort of where we were. We're still under where we were before getting blasted right there. But yeah, that was a good play. And you mentioned MF Dane there that you are going. Yeah, it's too bad because we are still waiting for that 71.50. I might as well just cancel that bid now on the Qs on silver because we might not get to that. What's up? See ya. I thought we were going to see ya.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. You tell me. No? Okay. We are not. All right. So, yeah, silver going upside right there. Maybe this is a buy zone for us. Let's just hold on. Let's see if now we can get to the upside here again for the futures, right? So, big trade alert happening on this side right now as the longs are starting to print out again. This is 70 cents in the money. We'll see if we can get these futures back to Greensville there. But nice move higher right now as we've made good money since that release. We just lost right as it was released, and then we went long, bought the dips, out, and now we get back into some highs. Let me take another piece out here in the 50s as we just bounced off 60 again. So yeah, maybe this is sort of the high for now until they get it all figured out. I prefer the long, but this is a news story that won't go away anytime soon. So
yeah, we have like one 15-minute candle that's gonna change things. So like I only want to be like if it's holding VWAP, great. Open door, this was a plan anyways, so it's holding higher lows. If you break the trend line, fine, fair enough, like whatever it might be. But it'll be frustrating because like both in like Nvidia, that's actually still holding underneath the volume weighted average price. We got stopped there, and we could still confirm underneath. But I want to give it some time on the higher time frame. It's past 10 o'clock. On 10 o'clock, when you get to this time, I want to see things look good on a 15-minute chart as well. So if it starts to set up on the 15, that'll be a much better story. As far as open goes, I'll have a couple outs here going into the high, and then if it breaks the high, hold through and try to buy the dip. That'll be the plan of action. And then Occidental, because the energy names, like this was strong, and then the second we got that number, it's like, okay, well the market goes up and this comes down. It's back above the volume weighted average price. It still didn't get anywhere close to 50. The note, I like 50 for a support level because that's where it broke out and bounced yesterday. But ultimately, it's not really anywhere near that price. If it's going to hold the top end of the range, I would want to play this similar to open. Find an uptrend that I can play into the volume weight, into the high of the day instead of taking the breakout. So that will be the plan of action for me. Just go back to things that hopefully are doing what they were before, where it doesn't have to be an alteration of the plan.
Yeah, man, for sure. All right, let's look at what Apple's doing. Yeah, Apple's trying to, okay, let's go, guys. Let's go. Right now we're at 64s. Can we get 64? Let's see if we get N64. Nintendo, no. Does not get it. All right, let me just put the offer there at 58 and cancel my 64s. We'll take the 58. Here, we just talked about Nintendo. Let's go see what's going on in Japan. Right now, NTDOY, of course, the name over here on the sheets of pink. FXI as well could be moving on this, although the tariffs obviously affecting China just as much as those emerging markets as well. We could, check out many different ETFs, but there's the move higher right there. There's the 10 o'clock Supreme Court boom on FX. Let's go. Could we get back to green right here? Maybe we can as this market trying to get going. We're now waiting for $50 to come in here on the TQQ. So hopefully that can come in. I've only traded this today, so let's get going here and see if this is a long or not. See if we can hold. My offer's at 50, and then we'll see if we can get going because, like I said before, we are near a spot that, we could see some resistance, but everything's changed now. I mean, this is a different world today than it was yesterday. It's a different world now than it was 25 minutes ago. So, still waiting in our ear to hear if the president or anybody's coming out there about that decision. But for right now, all is well in futures land as we almost have $1 back on this one and pretty much made everything back now that what we lost and looking to top off right here as we continue to go a little bit higher. And Yeah, we're back, baby. This is what we're doing, man. We say this all the time. You got to take advantage of moves, but at the same time, make sure you're responsible with it. So, all right, Sia, now it's time for me to throw over to Miss Sia.
Yeah, right here. The ruling did not mention how the government would go about returning billions of dollars to the importers. So one of the issues that has to still be addressed is the refunds and how the court has said nothing today about whether and if the government should go about returning billions of dollars that it has collected from all these importers.
Ooh, yeah, I think that's the bigger story. Ultimately, how that will play out. Because you also have to consider, like this was mentioned a while ago, that there are alternative methods to at the president's disposal to enact tariffs. So he can probably be able to put a bunch of them back on through other means. But then what happens to all the questions before? Because that could wreak havoc with the budget, and then that would affect bond market and. Yeah, you could have a bit of a cascade effect there. So maybe more important things happen, but the market doesn't seem to care about it right now. For the first time, we just got into VWAP on Intel. So played it to the VWAP. It's lower highs. Again, this is just, it's relatively weak as far as I'm concerned. Nothing has really changed there. Nike's holding VWAP, and Open is struggling at the high of the day is the best way to put it. So Open's at the high, but it's not really punching through. So I got one more offer into that high of the day. And then we're going to hold through in the break. Look for, as long as VWAP holds, that's good. But I am also following this trend line up. If it breaks the trend line, I do want to get out because it would be an all-day trend at this point. But if you look at what's going on, a couple of things that we haven't covered yet. I've seen a lot of Micron in the chat. This is trying to go back higher, but it's holding that key 420 level that we've seen the last couple of days. Like it's been resistance for a couple of days, so resistance, support. So that's starting to look a little bit constructive. I know I'm looking at, probably the only one looking at a chip name, but I'm also looking at the only one that is weak. The rest of them are all strong, trust me, and they're looking pretty good. Let's go to Sia.
An update on the Meta lawsuit in LA, some unsealed documents in New Mexico. Also, the case against Meta surrounding certain privacy concerns have shown that internal messages containing certain employees have mentioned 7.5 child sexual abuse material reports that are not being disclosed after Messenger made the move to encryption. And also, Apple is being accused of not doing enough to prevent sexual abuse material, which has come from West Virginia. Zuckerberg has also defended his decision-making when he was questioned in the courtroom on Wednesday in LA about allowing Instagram beauty filters, and if the company cares more about revenue generation than child mental health. Also, a document that has been revealed from 2019 has said that we will never find all the potential harm that we do today on Messenger when our security systems can see messages themselves. Currently, Meta is up 1.56% and Amazon up 2%.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the problem and we talked about it, why you may not, want to be in some of these names. And that is like a Meta or anything like that because of those worries. But they're always going to be there, and I think they've been fighting with that for a minute. And sometimes you don't get good deals on stock unless, there's reasons for it to go down. I mean, if every story was positive all the time, then, such whooshes down wouldn't be happening. But you're down right now, and this story has been here for a minute. You're down just from its, IPO, just from its recent highs. Right there, you're down, it's only 4%. I don't know if that's right. 740, no, that's not. 10% downside, at least, right there to the downside. So, yeah, a little bit, get out of here, ruler. You're not working. So there's that play there. Okay, here we go. Now the TQs are finally making a move higher. We do want to make, I have an offer at 93s. We'll see if we can get that. Now we took another 75. Hopefully it can continue to go a little bit higher. I did want to check in on rate cut central. Now and see what's going on over there. All right, well, now you are definitely not getting a rate cut, it looks like, in March, but it has moved into April. Is getting a little bit better there. You got 18% of a chance there in April for a rate cut, and then we start this is where the cuts really look like they're going to happen, where you get almost 50-50, a little bit more to the downside right now for potential rate cut of a quarter point is half, and then 10% of the population believes we could get 2. That would be awesome if we got 50 basis points in one shot. We haven't necessarily seen that. And then back into December, it's looking like we could get 75 basis points or so is what we're looking at by year end. So right now you're at 350, 375. So there's actually some descending down to 0, greater than 0 of a chance of no cuts at all. But anyways, there it is. 11% says almost a full point. But let's just figure it out. That goes all the way down to December, man. So many things are going to change before December comes. But for March, we are now less than a month away. And it doesn't look like it's going to be an overly excited opportunity there for futures for rate cuts. So that's what that is. Look, we just fall off again off of 80s. So
VIX is holding underneath the bottom, though.
Yeah.
Like the VIX obviously it was a big turn in the market just there. Like you were holding over that big 21 we were talking about. Yeah, well, reversal, but it's holding underneath the lows. So that's like you're getting the indication that we're still overall bullish in that sense. But then there's that 25,000 in the NASDAQ that we're holding underneath. Just going to quickly go back to Intel at the lows yet. The other thing that's going on, I just realized, of course, Intel is about to put in its first green candle of the day, which is a get out of the short kind of situation. So in 1 minute, it's almost certainly closing green at this particular point. So I'm going to be jumping out of this thing if we get a green, because that's a trend reverse, an all-day trend reverse for sure. Adam James abroad just sent a super chat, so let's get that one up there. Adam, still abroad. I don't know when you're coming back. The Q's Magic 608 failed to break 3 times in a row. That'll be, well, I'm looking at the NASDAQ future, but good point. Yeah, that 608 level, there's that top. You're talking the 25,000 level over there on the NASDAQ if you're looking at the actual futures. Let's go to Sia one more time, again.
Yeah, I'm seeing right here, small furniture retailers are still facing existential tariff threats. As we know it, furniture importers were facing steep import duties, and compounding this issue, it's a constant threat of uncertainty plaguing the industry. This is a statement from CEO of the Home Furnishings Association, Peter Theron. The 25% duty that was assigned on certain furniture imports was supposed to rise to 50% this January. But at the end of December, the plan was pushed back to 2027. So it's also become common over the past year for U.S. President Donald Trump to threaten new tariffs on various imports that were never end up being enacted.
Apparently, Trump is saying right now that it's a disgrace. The Supreme Court is a disgrace on that decision, calling it a disgrace, saying that he also has a backup plan. So get ready for the backup plan to be in full effect. So we're going to hear whatever that is coming up very, very soon, probably some sort of executive power or something that we're going to use here. And that should send... I don't know which way that's going to send the market. I mean, tariffs, we've already seen it. I'm guessing down too. I mean, the market did shoot up there on that discussion of the tariff and the decision by the Supreme Court to shut it down 6-3 against
But that's if he actually comes out with a further statement.
Yeah. All he said is that it's a disgrace and that he has.
Just ranting right now.
Well, he says he has another plan. So yeah, whenever that plan is, then we got to assess what that is and how that affects the market.
We might not hear that today.
No, I don't. I mean, I have no idea. I think he's just speaking off the cuff right now. I don't know if there's any planned statements, but now he'll just go off anyways. And once he's in front of the media, there's no stopping this man. This is the guy that turns 20-minute speeches into an hour 20, right? So hopefully they can win as the United States government, and that would hopefully, affect the market in an up way. But for right now, kind of flat, not doing anything, and the market is very, very sideways.
Oh, good point from Mr. Logman here.
Yeah, there always is.
Two carrier strike groups in the Persian Gulf and largest military buildup since Iraq. VIX high until tensions unwind. Yeah, they sent the Armada in, and that's what'll get lost here. Like, it looks imminent that you were going to have action in Iraq, and that it's going to be significant. It's almost a certainty. And you can't lose sight of that. I know obviously this Supreme Court thing's a big deal, and that's what we're reacting to right now. But you go back to that, and that could have that VIX spiking again. So I'm going to follow the rule here. Like it's a reversal candle on the 15-minute. Doesn't mean I'm going long, but it does mean I'm getting out. Let's go to SIA one more time.
Yeah, right over here, I'm seeing the Supreme Court saying was acknowledged at oral argument. The refund process is likely going to be a mess. And I'm also seeing U.S. President Donald Trump saying, I have a backup plan for tariffs after the ruling. And he's also said that the Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is a disgrace.
Yep. Thank you, Sia. Yeah, we covered that a couple minutes ago, but that's there it is, man. There's the official report from Sia. Thank you, Sia, for doing all of that. I still, honestly, man, if we break below this 80, we just want to get out. So I'm just going to hold it. We're out of, probably much only have about 25% left of this. We started to break below, and we just started getting out recently right into there on the way down. I'm not going to average in. Our stop is where our stop is. If it comes back into 49, fine. I'm not going to take it. If it wants to go lower, we're just going to have to stop out. So we're able to buy, and then again, stopped out on the way up. Nothing we can do there. Boom, 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 as we go. So, yeah, I'm just going to only stick with this one stock so far today. The other name we have is silver, and unfortunately, that's kind of just doing its own thing right now. Don't really see a trade here as it's trying to build up. If anything, we said we like the long on silver today, so 72.50. If that does play, maybe we get some sort of a push through on that. I can go check in IBIT because it's back to 67,000. This has been dancing around a little bit, potentially at VWAP. Yeah, so there's VWAP there. There's a little bit of a breakdown into 38 bucks. So losing VWAP, maybe the market loses with it as crypto now starting to go to the downside. Wouldn't be surprised if the futures follow that move as well. Obviously, open door moving around, you're already in that one. But yeah, I've only traded one name today, and it's been a red one. So we're just going to hold on. It's small. It's in the pocket. We're not losing big on it or anything like that. But for right now, the TQ is just kind of figuring itself out, and going to wait in that and just wait for something to happen. I mean, we talked about gold and silver not doing much right now. Tesla was a 408 dip buy opportunity for me. Should have made that. We talked about that a couple times. Like that 407 was just was probably the best, right there. I mean, it doesn't take it's not rocket science to see that, but that comes back in. I think that could be a buy. Let's just hold on to the futures and see what winds up happening for this trade. And if we get back up to 49, we'll take it out. Up to 50, we'll take it out. And then we'll have to wait for a break higher. I still think this could be a pretty green day for the overall market. It just needs to digest this information. And with a lot of these companies now, this should increase if they don't have to pay a tariff. I mean, this should increase margins, and this should really, get the market going back there to the upside and quell some of those fears. But, who knows? Lululemon, Target, Walmart, some of these names continue to go. Nike over there.
We're heading back in, but you have to try to follow rules and risk to reward at the end of the day. Because I've traded like 6 stocks today, 3 green. But the important thing, I think, is if I'm taking a breakout, there's your prior bar, there's your hold underneath. Only trying to get that 67 and only trying to give it underneath that prior bar. Once we lose it, fine. But then I'm also not, when it's at like 30, 40 cents in the money, if I'm risking 50, I'm not scalping any out. The play is to go back to the highs. So if we're not breaking 67.5, I'm not taking anything out until you get there. And again, like Sean said, try to keep it into the pocket. Yesterday was a similar morning until it was that Netflix news in the middle of the day. You get one good one that does go to your plan, makes up for everything. It did yesterday. I'm not saying you always find an opportunity like that, but you always want to put yourself in a position where you can have one trade be able to make up for multiple losses. At least that's how I'm looking at it. But Open Door did get to the high of the day, but as I say, in terms of following rules, it could break this trend line coming back in. So it's just bounced again. So once it confirms that we're still holding the trend line, I'm going to reload it. But if we lose the trend line, I'm out of this stock. It still has yet to make the actual breakout of the high. And let's go right back over to Sia. Busy day for Sia, doing a fantastic job at the desk.
Absolutely. The UK government commenting here, we will work with the US administration to understand how the ruling will affect tariffs for the UK and the rest of the world.
Okay, all right, so yeah, good job there. 3 green, 3 red for my guy here. Put it in the chat. If we can get a chat up, let's go red or green on the day for you guys, as this has been a big market moving day. I like to see how people have traded it. Are you staying out of it? Are you, that might be 3 options, red, green, or watching. How about that? Right now, I'm red and watching right now. So we'll be position pending on this one. We can still we just need to get to 50. So if it can come up to there, then today will be what today is right there. Ooh, good, a lot of greens, a lot of greens, a lot of greens. Yeah, we'll try to get a poll up there and we'll ask you guys what's going over there. Wow, Bitcoin down over 20% this year right now. You over there, Fabian?
But the important thing to keep in mind too is, like, it's 10:30.
Yeah, it's still,
and someone's like, well,
early.
you know, you go look back at your plans and this and that. You have to keep in mind, like, your plan of action is in a certain market circumstance, right? And ultimately, when you have a big number, that's going to change sentiment. And you have to go back to, like, what your setups and what your plans actually are. And the ones that are still solid, you go back over to those. And the ones that have been blown up and look completely different and you're in a different environment, then you got to break away from them. So I think that's always got to be part of it. And then also, too, like, I always sort of stress this, at the end of the day, all that really matters is what do you make relative to your losses? When you have a good win, what is that relative to what you lose? And sort of, if you can make sure you manage that, then ultimately you can be consistent and you can be profitable.
And on that note, I got to give congratulations. My guy over here, Joe. Shout out to Joe, man. This guy leading the way today. Big trades, Joe. Can't wait to hear about them on the midday show. Congratulations, Joe, killing it right now. Could be P&L number 1 on the month, but I don't want to jinx it, so good job, Joe. Okay, watch out for the TQs right here. They're finally starting to go, so let's wait to see what winds up happening here with the TQQs. Nice little bounce up higher. Part of me, shout out to A Boogie with a hoodie, is thinking about getting out some now, but want to be patient. Like Neil mentioned there, man, it's only 440. Hey, what's up? 1040, I'm already in weekend mode. 1040 right now. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening with this trade as we get going there. Fed's Bostic talking about the GDP growth number. We did see that come in today at 1.8, and then Trump apparently, wish I would have known about this earlier. Neil mentioned it to me too. He tweeted that out well before the number was even released. 5-0, right? Yeah,
15 minutes
an hour before the number was released, he's like, oh, the number will be 2 points lighter than it should be because of the Democratic shutdown.
And for everyone out there,
and that's exactly what it was.
Oh, so for everyone out there, he actually technically didn't break any rules when the way he said it, because he didn't say, because I have a pretty, I mean, he probably could know the number before, but he didn't say GDP is going to come out at 1.4%. Like, he didn't say that.
Right.
But the manner in which he criticized the Democrats made it obvious that it was going to come out around that range if you read between the lines. So I don't think he broke any rules with that one. And what I'm getting at is maybe the next time every single time there's a big economics number, keep an eye on the president's truth page.
We just get,
and maybe we should react to it. Let's go back over to Sia at the desk.
I have 2 things to mention here. Breaking news from the Supreme Court of the United States has officially ruled that President Donald Trump's tariffs are illegal in a 6-3 ruling. The U.S. now faces $150 billion plus potential tariff refunds. And the U.S. Supreme Court decision on tariffs reinforces Canada's position that the AAPL tariffs imposed by U.S. are unjustified. This is a government statement.
Okay, thank you, Sia. Yeah, and Sia messaged me about, always come in, Sia. Any news story that you have, please come in. You know, Neil and I just sort of spit out things all the time, so it's great to have you come in there and let us know what you're reading too. All right, will the trade, this is not really, I was gonna ask if you guys are red or green, but this is just as good. So will the trading session be red or green? I'm gonna stay with green. I mean, I think this is good news for the overall market, but I do understand that there's gonna be, you know, some headwinds and, you know, not the whole market. I mean, the people of the United States, I understand this is going to kind of suck because he's now going to say that whatever that, was he supposed to write, he was going to write, what, $1,000 checks or something like that to everybody and distribute some of that tariff money.
That's now gone.
I'm guessing that that's going to hurt the market a little bit there because we saw what happened during meme crazy days, and that was that, you know, a lot of the money that was distributed during COVID went into options, went into Robinhood type trading. We saw Bitcoin moving. You know what? I'm going to take a piece out right here because this is now 3 times we've ripped into the 70s and we've retraced off of that. So we got to be very, very careful on that for it. But I don't know if what's up, Jay Bronson? You're saying that the president never said he was giving out any checks. So I don't know. I thought that there was. Unless you're talking about something else, I can't find your chat now because it's gone too much up.
I want to say it was definitely mentioned at some point.
Then I saw that someone said, yeah, because Trump's always lying.
Yeah,
so
whether or not it was ever something that was firm.
Political statement.
I think the accounts for youth is something that got more explicit.
Yeah, he did mention it.
But he did mention that there could be a potential payout. I don't know that it was ever a firm number or that it was going to happen, but it was certainly thrown out there in the ether. That much for sure. Very quickly.
Oh, he didn't say anything about, okay, he's saying the 2K.
Mentioned.
Maybe I threw out the $2,000. I don't know.
No,
the thing is, I wonder what kind of
it
money.
Got said at some point.
500. I mean, any kind of a number I think would be nice.
And then I
don't know. We're not getting anything in Canada.
It goes right into. Look, if that did happen, you start thinking about back for COVID, like the kind of pump that it would have been.
That's what I was saying. Like that literally, we had stocks go from like zero. Like look at Carvana. Carvana was $2 or $3, shot up. You saw AMC, GME, every like Russell stock basically was going off. But
I think that would be different.
I did not mean. I see everybody in the chat. I mean, this is a great talk. I mean, great. Let's keep going. I should be more political. No. It's whether or not you believed him or not. I don't know. I think I'm just talking, and we try to be, not on one aisle or the other here. I'm just trying to say that I'm trying to think about like where the. Let's go. I'm at 93.
It's the repercussions in the market.
Yeah, exactly. It's the repercussions in the market and what that could possibly mean. As if I'm at 93, this thing stops at 92. No more. There's $1 right there as we go back into Positiveville right now. Obviously, for this trade, we need it to go a little bit higher. As I said, breaking through 50 will get us to where we need to go, but that's a good out. I obviously wish we had held the ball there, but I can't be hating on the decision to get out right there. And all of this was fine too because the move came back in. The only thing I should be hating is not my outs, but should be maybe have refreshed that VWAP trade when it fell back in. We could have got a little bit more there. But I was saying to you guys, even like I'm not buying that dip because uncertainty hits the market, and when that happens, it is up to you what to do. But I think that really throws off a lot of the different strategies that we would have had, right? I mean, all of a sudden VWAP might not mean anything when there's news flying everywhere. Okay, what the hell's wrong with XLF chart? Oh, there must be a bad print at the end of the day. Okay, XLF.AM. Oh yeah, it must be, okay. Yeah. That's why my silver chart wasn't working. So see, if I go over, see there's something happening here at the end of the day already. So there's some sort of a print that has a bad tick that's giving me all these lines down there. But I wanted to see if the financials were doing anything. It doesn't look like it. XBI, we can have a quick look at the biotech space. Yes, futures, here we go. Yeah, all right, everything on Amex is doing this. So there's the move to flush down at 10 o'clock. As, again, a lot of these makers, Eli Lilly and all that had to move back in. They opened up some big shops, big factories in the United States just to sort of avoid tariffs and things like that and play nice with the president. So I wonder if some of those stocks getting hit back to the downside, but I still think it's going to play. See, like, there you go. We talked about Target was up to 119 and we were celebrating it. We've already gotten out of Target anyways, what we wanted to at this level, hoping for a higher move, but that's pulled back. We celebrated Lululemon's move higher. I know you were on Nike, but they're all kind of the same. There's Lululemon, 192, fading right back in again. So yeah, man, the market's just got to decide what it wants to do now at these levels. And some of the retail names and the winners that we thought were going to pan out, apparently giving much back.
When you think, thinking on it a second time, Walmart not as affected by the tariffs as some of the other names.
Right.
When you really think about it, like that was one of the reasons why they were so strong in the first place. So you might actually see continued weakness in Walmart relative to the overall market. Two things are happening. Open is bouncing. So an earnings name, which is up 17%, I'm going to get this out of the way for Open Door. There's also room. I still think there's room to the 50 period on the daily after mixed earnings for Open Door and not too much has changed. But it did break the trend line, so I got out. Yes, that's going to be at VWAP, but it ultimately didn't matter. Like the stop went in, you broke underneath here, the stop was at break even on the rest. But Open Door could still get back to that high. If we can hold the volume weighted average price again, I might take a shot. But in that market move up, Intel broke an all-day trend. So for whatever reason, I couldn't find a story here for Intel, but it's losing 3 points today when there wasn't that much action in the chip name specifically, outside of the fact that the market was falling a bit. So almost every single morning, we've been seeing this. At some point, we had this heavy drop. I mean, even here, when it had an up day, you still had a good 2% drop at the open, another drop and pop, drop and pop. This would be a longer one, but on the 15, it finally showed a bit of a reversal pattern in here. So it jumped out of the short and now reversed into the long here. On Intel, as the market's going higher, and even one of the weakest stocks that's going to be out there is starting to show some signs of strength. Sia, what do you got for us? Oh, it's Sector Watch.
Oh, okay.
Here, there's a lot's happening. There's a lot that's not happening, but we're going to focus on what's going on currently. First of all, talking about electric tech, LMT Lockheed Martin trading negative 0.57% after Germany and France are in talks to abandon the joint fighter jet project, FCAS, and Germany is considering a more U.S.-based fighter jets. In finance, I want to talk about BX, Blackstone, down 1.69%. It's bid to acquire Volkswagen's Everland unit, which is valued between 5 to 6 billion euros. That is over 6 billion USD. And BX is seeking a majority stake while Volkswagen will retain a minority share. Also talking about Tesla, trading flat right now, but Tesla, as we know it, recently avoided a license suspension in California by removing the autopilot from state marketing, which resolves a regulatory probe. Moving on to Alphabet, Google, currently trading up 3.65%, is facing a 14-count indictment over Pixel Tensor trader secrets. Federal prosecutors have unsealed a 14-count indictment that is alleging that 2 former Google engineers and one of their husbands has conspired to steal trade secrets to the company's Tensor processor used in Pixel phones. And the 3 defendants have now been arrested and as of Thursday and made initial appearances in court in San Jose, California. This is coming from the Justice Department.
Right,
it's kind of a funky story, that one. One of the dudes was literally in the Iranian army before, and it was like him, his girlfriend, and like one other person. But corporate espionage is a real thing.
Yes.
Just
oops.
More tell about that.
I was going to. Well, I can't ask them about it because they ain't around no more.
That was actually. I'm not really making this up.
I got kicked off.
One of the things that was considered to be the downfall of Nortel, in addition to getting caught by the Chinese and getting caught by the competitors, was potentially losing some secrets overseas. But that's on them. At the time, and it's serious. Alphabet obviously has a pretty solid moat around it. This is not going to affect them. They're breaking out. They were already breaking out. They held that 300 pretty good. This is breaking that trend, and ultimately, valuation good, maybe not as good as it was before, but it's still pretty solid relative to the rest of the Mag 7. But the one that we talked about earlier that might be even better if they can beat again next Q is Meta has recovered to its 50 period. There's not a red candle in Meta this morning. And why I think that's important is it's held pretty steady even through this big shocker, because obviously we weren't necessarily expecting this time that we were going to get the Supreme Court decision. So it did cause crazy volatility back and forth, but there were some names that were, like, off the bat, Meta was already strong. It was going up anyways. It broke out, and then it just continued that trend of action. So Meta looking like one of the better Mag 7 names out here today. We do have a super chat from Darth.
Oh, good.
Loqueter?
Darth what?
Darth Loqueter.
Okay.
I feel like, okay,
Darth.
I should probably be saying that right, but I'm not. This news might help buyers grind through all the market-wide sellers at the ES 69 hundo, going long SPX and waiting for the shorts to get squeezed. Well, that 7,000 mark, right? Like we actually got through 69 this week, but we couldn't get through the quarter mark. And sometimes like that matters. Like you're not really breaking through till you get a little bit more significantly past, because that top is the same as a weekly high, and then it's like gap to the 7,000 range, which has been a bit of a problem on the ES. Specifically, all the biggest drops have come off of well, okay, maybe not this one. It was a big drop off 69. But look at this drop off 7,000. Look at that drop off 7,000 here as well. So I think that's the bigger level to worry about. Got to clear the quarters first. But good luck. The market is trending to the upside. No question about it.
Must be behind a little bit here. I'm watching.
There's an IPO apparently as well.
This is Team Canada right here going. So.
Oh shoot! That's
first V Finland right here. The ladies were winning by by 1 goal with 2 minutes left. Right here, 0-0 right now.
By the way,
13 minutes in.
Yesterday, you were gone in the afternoon. So we have the game up. Look, I'm going to have the game up on a side screen as we're watching it.
Look at these futures.
Joe literally said, as it was 1-0 with minutes left, I messaged him like, man.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. No, at this time it was about 3 or 4 minutes left in the game. And I was like, man, the U.S. does look better than us on the ice. He's like, yeah, it's not even close. I think they're going to beat us 2-1. And that was 1 minute before they scored the game-tying goal. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. I had Canada plus 1.5, so it actually wound up working out for me. But yeah, very, very disappointing. But you know what, man? I mean, this market, and I just said, man, thank you to everybody in the chat that stuck with your boy, because there it goes, man. There goes the TQs. I was talking about waiting to hold this one out for the long. So as I said, man, let's unite traders and take this one to the bank here today. But remember, we're going to go to C in a minute, and we're going to come back and figure out what's for lunch. We are right at this top. Remember, I highlighted this and said, you know, we got to see what happens up and around here. So we do take an out right here, right now. We still hold on to about 20% so far for that. Sharif, they said no to those tariffs. Yeah, you heard about it. Okay. So there it goes, man. Now the NASDAQ up 1%, and we're long the TQQs right now. Good trading so far here today. Yeah, it could be better. Thank you, Diamond Hand Katina. Oh, we have the thing for that right there. No, it's just a trade, man, and this is what we try to do best around here. Let's go back over. We got someone else that's doing the best for us here as well. It's Sia with her Money Talks.
Sorry, before I head into that, just a really quick update. Goldman Sachs speaking, saying Supreme Court ruling will not end tariffs and is expecting Trump administration to use administrative legal framework.
Okay, thank you for that one on, Sia, did I say Adara? Yeah, thank you so much, Sia, for that one.
I think it's the highest compliment when, muscle memory is going to be a part of it, but like it's the highest compliment that it's so seamless. Okay. Like I do it all the time. I'll be like, oh my goodness, thank you, Adara, when he's in the job.
Here we go, thank you, Adara.
It's good. And shout out to Sia for that. Oh, by the way, there is, I know we haven't covered anything in the small cap land, but there is a halt, and I'm not touching it because it doesn't do any volume. And I'm just going to caution anybody, if you trade something that by 11 o'clock has done 450,000 shares of volume, then hopefully you have a good strategy for it. Sharif will probably be looking at BIA, or whatever this thing is, BIYA, BIA International Group. I want to be stereotypical, but watch out, because if that's like one of those Chinese ADRs and small cappers, usually they don't end too well. But good luck so far. Probably not following what the market is doing, but there are small cappers going to the upside. And when the trend broke in open door, there it is gone. So I wasn't looking short, but that's now starting to give it up a little bit. So going opposite of what the market is doing. Sorry, Eric Jackson.
Yeah, and let's go figure out what's for lunch here. I don't know how the salmon was yesterday. I wasn't here, but it was pretty good.
No, it had that pesto sauce.
Oh, the pesto. Okay, the green. Yeah.
That's not my cup of tea, really.
I didn't mind it last time, but yeah, it doesn't look appetizing when it has that on it. But today we have a flag of the Commonwealth. We've got the UK. We're going to figure out what that means. Last time it was here, it was shepherd's pie, and today
it's not.
It does not say shepherd's pie. It says beef pot pie, and we figured out that shepherd's pot pie was lamb, right? So now it's beef pot pie, seasoned veg gravy, and chef's choice salad. Not super exciting for me, but that's what's for lunch. It should probably be okay. I mean, pot pie is aight right there, but you're not going to be able to wipe the smile off my face, man. I mean, this has been a great trading day. Really excited. I'm glad you guys have been here with us to be able to see the trials and tribulations of trading the NASDAQ, of trading Open Door, of trading IBIT, all these names. I think Neil said he was in 6 or 7 names today. I've only been in 1. And we just want to thank you. It just goes to show, it's not the results of the trading. It's sort of what we do around here that, really matters. And we want to thank everybody for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We are now 4 days away from the Trader TV Live Academy dropping. So that'll be on Tuesday. Not really sure why it's not Monday, but it's going to be Tuesday. So we'll talk about it all throughout, well, today's Friday already.
That is a good question.
We'll talk about it again on Monday to remind you guys you can go in there. It's all about our journey, how we learned, the systems that we used, all 5 of us right here, right now, and then plus Adara, 6 of us, Obi included, 7. And every single trader you've ever seen on the show has used something very similar to what we are planning, or what is already scheduled to release for you guys in the Academy.
You can't do Monday because that's what everybody's expecting.
Right, yeah. So many people are expecting that.
You have to subvert expectations sometimes because Google that worked out so well for everybody.
Well, I think there's another day to remind you guys as well.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It is going to be on Tuesday.
Yes, Americans
and lots
can
of
use
questions.
it. Yes,
lots of questions will get asked. American, U.S.
Open for all residents. Oh, and it's also open for aliens. So I want to say thank you to Barack Obama for basically giving President Trump. Now, you don't know about this, Sia? Come on, man. All right, this is all the rage right now. So Barack Obama. Sia, you're the news. You got to read up on this, Sia, immediately, please. This is bigger than
this. I just thought an alien in Moroccan law is not something I'd like to report right now with the market.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It has nothing to do with the market, that's for sure. But if aliens did land, I wonder what that would do for the market. But apparently, Barack came out in an interview and said that there is information about there being aliens. And then Donald Trump yesterday, or a couple days ago, said that now he feels like he basically has the green light now to go out. And he's going to prepare some documents to talk about alien life form.
I'm of the dark forest theory.
So let's get ready to rock, man. I'm ready.
The dark forest theory to me is the most logical thing when it comes to aliens. Why? Basically, it's of the mind that
I have no idea what that
usually
is.
people are hostile. We know we're hostile. And we know imagine what do we think of ants? What do we think of lower primates? We don't think too much of beings that are underneath us technologically and mentally.
Right. So
if someone could visit us, that would be them versus us. What do you think they would think of us? So if you know that that's a threat, why would you're going to be keeping to yourself. So there's this whole theory out there that if there are aliens, most of them are probably hiding because they recognize that makes the most sense to do so because super advanced.
Yeah, they're hiding right now.
Could mess you up. Anyways,
my wife is so amazing. She must be an alien.
Watch The Three-Body Problem or read it. It's a pretty good book. But look, it's almost 11 o'clock. Everything is blasting higher. I jumped out. I have to adhere to at least one thing. I still think if you are still red today, like a stock, and hasn't come all the way back, you still kind of stink. Right? Like market's up 1%, the ES is up 0.6, or the NASDAQ is up 1%, the ES is up 0.6. When I say the market, I should be referring to the SPY mostly. So anything that's still hanging underneath is still pretty valid for a weak name, and to me that applies to Intel. So even though it did break trend, I'm out when it gets to resistance, and then sort of move on to the next. And if you look at what's going on, like there's some places where, hey, maybe we're not doing as good.
VWAP.
JP Morgan is still at VWAP and not looking like it's participating in here. So you got relative weakness in some of the banks. We talked about the XLF. I'm going to finish this off with SoFi, but what's wrong? How do I have a VWAP that's extending past? Anyway, that doesn't matter. That's just weird on XLF. No, but XLF, this is back near the volume weighted average price. Don't know what's up with that. And another name which is not participating in this rally and is back underneath yesterday's lows would be SoFi at the $19 level. So as much exuberance and strength as we're seeing in the market, you are not seeing it in the financials right now, and it's not spread evenly among even the retail names. You saw some relative weakness in Walmart compared to some of the others, but yeah, banking stocks not doing too well. We're going to enjoy some...
Yeah, we're out of here. Pot pie. Beef pot pie.
Yeah, I'm air quoting that one.
You don't think it's going to be beef?
Well, our chili wasn't really chili. It was ground beef with beans.
Yeah.
It's not chili if there's no chili flavor. If you don't have any chili flavoring in it, there's nothing spicy about it whatsoever. Thank you, Danny Boy, Regular Pants. Oh, that's right, you changed your name. Okay, so it was Yummy Pants was the name before, but then you've changed your name to Danny Boy Regular Pants. Aliens are going to see the bleached white flag on the moon and think we're weak for surrendering to cheese. We're going to need some Trump-class space Space battleships. Yeah, we need the space.
Yeah, I mean, we literally built that space, what was he, Department of Space? Or Space something? Space Force.
Space, that's what it's called.
Steve Carell, that's a great one there on Netflix. Go have a look.
That's
I mean, it's
hilarious.
nothing
Steve
like
Carell.
The Office, of course. But all right, we'll see you guys soon. There you go, Sharif. We gave you another minute and a half over here. This guy's a spreadsheet going.
You owe us, Sharif.
No, I think we still owe them probably more than 20 minutes, probably in the history. Take it easy over there, Joey. Options. This guy, Joey, you got lots of options, okay, over there. So yeah, he's ready to go. And congratulations. We already said that to Joe. Congratulations for some good trading here this morning. Can't wait for you to review it. All right, man. It's not O Canada. It is O Tariff time. As there goes the cues. We'll talk to you guys on the midday show. Ciao for now.
Peace.
Joey Ops just pumped, bro. I like that. Man, one day that monitor is just gonna go.
It's gonna catch it.
And Brendo's gonna point to the door. He's gonna be like, leave.
See you later.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy, Joey freaking Options, and I'm Sharif. And I wanna say hello to everybody joining us in the chat. Shout out to FFOE6R11. Salutations right back at you, baby. We got Omen. We got Green Saber. Hinsy's in the house. Boosted Red Spot. I don't know what that is. Peng, Wyatt, my man Wyatt. We got the OG Bovin. Jody, used items. Hey, hello, Joe. Frank Trades. We got Durant Gordon. We got Christmas. We got NTU. Yeah, okay, that's it. Cullen, Pratt, Joe, Jose, PH, Brown. Shout out to Christ, God, Son, 1. D, Westermeyer, my man D. Shout out to Papacito and Nuhaya, Outlaw Trader, Pizza Gang, Mario, Delzo, Arcane Swain, Adam, James, Abroad, bye. Shout out to my man Zen Zombie. Oh. Who else? Shadow Rap. We got Sahil. We got Sky, our Papa. We got JRCV0702. Sunny Shiba. One more, Joey. Big E. 87. You know what, Big E? I like you.
Oh, I get it.
I like
Big
you
E.
right away. Right, yeah? That as well. But if Big Spile was here, he would challenge you openly for using the big moniker. He doesn't allow anybody else to use the big moniker when he's around, but he hasn't been around in a while.
Big Spile's a big dude, too,
He's a big dude, bro.
Yeah, he's
Great
a big
guy,
dude.
though.
He's a great guy. I mean, that size, small, little, big.
They're all great.
Yeah, you could all be. It doesn't matter.
Good morning, Joey.
Yeah, good morning. All right, guys. Yeah, let's get right into things here. No Los Pollos this morning, guys. A little volatility stepping into the market, obviously, with the Supreme Court ruling there. Not in Mr. Donald Trump's favor. Very interesting stuff. But let's kick things off here with NVDL. Los Pollos was trading NVDA this morning, and he's been probably a little bit better than I have. But nonetheless, we'll take a little bit of a scalp on this one. Comes back. Never really engaged, and to be honest with you, I didn't have too much size on that one anyways. So NVDL working for us as it's continuing to climb higher, 86.60 all the way up to 88.80s. So we had that one rocking and rolling, but not partaking in the trend. But what we are currently sitting in right now is SLV. I don't have very much left either, guys. We'll take a look at silver and see what we got going on as it's slowly starting to pull back. We'll take this trend for sure. Look like we're going to curl over and break up, so we get involved in this one. Slowly start piecing it out. I mean, we got in at 49. We take some out at around 50 cents or so, a little bit less, and then we continuously piece it out. If it comes back to our break even, we get out, no problem. But then we are fortunate enough to partake in the TQs long this morning. But this was pre the volatility. Like, this was before all that volatility stepped in. I seen the momentum. We had that weaker GDP print coming in here, and I'm like, okay, very interesting. You know what I say typically is that when we have a market where we're trading below the volume weighted average price in the pre-market, I like to find somewhat of a rebound. I see him in there. I'm not going to read it just yet. I'm going to finish this, and then I'll go over there, and then I'll go over that.
Yes,
but other than that, I was like, ooh, okay, momentum. There's strength within these price action prints. Let's get involved. And then I left for a little bit, and I had a stop order, a trailing stop around 48.62. And then sure enough, I come back, and I wanted to reload right here, but I was away at the desk, and then I was fortunate enough to have a 10% remaining right here for that volatility spike to the top side. But the market is continuing to climb a little bit higher. All right, Sharif, here it is. There can only be one big one. Shout out to LJS and the gang. Shorts, season coming soon. Timu Pipple. Brother, you already know it's almost short season. Couple more months and we're gonna be rocking those for sure on those runs, man.
Bro, I was just wearing some. Either my legs are getting bigger or I'm getting shorter or something like that, bro. Because those shorts look a little too small.
What do you got on?
I can bring them over. They're in the locker.
Get them when you have a chance.
I'm gonna bring them.
What are they?
I didn't measure them, but they're feeling awfully short.
Where are they up to? Like, are they more than half of your thigh?
They're okay. So they're up to about right here. I would say, like about right there. So my knees right here for anybody's
so about 60% of the thigh. I'm all about that life, my friend. We rock those all day, especially at the beach. Try to get them. Okay. You know what I mean? Like about 70% of the thigh up there. Yeah, okay. So you know what I see. You see what we got going on. Other than that, man, that's what we got. Sorry, Sharif. I'll go over my list here.
Do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
It's these names that we have right here. TQs. Open Door, that hasn't been performing very well, but now we have silver starting to climb a little bit higher. Wouldn't mind a reload on this one, and VDA slowly starting to pull back in. So a reload on silver, especially if we're going to trend today. We want to add a little bit more. We'll go 3 for 3 on today.
Oh, jeez. Let's short Sharif, no pun intended. All right, let's get right down to work, Assassino. Let's show them what's going on over here. Shout out to KC526. Casey, by the way, loving the new profile pic. Get it. All right, here's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at NCI. This is a KC526 special. I didn't actually have eyes on this, and I just literally sat down, and this was not on my radar. It was light on volume, but as you can see, bottom right of your screen there, the volume is picking up and to the right, so we have an ascending volume profile. This looks real good. Here are my levels. Number one, it's got to 734 on the day, so it's still struggling with 7, as you can see. It's below 7 right now. The breakout level for me is around 6 1/3 to 6 3/4. No, I want to say 6 1/2 to 6 1/3, 2/3, excuse me. The reason I say that is for one reason and one reason specifically. Look at those 3 candles set up here that we couldn't shake, and then we finally shook it on the 4th. So that's the initial area of resistance, formerly resistance, now support that I'd be looking to pick this up at. So 6 1/2 to 6 2/3. If you really want to get aggressive with it, you're looking at that $0.75. I see the supers. I promise I'm going to get to them in a second. Just let me finish what I've got over here. If that doesn't hold, there it goes into another high of day, 744. This one, it's not even showing you its intentions of dropping back down into that level. So we're going to have to see how this one trades, but I'm not punching in at highs, just not my move. I'll be looking for a pullback and then a hold to that level. So NCI in focus. RXT also in focus, up 46 and change. This one's a lot cheaper, a lot tighter of a spread, and more stair-steppy. You know what I'm saying? Pop up, consolidate for a few candles, pop up, consolidate, pop up, consolidate. Now, where it looks like we may have reached the top. Looks like 175 may be a general area of support here. However, I am not buoyed by the fact that we have an unbroken lower high setup. So RXT definitely in focus for me over here. RNG as well. This looked like a dang buy program if I've ever seen one. 930 pop, and they were buying before 930, mind you, but the market on open order really came aggressively there. And it's, looks like it's topping out here in and around 40 2/3. It's going to have to set up a little bit better. FNKO. Another really good one, kind of light on volume. I want to say it's done 3 2/3 million shares on the day. It's respecting the 10 EMA on the 5, but it's also suffering from that same affliction of lower highs. A decided trend break there probably gets me into the trade. So basically 570 is where the 10 EMA is, and 550, a skosh below, is where VWAP is. So that is in focus as well. TNDM up about 34%. Declining volume profile, while we have ascending price action profile. So TNDM diverging a little bit there. That sometimes is a bit of a warning sign. 2508 high, trading below it now. I like the higher lows. I like the respect for the 10 EMA, and you got plenty of it along the way. $24 is VWAP, and 10 EMA on the 5 is a little bit above 24.5. SATL, not my favorite, but more stair-steppy as well. Pop up, consolidate, pop up, consolidate, pop up. consolidate for longer. Let's see if that I want to say between 380 to 385 holds. That could be an interesting area as well. And then the OG Bovin as well as Neil, we're mentioning BIYA. Bovin, this is one of those anomalous situations where the price action developed so quickly that the volume weighted average price is well ahead of the 10 EMA on the 5, not something we typically see. I'm willing to make exceptions for those situations where the price action develops so quickly, VWAP ends up being above the 10. I'll take it long, even if it is below VWAP because of that, quick price action development. But right now, it's also losing the 10, so right now it's not tradable for me. Last but not least, do we have any more to cover here? Or did I cover all of them? I covered all of them. AXTI, sorry, the last one here. AXTI, it looks like it's got a flat top at 30. Lots of selling at 30. No closing prints, mind you, above that $30 level. So my move here would try to be to pick it up off the volume weighted average price, which is around 28.50, 28.60, for a possible higher low into that flat top break at 30. Now, you may or may not get it, right? And I realize that we've been above 30. 30.80 is the high of the day, but look, no closing prints above 30 on the 5-minute chart. So that is definitely something that is getting my attention. So those are the 8 that I'm looking at. BIYA might lose its spot on the side chart momentarily here. It is basically reverting the entire move. It was up 60-some odd %. Now it's losing in a hurry. So now let me go to the supers. Thank you, Zen Zombie, for the 2. RXT, he says. We already covered RXT. It's this one right here. Unbroken lower highs, Assassino. We're waiting for the lower highs to break, and then we'll take that bad boy up north. And then I got my man there, Neil Zingle, my man, $50 super chat. He's dropping the money aggressively, Joey, on a Friday. And he says as follows: Joe, Sharif, can you please explain the options gamma exposure and the price wall at 190 for Nvidia? I understand what a price wall is, but that gamma, all that's your life right there.
Yeah. Let's hop right into it, man. I was prepared for this. A lot of people coming in here and asking me that exact same question. We're talking 190s. There's a lot we got going on. And what we mean by the gamma exposure is just, you got to take into consideration. So when we talk about gamma, it's essentially your delta's rate of change. So for every 1 point move, you're going to see a $50 change within that contract. But after that, you're going to see an increase of that contract of $21, okay? So what we have here is that when you have such a substantial amount of size at a specific zone, you can have an increase in gamma. So the 126,000 current open contracts, you have to take into consideration and how quick that rate of change can accelerate. And we always talk about the gamma being at its greatest at the money, which we're currently trading at right now. So you have to take 126,000 contracts with all this exposure to gamma at its greatest, okay? So if things really start to accelerate, what happens is that you have the accelerant within your delta, but then the increase in your delta is at a rapid pace, especially with all this exposure. So when we see the open interest in the gamma, that's essentially what we're referring to, is high positive gamma exposure, okay? So this is what I was preparing for you guys here. I have a couple other things that we're gonna talk about, so hopefully that helped you and it gave you somewhat of an explanation on and help it make a little bit more sense if you didn't understand what we got going on. So there's a lot of exposure, lots of open interest, and then a lot of gamma exposure is what we're referring to, just due to the sheer size of contracts still currently open. Now I want to pull over one more thing here. We're gonna take a look at it's 1-0 Finland, by the way.
Are you kidding?
No.
Sorry, brother.
Hey man, it is no.
Oh snap! You want me to take over for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There goes NCI, guys. We're in at 69. We just wet the beak at 707. It's struggling with sevens though. Okay. Topping tail candle through 7. That displeases me greatly. Let's see if we can kind of continue. The next profit taker for me, 7.25. Joey, go ahead.
All right, guys. So this is what I wanted to pull up here on Amazon. I was talking about this contract at $210, right, this morning. And I just had this hunch. Did I take it personally? No. So it's like, okay, I get it. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, let me
Yeah,
take
go
over.
ahead, go
Okay,
ahead.
okay, here we go. NCI is rejecting 7 again, right down into the 690s, high 680s. Let's wet the beak here. I still have some size on, that's the thing. So I'd like to see how this, now I have to set up a contingency plan. We've got 2 lower highs in a row. Ever since that 1105 candle made the high of the day, the 1110 candle lower high, the current 1115 candle lower high. I have to be alive to that. Now, if it changes its tune, it'll change its tune by printing something above 720. 720 is prior bar high, okay? So that's my look right now. Let's go ahead and wet the beak here. We're still holding shares. So let's see now. Do I want to add more at the $0.50? I'm going to go ahead and say yes. So let's go down here. We're going to look to pick up more at the $0.50. I'm going to wait at 55s, just to front run the 50 penny area. Now here's my look, guys. The 10 EMA and VWAP are almost identical in price. So 10 EMA 645, VWAP 637, something like that. Okay. So I like that as a good area of support. Moreover, we've talked many times about how the $0.50 and the whole dollar end up being psychological areas of support and resistance. You add to that VWAP and the 10 EMA hanging around there. I like my chances. I'm going to take a shot. So that's what we're looking at there. We're looking now for a 7.25 move, and or we're looking at getting more at around the $0.50. So we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it tight here on NCI, Joey.
All right, good stuff. So, guys, this is essentially what I was getting at here this morning. So we were talking about this specific Amazon call contract being $17. Well, now if we go and look from the intraday standpoint, this is the contract's value and the charting of it. Like, again, this is obviously you getting in at the precise price, but I really like this trade out of the gate. Why? Because your max loss was $17. And then you trade up to $1.56 at its highs. Are you going to catch the peak all the time? Absolutely not. But even right now, you're trading at 3x of what this contract was initially valued at on a contract's expiration today. Now, we're going back to the options writing world, $156. Yeah, the market can continue to climb, and this contract could close in the money. But with us starting to pull back in, look how quick and how drastic the decay is in this, right? So we have the accelerant of 0 DTE going on right now. So you have an increase of what you have in theta and the cooling of the volatility after Donald Trump's unfortunate ruling. So here it is. That's a nice move there on Amazon. I just wanted to bring that to you guys. We'll look to take advantage of these more often. I know that this is actually in the works now. I do know that options are going to be soon here and coming soon, especially with some bigger names. And I think opportunities like this with the 0 DTE and obviously with you can now go on the Mag 7 every 2 days of expiration. I think at some point it's just like, hey, with our risk measure, Sharif, you throw up a quarter of it or even a third of your risk just on one of these contracts, and you have the ability to pull in some of these substantial returns. So yeah, we'll be looking at this more forward and more often. But yeah, I wanted to bring this to you guys on Amazon. Aside from that, guys, enough of the, I should never say that, never enough of the options talk. Ooh. But we have the call walls on NVDA. You can see that we're slowly starting to pull up off of those zones. But just take note that this pullback volume is relatively weak, okay? So you can breach these levels, but the objective for those hedges by the end of the session, it doesn't matter if it's 189.95 or 189.98, as long as you're not a penny within the strike price, those close and expire out the money. Now, it's unfortunate because those contracts themselves had drastic appreciation over the volatility spikes, and you're not going to be collecting as much, and you can kind of get the jitters and the soft hands come into play. But I don't think today's going to be the session where we have that gamma exposure. So I'm going to be really looking forward to see how NVDA closes at the end of the day, and I also want to reload here on SLV.
I like it, Joey. I like how you're giving that forward outlook, my man. All right, we're right back into NCI. So I had to take it out. I took it out above break even, so it's been profitable so far. I ended up getting that dip into 55, but it didn't cross, so I didn't get the fill. So I had to chase it. I chased it into 61. So I didn't get the best price that I'd like, but we've already scalped up 69 out, 77 out. Now we're looking for 88s. It's giving me 86s, 85s. It's not crossing. Moreover, the spread is a little wide, 6 pennies at the moment. I've seen it tighter, I've seen it wider. So let's see how this bad boy ends up doing. But let's cut the crap. We're still putting in lower highs. So just because I was able to bottom pick over here some good outs, it doesn't mean that we are on an uptrend. We have to break prior bar high, and we have not done that on NCI since the candle at 11.05. Prior bar high takes us into 712. We just opened up a brand new candle, an 1120 candle. I think it's like 20 seconds deep. 40 seconds deep, sorry. So to break the trend, we need 712. We haven't even gotten above 7 on the current candle. So let's pack the patience. Let's see what we get. I still like the look of this one, but gonna have to be careful here. Right down it goes into 68, back down into 71. Look, I'm moving my stop prior bar low, which takes me to 660. If it loses 660, fine. Right? I'll just get back in. I always have that option. So we're putting a stop, prior bar low. That gives me literally 1 penny worth of risk. So prior bar low 60, I got in at 61. We're looking for 88s, 95s, and then we're looking for above 7. So let's see how this one does. I don't want to give back anything right now. We're going to keep it tight here on NCI, especially relative to the spread and the unbroken downtrend. There's 60. Oh, I have a dip trade waiting over there that on my unfilled. That's not the move. Showing 60. So there we go. We'll be out of that one, and we'll lose a penny per share. No, not a bad look. Let's see how this one sets up. It's still unbroken, lower highs. This is kind of what I'm looking at over here. Just you guys always see me looking to the right, and this is why I'm looking at this. So unbroken lower high setup into 650 it goes. It looks like there's buying at 650, 654. There's a buyer continuing to watch. I like this 50 penny level. I like it because VWAP and the 10 EMA on the 5 are out there. Now that topping tail candle, bottoming tail candle, the one that closed at 1110, the low is 630 there, okay? And that got bought up quite aggressively. We're at 645 right now. Let's watch a little bit, and then I can give it to that candle area low. Here's 641. There's 41. We're getting in, and we're giving it to 29. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see if it holds up. Oh, that's not what you want, Joey.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go. Into 32s, looking for a 29 penny hold. We're in at 54s. It has to hold 29 because that is a doji candle low. We know the buyers were stepping up there aggressively, buying. So if they're not going to buy, I'm not going to be DCAing. I promise you that. Back into 40, 30, 32 showing up, still holding that candle low. There's a buyer at 32, 31, 30. It looks like it's going to lose it. Let's just watch. We will lose 14 pennies per share here on this one. So that's kind of the cost of doing business. Let's watch, see if this ends up defending, or is there going to be an area of illiquidity. I gave it a wide enough spread between my yeah, so there we go, we're out. We have to get out there. Yeah, now it's bleeding quite aggressively. So this one's giving back basically the entire move here. If it comes back into about $6, we'll have a look, but right now I have to stay clear of this one.
You would have to order shorts for that one there, eh? Probably.
NCI? Almost always, bro. Almost always. That we especially the ones that typically have like lower average daily volume. It's always you got to look for shorts there. Yeah, so that's a look. I want to mention as well SATL coming into a predictable area. I want to say that volume weighted average price right around 369, 370 could be a good pickup area. It was also a former area of resistance as well. So let's see what this one has to offer. It's not a big on the day, up 14 3/4, Joey, but I'm going to keep my eye on that.
Right arm, as my boys would like to say. Right arm. Yeah, all right, guys. So this is going to be our game plan here on SLV. If we are fortunate enough to get any form of a dip south of this support system right here, I think that's going to be a good add opportunity. Obviously, we want to wait for price action to turn around. But right now, silver's been working out. I'm sitting on 20%. I know you don't see it on the position board, but as soon as I make a transaction, you will. So we're going to be patient, sit on our hands. I mentioned we had a nice little move there in Nvidia, the 2x leverage, and then now we're trading silver. We're currently sitting in that one, and we were in the TQQs earlier in the day. And all I had really on my list was silver, open, and TQs. Open Door hasn't been performing very well. There was an opportunity for a breakout as well, but I just didn't take advantage of it, nor was it continued or the move sustained. And I'm all right with that. So with Open Door, you get this big pop, you get this break, right? So you're forming this wedge, and then you kind of fall right into a resistance zone of the pre-market, and then you come back in, and now you're starting to crack some pre-market lows, and it looks like you're going to give back a little bit of this move from yesterday's pop. So Open Door continuing to slide here. We're waiting for that quality opportunity. If there's going to be a reload chance here on SLV. And then, guys, this is what we're talking about, and I'm really happy that a bunch of you brought this up here today, just the gamma exposure at 190. right? Like, look at that, almost to a penny. You get a little bit of a wick, but look what's been going on with NVDA ever since you run into that supply zone. We've rejected 126,000. Next Wednesday's the report, I believe, right?
What? February 25th.
25th.
I don't know what date that
so
is.
yeah, that would be, I believe that would be the Wednesday. So yeah, next Wednesday is going to be the report. And guess what, guys? We have to keep an eye on of the exact same thing, the exposure to gamma. And if it's continuously through these strike prices, like if we go even higher on the options chain, we can see that like, oh no, this might be really tough for us to break through these zones. So we'll go over to the 25th because we actually have an expiration cycle here and see what we have going on just from a gamma exposure. There'll probably be a little bit more. So 200 right there, right? Okay, that's this day. Come on, get it together there. Skip. February 23rd, interesting. No, we don't want that one. So we'll go over to the 27th and see what we got going on at that 200 mark. I'm going to be looking for this to grow. And if it doesn't, then I could see maybe a little bit of a spike through these zones in NVDA. Because we've mentioned this on multiple occasions, and we've gone through multiple reports together as a unit, and we've seen massive amounts of exposure on NVDA leading into the earnings report. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on it, and if we run into the triple digits, like 112K at that $200 mark and 126K at that 90 mark, if that doesn't grow in size by next Wednesday, I might think about a little bit of a pop on that earnings report, Tree.
All right, brother. Good stuff, Joey.
It sounded like you were ready to throw a boom out there. That's why I sent it, because I know you. I try to anticipate when you're ready. And there it goes.
I was trying to respond to people in the chat as well as throw in orders. You know how it is, bro.
Yeah, we know how it goes.
Say that again, Assassino. Oh my days, Casey 520 frickin' 6 doing it again. She got a new profile picture. She's dropping big memberships in the chat for everybody, guys. If the only way to be on the receiving end of KC 526's generosity, as well as other viewers who also are quite generous with their time and with their money, you got to be in the chat, right? You got to be in the chat. Otherwise, you're not going to get one of those free membies. Philosopher, you got one. Big Smile got one.
Go ahead, take that
back. My man.
Take that one back.
I am Edward got one. Girl Trader got one. Jacques, my man, Jacques got one. Vlad, Caniff, Sam Stamper. Who else? Noodles. Okay. Even Noodles got one, Joey.
All right.
Noodles has been getting.
Do you know Noodles the wiener dog? Probably not, eh?
No, I don't, but, I can get acquainted. Everything's fine, Joey. All right, thank you very much, KC526. Always doing it live. We do appreciate you, Case. Thank you very, very much. And by the way, for those who are now premium members as a result of KC526's generosity, let me show you where to get my morning note every single day. So here we go. This is the Trader TV Live YouTube homepage. Just head on over to that bad boy. You click posts right there, and then scroll on down. There it is. You're going to see a green little badge there. It says members only. Sharif's morning note. If you're not a member, you won't see it. You hit read more. Boom. There she is. Nvidia throwing another $30 billion at Altman and Company. So make sure you're getting that every day. It does certainly help. Hold on, Joe.
No, I'm talking to myself.
Okay. Zen Zombie, MGRX. Let's take a quick look here at MGRX. Thank you, Zen Zombie, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Tell him, Russ.
Tell him, Russ.
Tell him, Russ.
Get him, Russ.
All right, there we go. Russ is yelling up a storm outside there, man. Oh, my good. MGRX, yeah, south of $1, but certainly holding those higher lows. It's below VWAP right now, SSC.
Whoa. Did I just hear that?
What?
That sounded like the OLG thing.
Yeah, it's not that one, though. They've been playing it a lot. I'm surprised you haven't heard it.
No.
Assassino, hit it for your boy
Play it again.
It's different. But...
Oh, that wasn't it?
Yeah. No, that's not the...
Oh, okay.
You're hearing stuff.
Yeah, I guess so, man.
All right. Man, that game's affecting you, my guy. Oh,
we're down
my
1-0.
days. Kill Bill, buddy. It's Kill Bill. Shout out to the man.
You know what I'm doing right now, Sheree?
Hold on, Joey. Can I just cover
Yeah,
for the super
absolutely.
chat? MGRX. So I do like this. I also don't like the fact that it has a flat top in and around 62 pennies and it put in a lower high at 61. So you need to be looking out for that because that's telling you a story. The sellers and or the profit takers, you know, they were looking at 62, 63. Now they're getting aggressive at 61 and change. So that's the story that it's telling you. So try to look for those levels to get cleared before you know, getting in hot and heavy there. Otherwise, I just don't like these sub $1 names, but that's just my bias. Grunfeld, RMSG breaking $1. I think KC526 was talking about RSMG. She was just talking, or RS, what? RMSG. There we go. Yeah, KC526 was talking about this one as well. I saw her mentioning it to Bovin. Breaking into that 10, I want to say the high there is 105. Dropping back down into VWAP, 2-candle pullback. I like the buy zone between 93 to 91. 91, topping tail candle, resistance. 93, volume weighted average price. That's how I would be looking at. Joe, what do you got?
Yeah, all right, man, guys. So we reloaded there on silver. I'm going to take a little bit off here. But what I was working on there, what I was trying to tell Sharif is that I'm changing my gateway. I'm like, hey, Obi, what's your immediate punch? And he's like, hey, man, that's the Frex gateway. Because I was telling Sharif yesterday, man, I miss on so many entries just due to my cross. And I've had it up the ear with it. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm changing everything, absolutely everything to this Frex gateway. So when I hit that key, I want in. I want in immediately. I don't want no ifs, ands, or buts. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to have a conversation about it or anything along those lines. So we're going to apply that right now to see if we can get rocking and rolling. We take a little bit off there. I don't even know what I just did. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's see if this is going to work for us. This feels a little bit laggy to me right now. I don't know what's going on. There's some data missing or something along those lines. But you could see now that my average has gone up substantially, I only had 20% off. I removed that, and then now I'm just holding whatever I have in this remaining reload. So if we can break through 74.70 or even hold this zone, I like our chances for taking a little bit more off in that specific area. So things slowly starting to work out with us for us here on SLV reload. And let's see what else we got going on. Why am I adding here? Because this looks pretty bullish to me, if you ask me. So a lot of buying pressure starting to step in. We want to draw our trend lines, still holding up relatively tight. A nice little pop-up. And then now we have Nvidia and the TQQs bouncing off of the volume-weighted average price. We're not really worried about open door right now because it's going up with the market. There it goes. We're printing 65s. We're going to print 70s. There we go. We print the 70s just like that, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
On SLV. We'll take some more off up there. A nice little reload there. Patience is key. And full disclosure, I was on a 3-day red streak, but I just tried to keep those losses as small as I could. We're eliminating that right now, and we're going to try to keep February on a positive note and end it heading into next week, final week. Let's rock and roll. Let's get in that flow state, and let's try to perform as best as we can.
Good stuff, brother. Good stuff. Hope you print up multiple storms there. I'm in SATL. VWAP bounce here. Doji candle changing its tune. Where are we in at 74s? SATL, this looks like a good area of support here, so I'm going to give this one the old college try. But Nick wanted me to look at M, Macy's. Let's take a quick look here at M. Let me just throw in my stop, by the way, for my SATL. There we go. Let's just throw that in. Perfect. Let's take a look at M. Okay, so this is the intraday for M. So it looks like everything and their mother caught that nice price spike up at 10 o'clock when the Supreme Court ruled, and then, a lot of reversions as I've seen on many different charts. So M, let's go to the daily, because this has not been bad. Okay, we need the weekly certainly here because we're far too consolidative. Okay, so now it looks a bit cleaner. Those are from 2015's highs. So we're definitely still caught in a downtrend. I won't be convinced any differently on this. We've been putting incrementally lower highs, and those lower highs don't happen by accident. It is tough for me to say because it's just been in such a long area of, I don't want to say consolidation, but it has $10 generally to the area low. Those are the COVID era lows. That's 2020. This is the weekly, by the way, on Macy's. So $10 low. certainly looks like they're selling at around 27 to 28. Not sure why. It doesn't quite make it up to 30 most times. So selling at 25 locally over here, as you can see. I like the uptrend, but I'm aware of the larger downtrend, quite frankly, on this one. So to me, it would be a buy above 25, which gets above the January 23 highs, right? This is not a bad chart when you look at it from the daily, but when you look at the weekly, it's certainly had better days. 25, definitely, if you're looking at getting in here, I'd be taking some profits at 25. And then, again, as I mentioned, 27 to 28 seems to find a lot of resistance there with the outliers going to and above 30. I hope that helps, Nick. This is not something that... Macy's is not something that I personally would invest in at the moment. I think department stores have had, you know, they're past their prime, so to speak, because of Amazon Prime, but, you know. Not my favorite chart, brother, but I don't know what your situation is on it, and let me know how it goes. I hope I wasn't too convoluted in my analysis there, but it's not one that I really quite like. All right, how we doing here? SATL, we're break even on it right now. I'm looking for a VWAP hold if it loses prior bar low, or sorry, not prior bar low, the doji candle on the 5, which the low of which is 366.5. So I've put my stop just a little bit below that. That's that one. I'm also keeping an eye on NCI. The OG Bovin was telling me, look, Sharif, this one is catching a bit of a bid again. Yep, into that $6 area and looking at bouncing back up. But I'm seeing BDMD make a move here. BDMD is making a move. Let's talk about it. Thank you, by the way, Guju Trader, for pointing that one out. Here's BDMD. It is breaking out. It looks fantastic. It was light on volume. That has since changed. And into 237 it goes. 210 EMA, or 10 EMA on the 5. $2 obviously area support, psychological support with VWAP hanging out far below at $1.92. This is up 47%. This has earned its way on my side chart, BDMD. Good look there. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to work into this one. Initially, I'm thinking a 210 drop, but that might be a little bit too deep of a drop, right? Because that'll have to give off about 20 pennies from where we are right now. We have currently a lower high on the 5, so we haven't quite made it back up there. Clearly a higher low, though. Thank you for this one, Guju Trader. I didn't have my eye on BDMD. We'll try to work into this one. I'll see how my SATL trade resolves. It doesn't look good right now, to be honest with you, on SATL. I want to mention this one, TNDM. This is continuing to make highs through 25. We were talking about 25 being a resistance level on this initially when we started the show, and now it's 25.59 high. It really hasn't breached the 10 EMA at all. Just on a wick basis over here at 10.50, and then reclaimed it pretty quickly. On a closing basis, we haven't closed below the 10 since that candle at 9.50. So TNDM is the ticker there, and it looks quite good. So I'm going to be looking at BDMD, SATL, TNDM. There goes TNDM, man, into another area high. And let's not forget about RXT. Okay, I'm looking long on RXT if it can break trend. If it doesn't, I'm going to look to Neil. I'm like, my man Neil, I'm going to need shorts on your boy RXT because we're going to take this one short below the volume weighted average price. But that's all predicated upon it continuing to reject that same trend line that it's been doing, Joey. So that is my look there.
All right, man. Good look there. What isn't a good look is 2-0 Finland, shorthanded goal right there. So, yeah, it's tough to come back.
That's
especially in
crazy.
Yeah, shorthander.
It was shorthander.
Yeah, shorthanded goal there. So
Yeah,
that's not what you want to see. Yeah, did you turn it off? Oh, I thought you said you were going to turn it off, yeah.
No.
But no, there we go, guys. We're getting a nice little pullback here in silver. Some indecision print on the lower time frames as well. So I think we can get a little bit of a pop here. Next objective and target price is going to be 74.80s. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Some strength within the tape. Let's get our quote highlights on here to see if we can depict if there's any form of a ladder on the L2. I don't see anything substantial right now. We can decrease that in size. So we'll keep an eye on that one. 2NY, Joe, I have an options question. What happens if your options expires worthless? Well, it depends if you are selling or buying, right? If it's not worth it, if you're selling and it expires worthless, essentially, and it's out of the money, then you get to keep all that premium. But if it expires worthless and it's somewhat in the money, then what am I saying? So that's it. The contract's dead. As long as you don't get assigned is what you really want to worry about. Okay. So if you have a short options contract and it expires in the money, obviously you're going to get assigned that short. But you also want to close. The idea of the options is essentially closing them before they expire, right? So you just kind of gain that value, okay? If your auction expires, nothing happens, exactly. Nothing happens, essentially. If it's worthless at the end of the day. So, but if you're writing, that's what you want. That's the objective, is that you want it to expire worthless so that you can keep all of the options premium, all right? So yeah, here it is, guys. That's what we got going on. You can still see we're in SLV. Let's go through the mag and see what these boys are up to. I haven't taken a look at them. I want to see what CrowdStrike is, how CrowdStrike's performing, so we'll do that momentarily. My eyes are still on silver. Let's see if we can get that sustained push. We'll run through the big boys right now, all 7 of them. Never mind on the daily. We'll head over to the 5-minute. We got the 10-minute. Apple continuing to climb up to 263, so a nice stair-step pattern right there in AAPL. Microsoft kind of lagging, right? I like what Neil was talking about earlier this morning, is just the fact that, hey, if you're not really participating, then what really are you doing in this rally? And Microsoft doesn't really seem to want to. We're heading back towards the previous highs in NVDA. Amazon has been performing half decently, but we're bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. And Tesla doing the exact same thing. So an aggressive pullback here, guys. The volatility is most definitely kicking in. But one thing that is continuing to skyrocket here today is Google, G-O-O-G-L, continuing to climb. And same with Meta. Meta continuing to climb all the way up to 663 on today's session. And we don't really talk about this one too often. And that's Broadcom. I feel like we should, because considering it is a part of the $1 trillion club, but there is Broadcom bouncing off the volume-weighted average price as well.
Let's see the daily on that piece of good stuff. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out.
That's as far as I can zoom, my boy.
That's it, eh? All right, we're still on that. I don't like it. I don't care about too much because it barely spent any time there. But see that consolidative look with a downward tilt?
Yeah.
See that? That concerns me a little bit.
You think you're gonna break? You think you're gonna break and maybe head a little bit lower? I think that in the overall market too. This was just a bounce that I don't know what was going on with it. But we talk about necklines being broken. I think this is just a prolonged bounce, essentially, just delaying the inevitable of us breaking that $600 mark and heading a little bit lower. All right, so that's what I think about the Nasdaq. I could be totally wrong. Let's see what NVDA does as it's going to retest that 190 mark. But see ya. What do you got going on?
Yeah, it's just Tesla right now. So apparently you can get the new Cybertruck dual motor AWD for $52,940 in Massachusetts, which includes the state's $7,500 EV incentive and Tesla's $1,000 referral program discount. The eligibility for this is that the total MSRP should be below $80,000, applies to cash, 36-month lease, and finance purchases, and should be a self-claim post-delivery.
That's cool.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. It's an all-wheel drive.
What I didn't like is that you see what I did this morning when we were doing the Tesla segment?
No, I was
Cybertruck?
Yeah. Oh, how you compare the prices?
Well, they dropped the price of the Cyber Beast, which is the best type of Cybertruck.
Yeah, to 60K.
That's not the best one. The Cyber, it was like 114, 113-ish.
Yeah.
They dropped it to 99 and change.
Okay.
All right, so that's America.
Yeah, I know.
That's America.
I've seen that part.
You want to know what it is in Canada?
Yeah, 160, 170.
175.
Yeah, 175, man. Just in case.
All the good stuff. All the good stuff. Oh, that's the way it is, Joe. All right. So
the government want to get their hands in on some of that,
and that's without
the pay HST
you wouldn't be able to get the 5,000 EV credit because it's too expensive. BDMD's coming down into the 10 EMA. Let's see if we can get in here. We got a bunch of that. It's coming quite aggressively. $2 is going to have to be my line in the sand. We have 18s on. It's showing me 10s, but this is an aggressive drop on BDMD. Let's see if it holds $2. It has to hold 2. I can add into 2, but I'm not going to DCA below 2. There it goes. We're out. Wow, what a move down. That murked me there, man. That was a murking.
Holy cow! Look at
boy.
Look at the
move down. That's going to hold. Limit down, guys, 186. Limit down is 186. We're not quite there. We're flashing. Okay, so it's a new limit down now, 177. My goodness, what a drop on BDMD. That was ugly. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, here we go. We're going to halt. I'm sitting there thinking we're going to stop at $2. It lost it in a hurry. You know what really kind of gave it up? Or gave it away, that topping till into 46. I got printed there, and then immediately upon printing 46, the short seller was just like looking to trap you right all the way down into the 30s, and there was no bid in the 30s. I'm like, okay, well, we're just getting, it's a liquidity zone. Add, boom, negative on the day. All right, so now we're gonna look to get out of this, as that was not a good trade, but that's kind of the way that goes. Focusing on SATL, waiting for this one to either break above that 380-ish area, or I'm gonna get stopped out below 365. TNDM is probably what I should be looking at here, because this one continues to find support off the volume weighted average, or off the 10 EM on the 5. It's a bit more expensive, but the spread is reasonable for the price. 47 on the ask, 31 on the bid. Let's get in here. Let's see if we can kind of hold the 10 EMA. And if this one wants to make a move into 65, we'll take that bad boy into, let's put the beak wetter at the $0.50. I don't mind picking up a little bit more into that 25, I want to say 25 mid-teen area. We'll see there. By the way, for those who are asking about RXT, the shorts, we're actually, the shorts are free. Thanks, I appreciate Neil. So this one, we can short it for free, so that's kind of good and bad, because you know if they're easy locates. Sometimes it's tough to short because everybody's got access, but that's kind of moot at the moment, because what it's looking like to me is it's got a bit of a higher low trend here with a pseudo higher high, and it's also breaking that downtrend line. So if that's the case, I want to take RXT possibly back in for a $2 test. It's a 192 high. What I'd be looking for specifically, and I think I'm going to throw an order there, let's see if we can get above this prior bar high, the bar at 140, the high of which is 177.5. So you put a 178.5, 178 breakout, and that takes out prior bar high, and that could get you into the trade. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye out on there, looking for an entry on RXT, but I've already worked into TNDM, looking for that one to hold, Joey.
All right, good luck there, brother. I mentioned that I wanted to take a look here at CrowdStrike. A nice little pop today up to 426. Walmart not performing well whatsoever. So we're seeing a little bit of a rotation, I'm thinking here. And this name's been on a substantial run too, right up to 134. So you're experiencing somewhat of a pullback, almost 10% at this point. And then we're going to take a look at Costco as it's holding up half decently as well. So we'll keep an eye on these. And Procter & Gamble, how have you been performing? A solid green day today, and you're not too far off of this previous pivot high. So a good look there. Starbucks performing relatively well. I heard the folks talking about that this morning. So there's a couple of solid names. And if we go over to Applied Material, TKO, I think this is the... Oh, yay. It's my favorite stock, man. Even my favorite stock that I don't own is right here. I don't know why I don't, but anyways, we'll figure that out. That's not too complicated. You hit a couple of buttons, and then next thing you know, you're a proud owner of TKO. So there you go. RDDT. Let's see what we got going on here. Reddit not performing, guys. Just going through the list. And are we still continuing to climb here on Google? So as for silver, oh wow, what a rebound here in Google. That's a massive up move there. Now only down 10% off of that previous pivot high, and we were down what, approximately 15%. So that's a big time move here in goggles on today's session. Palantir, how have you been performing? One thing that I want to note, sorry, I'm just like going through a bunch of names, but I feel like, hey, it's like, why not? This is how we do TA.
Yo, the MAG is going, bro. The MAG, I think they're just generally long, except that hot garbage Tesla. You know, I don't feel it. The MAG is clean here, today, Joey.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that this move can be sustained after what we experienced today, or do you think we fade back in a little bit?
Well, we've been higher on some of the MAG names, right? Like locally, like the last couple of months, right? So I think we could...
so sorry, let me rephrase my question. Sure. Do you think this is the move where we go and break the previous all-time highs?
Hard to say, Joe, because what if he comes out, with another plan on the weekend, and he said he's already got a plan B, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. What's up, Assassino?
but we're heading over to SIA.
Okay.
But here's Robinhood. Guys, we're slowly starting to form a base before we go over to SIA. What I want to see is a little bit of a consolidation, maybe a slight move lower, a retest of this backside of the move, and then maybe we'll find somewhat of a rebound in a longer duration on Robinhood. But SIA, what do you have for us?
Got it, SIA.
Yeah, just a quick small cap here. The Russell's down 0.27% today, but I'm going to quickly talk about three individual tickers. RMSG, Real Messenger Corporation, up 30.46% today. The reason is unknown. I cannot find anything on this, but yeah, big number there. Urban, URBN in retail down almost 2%. CEO Richard Hayne has sold 40,000 shares as of yesterday, and the company has been maintained at an outperform by Telsey Advisory Group. Also, LGN, Legions, up almost 16% in the market today, has announced that it will be releasing results for the fourth quarter and full year ended December 31, 2025, on Friday, 27th of March, 2026, prior to the opening of the market, pre-market, and has also maintained a buy by Goldman Sachs. That's all.
Thank you, SIA. That's too late on volume, Bhavin. YIBO. 839,000. It's light. Nice breakout, 31.87%. YIBO, Planet Image International. Shout out to the OG Bhavin, but a little bit light on volume, Joey. What were you? You were going to say something about the top and the mag.
Yeah. So it's the way I feel, and I hope that again, I don't want to come off as a pessimist or anything along those lines. Just thinking about a little bit longer duration. I mean, we've been on a substantial run, so I think there's a little bit of, I don't want to call it bamboozlement, but a prolonged, we're just delaying a little bit of a pullback here, in my opinion. I could be totally wrong here, and for the sake of the market and long-term portfolios, I am. But in the triple Qs, right, in the NASDAQ and in the SPY, I just have this hunch that I feel like, and someone posted on X today, the Wyckoff theory, just accumulation and distribution, and I feel like we're kind of in that phase right now, and I'm not going to say we're going to have that 20% pullback or that bear market kind of territory, but I do believe that we're going to break down a little bit through some support levels, and I think that's healthy for the market as well too, so we can get that sustained move. So I wouldn't be surprised in the near future, like you said, Sharif, if he comes out with his plan B and the street doesn't like his plan B, I can see the market coming back in and giving back the majority of today's gains.
I don't think the street's going to like tariffs at all, Joey.
No.
I mean, and they haven't, right, since he's been putting it on. Analysts have, been quite bearish on it. So my concern is he throws the tariff curveball back into the mix.
Yes, exactly.
And then, the ascension today in the price corrects again.
Exactly.
That's
it's just like it's pricing it in, and now it just bakes it right back out as soon as he releases his plan B.
And Rivian Millionaire, great point, brother. Dude, the Qs is down 3% year to date. Let me just double check that. The Qs are down 0.72% year to date, brother. The DIA is up 3, the SPY is up 1, and the IWM is 7.5.
What did you say was down 3% year to date?
There's nothing down 3%. The Qs, as you can see, look at that year-to-date column.
Yeah.
Down what? 0.73.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
0.75%.
From year-to-date anyway. They were down. Yeah, you're not wrong. They were down. Guys, and then that's the thing. We don't have to be at all-time highs every day. But, yeah, I get everybody's concern. Obviously, the market has been in that consolidative state. And I think that's completely normal, right? Valuations have to catch up to price. But when we're in that consolidative state, a lot of people do not like it. So, yeah, they kind of get, you get used to the moves constantly going to the high side, right? And that's a look there. All right, guys, I'm looking at RNG. This one's curling back above, looking at breaking out into 40, so I'm looking at that one. I'm in 3 positions at the moment. We're looking at doing it live on RXT. RXT's broken trend. I'm looking for that one to hold up. I've also built a position into TNDM, about a little bit out of the money right now, but looking for that 25 penny area to hold. And I'm still holding SATL, but I don't think I'm going to hold it for much longer. This isn't the move here, so we're going to take it, break even, and get the hell out and focus on the ones that are making a move. And there goes RXT into 82. What do we have on this? We have 79s, and we built a good position. So I'm looking for this one to kind of ride, possibly back. I'd like to see it take out the high of the candle at 11:15, which was 183. It's at 182 now. Let's go ahead and set up some profit takers a little bit above that and see if we can get a price spike up and take advantage of that. So I'm going to focus on TNDM and RXT, Joey.
All right, good look there, brother. We can't get this 80 print that we're looking for on SLV. We keep knocking on that door, so we'll keep an eye on it. We're almost there. I think one more push. If we squeeze any form of shorts out, then I think we can get that move up into 74.80, and that's when we're going to look to take that next little bit of profit off the table. But you can see we're just kind of ebb and flowing right now, stuck in limbo up and around these highs. But we had NVDA recover right back to that high, so let's see how we react once again. Could we put in a double top? Maybe, possibly, but also we can see the squeeze. But I think the objective by the end of the session here, considering we've seen that gamma exposure and that high level of open interest, is for us to close, well, not us, I'm not involved in anything, but for the hedgies to have those contracts close south of 190 on the intraday session. So be patient. There's the pullback in SLV, so we're not getting the move that we're looking for, but we're getting a nice nice bounce there on NVDA. Los Pollos, are you still involved in this? I'm curious to know. Here's Open Door. I think this is an all-day fader and continuous to the downside. I don't know how much of a sustained bounce you're going to get in that one. Obviously, we could be wrong. But here's the trend line. If this really breaks on silver, then we're going to be in... then we're going to have to probably get out and trail out our stop, because this is an aggressive candle to the downside. And if the volume on the lower time frames really starts to pick up and you can see it slowly start to stair step higher, then we have to take into consideration we'll trail out and then we'll get out of the remaining amount. So that's what we have going on. I want to hit my key again, to be honest with you. I don't want to just punch into anything randomly, but I want to see if I kind of fixed what I was having issues with before using that Frex key that Obi was telling me about. So yeah, we'll take a look at that. Still 2-0 Finland here, guys. But not much time left in the second period. Things are getting tough. I don't know if, man, from my experience, a 2-goal lead heading into the third. The Finns did it yesterday, okay? Or 2 days ago. 2-goal lead heading into the third is scary. But coming back twice in a row from being down a goal or plus is difficult. Okay, very, very difficult. And I had a 3-1 victory on Canada over Finland today with Connor McDavid with 2 goals. So the big boys are really going to need to step up. Connor McDavid needs to score 2 goals this game, and then we'll get another dirty one. I don't know why Tom Wilson is on the team either. But anyways, aside from that, I would pick him over Connor Bedard over him all day, every day, and a couple other people like Seth Jarvis and stuff like that. No,
we're on a power play.
Yeah,
so we just started the power play.
Yeah.
They need to score here.
They need to score here with 6 minutes left remaining in the second.
Who's the best line? Who's our best power play line?
The one that we got on right now, Connor McDavid with Nathan McKinnon and Macklin Celebrini. So
are we on the same? What time? What time do you?
I got 5 5s.
Yeah, you're. I'm ahead. You're ahead of me by no.
Pretty close.
Yeah, you're ahead of me by like a second
Couple
or two.
seconds. Yeah. And then Neil was saying that as well.
Neil's got it up as well.
Neil's got it on as well. So we may as well just shut it down.
Honestly, this is the best. Hey, we said they had to score. They scored. It is a different game now. It is 2-1, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go, Joey. Let's go. Come on now.
So again, I'm just gonna go back into the book. So I remember it was a long time ago, and we had an amazing team.
We had an amazing team.
We were the best team in the league. We lost about like a handful of games all year with an outstanding record.
Right.
Anyways. I remember it's the finals, right? This team is our arch rivals. They're equally as good. It's a coin flip. And I remember I scored the first goal in the finals, and I sellied. But I had that gut feeling. I'm like, I have a hunch that we had some younger guys on the team. I said, I have a feeling we're going to do something stupid here. And sure enough, we take 2 dumb penalties, the younger guys, and they score on both of them.
No.
And then we were fortunate enough to tie it up 2-2 with like a couple of seconds left in the third. But then we lost in overtime.
I'm sorry.
So that was probably one of my most devastating. Yeah, I'll never forget that day. Yeah. When we were supposed to win, like it's like you are the guys, you are the team to beat, but you end up beating yourself is what really grind my gears.
And making those type of penalties, especially when It's the youngins too.
It's
You
the younger
You
kids,
can't really
right?
point too much at them.
No, but it's like,
young,
hey, man, you can't be doing that. Like, your selfishness cost the team. Even though we lose as a team, because you decided to give Buddy an extra shove because he hit you the way you didn't like after the whistle,
that's
right?
what it was,
Or you decide to slash somebody in the legs because you felt they did something to you, and the ref is always going to make that second call. And those were the scenarios that ended up costing us a championship.
I feel you, bro. I feel you, man. There goes RXT, guys. We're in at 79. We're wetting the beak. I think the best print I have right now is 87s, which is candle high. Let's see if this one can kind of go. There's 87 again. Let's post at 88s, by the way. We've got shares on this one. Seller at 87 here on RXT. It's back. It's broken trend. It's got aggressively green candles. There's 88. Can we continue a little bit higher? We're going to wait here, and we're going to pack the patience on RXT. Let's see if it can take out that 190 area. There is 190. Joey, it just killed all the shorts. Oh, no, they're dead. They died. That's a new high a day. Into 196 we go. Let's post at 99s here. Now we're going to have resistance at 2. We know 2 is going to be a bit of a tough level to get through. Huge seller at 95, Joseph. 96 area high. Watch out for the rejection at 2. It doesn't have to get specifically into 2. Can get into that 2 area. So keeping an eye on this one. Good move here on RXT. Let's see if this one can continue. I've still got TNDM. I'm out of the money by this. I'm break even on this one, but it's not moving up, and I am concerned about it. Do you have anything to mention before we send it to CN Neil?
Yeah,
Are we going to Neil directly?
I do, actually.
Go ahead.
And it goes like, go, Canada, go.
Welcome, everybody. Well, I'll second that one. Go Canada, go. I have no idea why you guys. We're in the same network, but I'm like three or 4 seconds behind when I'm watching it. So these dudes are like celebrating, and I'm like, we're on the power play. I know we've scored, and so that shot must have to go in. But you know what? Just like you have a game-changing moment when you get off the schneid and get that goal, way to go Canada, sort of changing the litmus. The market can do the same thing. And oftentimes what'll happen, you know, at times you've heard us say, oh, we got an 830 number, you know, don't overreact to it, but the sentiment could change. Make sure that you are nimble with your plans of action. And it's true for all other economic data. But there's very few times that we'll actually look at an economic number intraday and say, hey, this one's going to be a big mover. Now, obviously, when we had the Supreme Court decision, I'm going to use the SPY because I think it's going to be a little bit better here to show the volume spike. Yeah, the volume spike's much better on the SPY, and ignore the dark pool one there. When we had that Supreme Court decision, there are 2 things about it that made it change the way the market was going. Now, one of them is obvious in that it's just a big deal. You could see the volume spike. Even if you weren't aware that there was a decision potentially today at 10, you could get the ruling. If you were looking at anything, you instantly knew something had changed based on looking at your tape. Stops would have got run if you were sure. Like, it was very obvious that something was happening. But you have to be able to do 2 things. One, you've got to understand that the market has now fundamentally changed. And 2, you then have to analyze whether that change matters to what it is that you are looking at. Now, for most stocks, probably the answer is going to be yes. It's not always across the board, but in most situations, the answer is going to be yes there. But there is one other aspect of this that, at least for myself, was the biggest learning point. The last 2 times we waited around for an interest rate, or not interest rate, for the Supreme Court decision, we knew it could come and then it didn't. And I remember both times being like, okay, there's a chance we could get it. Let's be ready. You know, could be a good opportunity to punch a break, like that kind of a thing. And then we got a nothing burger. And I remember after the second time this happened, I took the attitude of, well, you know what? They're not going to do it. I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, I'm just going to behave like normal every single time we get this. And then, of course, this one time, exactly what you would expect to happen. Murphy's Law is going to come right into effect. And like a fool, now normally I would cancel orders in that situation. Like, okay, well, Bitcoin was doing its normal thing. I've shorted my pop. There's a topping tail, didn't get that reload. But, you know, we're able to get some out. I'm going to reload it into that high. My order was sitting there. almost every single time, if I'm anticipating an economic number or something that can move the market, the first thing I do is I cancel those orders and then look to take the trade on the back end of it. Murphy's Law, the one time you decide to change your behavior, it's going to burn you. And that's exactly what happened. It went from green to red on IBIT. Now, obviously, the other thing you have to ask yourself is, did things fundamentally change with Bitcoin? I'd like to say, for me, yes, because it stopped, like after it stopped out, it made this play. But then more importantly, okay, when it comes back down and the volatility starts to spread out, does it hold? Well, it held a higher low after the fact. So after the fact, there's one bounce, there's two bounces. Those are a couple of higher lows. And then it looked like a breakout trend. I wait till it actually breaks a higher high. Now this is, like, some people are more aggressive than me, and I get that. That's just me. So there we get the bounce. It finally breaks out after we got the number, and it's still putting in higher lows. When it makes another trend line, then now I'm a long Bitcoin person for the first time in like weeks. I've actually taken a long in Bitcoin. So like part of the story, of course, is going to be understanding that you have to, whether it's flip, just stop what you were doing before, recognize whether it's going to change the litmus here, which it did for the Bitcoin with the trend. But the other side, when you have a set of rules, when you have a way of doing things, specifically like this, around economic numbers, around a decision, around a Fed decision, like you'll see us when we come on air at 2 o'clock or coming on a bit early whenever there's a Fed decision, you'll almost always see me flat with no orders out. There's a reason for that. Look to play to react. And in this particular case, knowing there could be something big, the one time that I didn't do that, cancel orders and wait for the back end to see if something changes, the one time, it can burn you. And so that's the importance of discipline. That's the importance of why you should know what data is due out that day. That's why we went over the possibility that it could come out so that you can be prepared. But you still have to stay disciplined. It only takes one mistake to get you in FOMO land. So hopefully that does help. And I just saw a super chat in here that I'm going to read out. Don't focus money, make food for children. I'm just looking at this super chat and I'm like, yeah, make food for children. And I'm actually, usually I haven't had the lunch when I do the lesson of the day, but this time I've already gotten into, this is supposed to be like a shepherd's pie. There's barely any potatoes in it, which is fine. It just means more protein. It's pretty much flavorless. Wish I had like some good hot sauce I could put on it. I'll give it a solid 6.5 out of 10. And I think you get the extra half point because there's a lot of protein in it. But there's pretty much zero flavor, like not at all. It's very, very bland, but that's okay. At the end of the day, everybody, I think we all learned a pretty good lesson when you have the potential of a market-moving event, that we have to be prepared for it. Even if it's like, okay, most of the time you weren't expecting a decision, or most of the time this number doesn't move the market, you got to prepare as if this time is going to matter, and just be consistent, because then the one time it does, you're locked and loaded and ready to go. Good luck, everybody, and go Team Canada. You got to figure this out.
Just right over here, super important. In 40 minutes, U.S. President Donald Trump will be holding a press conference to brief about the Supreme Court's tariff decision today at 12:45 p.m. ET. Of course, I'll be giving you live updates, if any.
Yeah,
that's what I was literally just thinking that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not the end of the world. You throw in a little sodium here, bro.
It's the end of the world
as we know it. 36 seconds left in the second period. There should be a good intermission talk there. I'd be yelling, right? I'd be like,
no, you don't. You do the opposite. That's
really?
one thing. Yeah. You do the opposite.
Soccer managers yell.
No, you keep it calm and cool. You don't yell.
Really?
Because as soon as you get that animosity, it's a guaranteed loss. That's one thing.
Seriously,
after those penalties, everybody started yelling at each other on the bench. Immediate loss.
Straight
so
to
you
jail.
Go in there, you say you play your best, you give it everything, and whatever happens, happens. But just know that you left it all out there.
Yeah.
And you end the conversation. You don't yell. You say, "Hey, we made a mistake. You had the shorthanded goal. We made our mistakes. Now let's correct them. You're dominating. You're literally doubling them in shots. Essentially, go out there and beat them."
Straight up.
Yeah.
Get her done.
Just get her done.
All right, man. RXT is the gift that keeps on giving, unlike that hot garbage TNDM, which I'm back into, by the way. But there it goes. We're in at 79 here on RXT. It's showing threes, fours, $2.03, $2.04, 206 high. My next profit taker is at 11. It's got a good breakout here, man. It was a very, you know what I want to start saying, Joey? These are almost, I want to categorize these type of setups as A or A plus setups. Yeah. They have been highly reliable. What am I talking about? I'm talking about these stair steps up, the long, prolonged downtrend with lower highs, and then a clear break of that trend line. If you get the clear break, it's almost always good. I got caught off once where it ended up making a lower high. So for example, that was the intraday high, right?
Yeah.
And then it'll pop off, say something like this. It'll end up making a lower high. So say for example, 185 rather than that 195.
Yeah.
And then it'll drop back down. But you're alive to that because if it makes a lower high, you're like, all right, this isn't the move. Yeah. Let me get out. But these are almost always A plus setups.
Yeah, I think so. I think so many things went right for it on that setup as well too. If we can pull that back up.
Yep.
Is that you have that trend line there, and then you have the break, like the opening up on the backside of that trend line, and then I seen on your other charts that the volume really stepped in.
Yeah, it was
really
big.
stepped in.
Really
So
big.
there's a lot of things, definitely correlating. That's
we'll have to see how that ends up going. All right, TNDM is starting to treat me a little bit better, so we have to. We're going to take some profits there, and then we have to send you to the big desk with Sia.
Yeah, Nike here currently down 2.76%, reversed hard after the Supreme Court tariff ruling. And as we know it, reason why, Nike heavily manufactures in Vietnam, China, and Indonesia, 3 countries that are the most impacted by these tariffs, and the initial pop has fading fast. So let's see what the market has to say for us next.
Absolutely right, Sia. There was a lot of names that I'm looking at the charts. They all got that 10 a.m. pop when the Supreme Court released their decision, and boop, right back down again. So point well taken. You get that algorithmic reaction, and then, you know, the ensuing price action is probably more human input than anything else. But we'll keep tabs on that, guys. I'm still watching TNDM here. We're in at threes. It's showing me 33s. I'm waiting for the cross. I'm actually posted at 33, but it's not crossing, so I'm not getting the print. Only a couple of prints on this one. Looking for a possible move back into the 2/3. Let's say the $0.50 first. But this one is also suffering from that same affliction that RXT was suffering from, which is, let me close this because it doesn't look as good. Look at that unbroken downtrend there, right? With really no new highs. This is the candle that lured me in, that 1155 candle, right? But it ended up continuing to kind of make a general lower high trend. So what I'm looking for here is a breaking of that trend line in the same way that I was looking for it on RXT on the left side of your screen. So TNDM, I'm involved in this one, looking for a move above, but we're gonna keep the stop tight on this monster over here. A little zen. Looks like, you know, you're not having a great day, brother. I don't mean to call you out, but emotions will cloud judgment. Just take it from me, brother. Take it from me. Let my, you know, bad experiences serve to help you a little bit. It's like, I don't get it. No matter what I do, I'm getting, how did Elf lose everything? You know, take a quick walk, brother. It's easier said than done, obviously, from on my side of the screen, but blow off some steam, come back, and reset on the trading day, because emotions will only cloud your judgment. Keeping an eye here on RXT, it looks like it is finding some support at 2. So if RXT wants to continue putting in the higher lows, and that's the setup we've got right now on the 5-minute chart, every single candle is higher lows ever since the candle at 1145, I should be looking at getting in some. Because, well, I don't have the same amount of shares, obviously, as I did before. So I'd like to weasel in some here. Now, the idea would be that it holds that general 2 area. I think I'm going to do that. Let's go ahead and add here for a hold above 2. I'm going to give it to a little bit below 2, okay? Because I don't want to get stop hunted. But generally, what I'm looking for is a $2 hold. So that's what we're in. We're doing it live now. We'll see what that one ends up doing. TNDM is gonna drop back down again. I think it's still suffering from that, you know, lower high situation that it's putting in. I think I'm gonna get out of this because, well, here it goes, right back up again. I don't know. I'm gonna give this one a little room. Let's give this one an opportunity, but I may regret this. I can move it up to prior bar low. Prior bar low on TNDM is 24.90. I'm in at 25.03, so that's not too much in terms of risk. I think that that's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's move it up to prior bar low, and that way it'll help alleviate some of the damage that could ensue if it does lose the bid. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll give it a little room, and we have that many shares. So we've done that. That means I got to cancel the previous stop. So where's my previous stop? Canceled there. How's RXT doing? All right, good. Good ad so far anyway. Let's see if this one wants to pop off into some levels. We'll take some beak wetters on this bad boy if we can, if it tries to move up back into the day high, which is $2.08. Where do we add? We added at 202s. Okay, not too bad. That fundamentally changes my cost basis from 179 to 196. So I've exhausted a lot of my shares. And again, if it loses 2, I've tried to give it a little room below 2, but if it loses 2, I'm generally out of that one. There's not a whole lot others, a lot of others, excuse me, that are making a move right now in the world of small cap gappers. But as always, guys, if there are ones that I haven't mentioned that are making moves, specifically if they're above the volume weighted average price, if they're above the pre-market high, if they were doing volume in the pre-market, I'd love to know about them. But tag me or Joe in the chat. Let us know what they are, and then we'll cover them and all that good stuff, Joey.
Good stuff, guys. Yeah, nice moves there, Sharif. And a beautiful double top on NVDA, right above that 190 mark, right? So we've been talking about that. You guys brought it up to us. You're like, hey, we got these call walls up here. How are we going to react to them? And for those who have been fortunate enough to take advantage of those moves, then congratulations to you. We'll spin that. We'll hit this one for you because it's been looking pretty good. And now we have a neckline that's starting to be established. We talk about the head. It's a neckline. So if we break through this and the momentum really starts to pick up, maybe we'll see somewhat of a sustained downside move. Again, they only need them to close below that 190 strike. So for wherever we are currently right now, they're clearly good. They're sitting pretty and on some pretty pennies as well too. So watch out for this support level. This was prior resistance. This can act as support level. This is where we had that breakout before, and that's when I got involved on NVDL. We are now on the backside of this trend here on SLV. We'll head back to that because I want to talk about this name a little bit. We were fortunate enough to catch that fill at 74.80s, and then we caught some at 74.90s as well. So now I'm sitting on approximately 10% of my position, just leaving it on. Silver's up 5% here today, but if you wait for a pullback and then the breach of the volume weighted average price on NVDA, there might be a good move there, especially because the market's starting to come back in as well too. We were talking about Open Door not too long ago. And this move has been sustained to the downside. It's a consolidation up here, an additional leg down. You get somewhat of a breath here for 5 minutes, and then it makes an additional leg down. So not too bad of a look. Guys, I know Sean did this morning. I want to get a check-in on everybody. Enough of how we're doing on the day. I want to know how everybody else is doing on the day. So red or green, put it in the chat. Put those emojis, whether they're red or green. We'll get that involved here and see what everyone's doing. And if you have recovered, have you gone from red to green? Have you gone from green to red? I'm curious how on everyone else's day is going. So put that in the chat. Let's see how it is and see what the narrative may be on today's session. The volatility was in, guys. Why are retailers taking off? Very red says Hangry Wife. That's okay. Green says others Inc. love to. Taco Supreme, given the green heart. We love that. Go Hockey USA Woman says Lily love Corbett. All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for that support. And by the way, congratulations on your win. Now, as for Jody with the green heart out there as well too, Trading Nurse with the 5 green hearts with red. That's fine. Red to red. Red to red says Leonel Martinez. Yeah, it happens. But guess what? Monday's a new day, and it's a full week, so we might see some more activity, especially with what Sharif was saying earlier in the session when we were talking a little bit about Donald and how the market's going to react. If he releases his plan B, then who knows what can happen come Monday morning. There's definitely going to be a little bit more volatility stepping in, and most importantly, we'll see a bit of a move on the TQQs. NVDA typically stays inside that inside move, but next week we'll take a look at that when we can get a better of a gauge, and then we'll also take a look at the open interest as well. So other than that, guys, been sitting in this SLV trade. NVDA looking like it wants to break down. Silver's on the backside of that trend. Open Door continuing its slide, and now the TQQs south of the volume weighted average price.
Yeah, I'm just reading this Supreme Court decision, Joe. Just if you don't, just hold on for a little bit
absolutely.
more.
So, all right, see, what do you got for us?
Yeah, this just this is not confirmed, but these are reports coming from Tesla investors that cyber cabs with no steering wheels were spotted at Tesla's Giga Texas factory today.
Why did it stop me? Oh my goodness.
Okay, so yeah, here it is, guys, right? So 74.50, right? We're starting to come back in. We got that moving to 74.90. Thankful that we took the majority of that position off. Now we're just going to look for another opportunity. I mean, what time is it? 12:18. It's not bad. We had the TSLA. I haven't even pulled that trade up here really because I've been focusing on silver, but this was definitely our better one on the day. We had a good one on TSLA earlier in the morning with that momentum to the top side. Fortunate enough to catch that volatility spike, and then now you can see we're really starting to pick up the momentum to the downside. So neckline break on Nvidia, giving you 50 cents right off the pop.
All right, RXT lost 2 guys, so I stopped out right below 2. It's coming back into that 190 area, though. This is a breakout area. We'll look at that area high at 1035. That was the top. So I'd like to give this one the old college try, so to speak. And, oh, I just did something else there that I didn't want to do. Let's see if we can get some here. I'm going to pick it up here. Let's give it to 86s. That'll be an appropriate amount of risk for me. Okay, so there's a couple reasons why I like this RXT level here, even though it lost 2. So first and foremost, that 190 level, that 193 level, that was the area high at around 1030, 1035. It goes into that 191, rejects, drops all the way down, holds VWAP, okay? Secondly, it's also the 10 EMA on the 5, which is basically overlapping with the same area, price action breakout from 1030. So if it holds up there, fantastic. I'm not gonna risk too much on this one. It's gonna be a tight stop. Otherwise, we're not gonna give back. We won't want to give back anything, but you know, you got to take some risks. So let's go ahead and put on some orders here and see if we can kind of nice price spike up, maybe even above 2. 208 area high, but it had a whole lot of trouble staying above 2. Not surprised, at least initially on that. But I need it to hold this general area because I won't DCA into an oblivion. So if the buyers are going to step in at that breakout level, I'm going to ride it with them. Otherwise, no thank you, sir. So 193, we're break even on it now, looking for a move into 2. Prior bar low, just to give you an idea, 190. Current bar low, 190 and a half. So there we go, into 95. We're waiting at 95s, but it's got to cross. It's not crossing, so we don't get the print. We'll pack the patience. I also got stopped out again of TNDM. I think I'm going to change the way that I'm looking at trading this. Again, the rule is 3 strikes and you're out. This, I'm 0 for 2 on it. So the way I'm going to trade it from now is it has to break that trend line, that TNDM. The same way that RXT broke the trend line. That's what I'm looking for TNDM to do. If it does that, I'll get in. If it doesn't, I'm not going to get in. I'll stay red on it. So that will be my focus there. Everything else is not setting up properly. RNG is not setting up. FNKO, AXTI, NCI, SATL, BDMD, they're all breaking down. There is no continuity here on any of them. And as I glance at my scanner up top, I'm not seeing any new ones. So we're gonna have to, you know, slow down the trading because there's really nothing. There's nothing moving. For my style of trades anyway, just continuing to look at the scanner over here, just making sure there's nothing new coming in. Very, very, very light volume on a lot of these, or a lot of them are sub 1 million. So not sure what the whole situation is there, but check out mRNA, nice bounce, coiling. Well, it's not a small cap gapper, but of course, Nick's an OG, so we'll cover that for Nick, no problem. Let's go, oh boy. You don't want to look at the weekly on the Moderna chart. Stay away from that, boys and girls.
All right, what's going to happen?
You want to see it, Joey? Do it. Oh boy, it's seen better days, my man. It's seen better days. Let's go and have a look at the intraday. He says it's coiling. Yeah, I like that. Flat top break. Certainly agree with you there. 49.40. There was certainly selling. Looks like that selling's come out now, but it's still negative on the day, but barely. To go green, it's got to get above 49.70. It was above that level initially. Just price spikes, though, and then drop right back down. Yeah, this is not the move, but it had a great day yesterday, especially in the afternoon. Holy cow, look at that move, man. This thing was up, I think, about 10% yesterday. What a move, and it's had a good couple of days. Look at Moderna, dude. Up day, consolidative, up day. Up day, today, consolidated. Not bad. Okay, put that pinky down. My goodness, what's going on there? This guy. All right, man. That pinky tripped me out a little bit, but I'll chuckle at that. So RXT, the only one involved in, guys, looking for a hold of the breakout area. It is the 190-ish area, which is overlapping with the 10 EMA on the 5. If it loses that, I'm going to stop out. Joe.
All right, good stuff there, guys. All right, let's head into the third period here. I got to have a talk with the boys. Maybe if they could get me on the phone there and just say, hey, man, just go out there and do what we got to do in order to win this hockey game. Leave it all out there. And if not, you got to play for the bronze, I think, maybe on Saturday or, tomorrow, I think, would be the bronze medal game. Or maybe another time Sunday morning. But aside from that, guys, open door, continuing to slide a little bit here. Pinkies up, exactly, Escape Planet. So other than that, let's head through our watch list, guys. If there's anything from the options chain that you want to take a look at or curious about, it's like, hey, this is what we got going on. Just feel free to tag me in the chat, and we'll get that rocking and rolling. So we're ready to party and rage on that front. How's Pan W been up to? A nice little bounce there in Pan Dub. Same narrative, man. And I think these are a pretty quality setup.
Like, what the hell does tariffs have to do with Pan W? Can someone tell me?
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Look at the intraday, my boy.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Anyway,
it's just listen. I remember somebody said this a long time ago to me. Is like Wall Street, they're a bunch of babies, right? Like, so everyone gets all excited. You rip up one way, everyone's like, yeah, party.
Stupid.
And then when the littlest inconvenience happens, sell it all. No, in all seriousness.
No, that's what happens, bro. It's what happens.
But the market literally over-exaggerates in multiple ways. So, I mean, if it's to the top side, it's like there's no way that we should be at these valuations, or we should be continuing to gap up and climb higher. But then it happens in the inverse of that as well too. It's just like, why are we continuously selling? Because if it's a high quality name like Microsoft down almost 30%, you know eventually that is probably going to get bought back up. I'll put my bottom dollar on the fact that, like, hey, from my short experience, from my 5 years of trading, there is zero chance that Microsoft does not eventually reach an all-time high. Zero, right? Do you not agree with me, Katina Man? What's up? Oh, are you on the phone? Oh, he's on the phone. I thought he was talking to me. Like, zero chance. Okay, Joe, can you look at the VKTX options chain longer term? Thank you. Nicked up for sure. I've never even heard of this name, VKTX. But anything
Viking Therapeutics, brother.
Oh, is that it?
You know,
okay, VKTX. Yeah, I know about that. Oh, Katina Man was actually messaging me about this not too long ago. A potential buyout, right? So you think, yeah. So he was asking me about that. If that's the case, avoid the chain. Okay, there it goes. Before we step into that, once again, nicked up, thank you. Neckline break on Nvidia, $88.63. You're now down to $187.75. Okay, moving forward, let's get over to VKXT, Viking Therapeutics, and we'll go over to longer dated you were asking about. So how does the middle of summer sound, or late summer? We'll go over to August and see what we got going on. For the at-the-money strike prices, guys, we're going every $2.50 increment. At the money IV is elevated though, guys. Keep that in mind. $775, not too bad. You're going to be hitting that on the ass. The liquidity, big time issue, right? Like, open interest, 155. You're not even seeing any forms of volume. So getting involved with that might be a little bit more difficult. So just be cautious on that. But if it is a potential buyout, also be extremely cautious of that. And if you don't get any appreciation within those contracts anytime soon, then you want to get out. One thing that I will note, Nick W, is that just look out for essentially the at the money IV. I think that's a little bit elevated. VKXT. We'll take a look at it, or VXK. What is it again? What am I at?
VKTX.
VKTX.
Yep.
VKTX. We'll take a look at it from why. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Why are you making my life difficult?
Tell me that it's human nature. Why?
Ooh, that's a fire. That's a fire, man. Did you? I'm going to ask a question. I know the answer to it.
It's Dirty Diana.
No, that's not that song. No, what I was going to ask you is, did you watch the new Michael Jackson documentary?
I didn't.
Yeah, I thought I'd throw it out there. 63%. So yeah, this thing has been on the downside. It doesn't look too good to me right now.
Sorry, Joe. Just give me 1 second. I'm just setting up some orders, bro.
So buying calls on that, right? So you don't want to necessarily go against the grain. You can draw your basic trend lines here, and if it does break, I think that's a good time to engage. We're all out of silver. That worked out for us. NVDA breaking through that 188 mark and continuing to bleed its own blood. So we got to keep an eye out on that one. We're officially starting the third period here, guys. 19 minutes left. Shots 22 Canada, Finland with 11 shots. So we're doubling it, and we're in the ozone. So if we can get any form of a lucky bounce, we're definitely in the offensive zone. So if we get any form of a lucky bounce, I like our chances to take a lead here. But first things first, we got to tie it up there, guys.
Oh man, NCI just fell off a cliff. I should have been looking for shorts on this one. Look at that straddle on the volume weighted average price from the sell side, and then it really, really does drop. So a big move down here for NCI. It is really heading down quite aggressively. That's the kind of thing that I need to be looking more for, right, guys? This is what we talked about yesterday with these small cap gappers. When we're looking to short, we're looking for the loss of VWAP and then a retracement attempt to clear VWAP and then drop back down. Is this thing halted? It's not showing up on my scanner as halted, but then again, I don't have it on. NCI, I don't know why I didn't have that NCI on. It is not halted. It is halted. It is? No, it's not halted. It's not halted, yeah. It's just sitting there at 521 for whatever reason, but yeah, whatever. There goes ABTS. Finally, we catch some dubs. The breakout is on right now. This could be a move above 4, so watch out here. A reclaiming of VWAP and a nice price spike up. We got 89s on. Let's go ahead and take out some mid-teens if it was to make it up there. Looking for the move into 20s as well, but it's got to decisively clear that $4 area. But it is a very, very pronounced, let's call it that, rounded bottom. Look at this big smile if you're there, my man. I know your affinity for these rounded bottoms. Ooh. No, but there it goes. Let's see if it holds above 4. What I gave it was, I gave it to current bar, well, prior bar low, because that's where I was in. I was in the prior bar, showing 405 now. Let's see if we can make a move back up, take out some orders, but we are not decisively above $4, so I am concerned. Even if we're above the volume weighted average price at that $4 psychological resistance area continues to put a damper on the long party. I'm also still holding here RXT, break even on this one, looking for a hold of this general area. It looks like it's consolidating at this technical area of prior resistance, now support. I'm talking, of course, about that 190 area. I'm not buoyed by the fact, though, that we're getting topping tail candles into 195. I am buoyed, though, by the higher lows. So let's see how this one ends up doing. We're keeping a tight stop. High 80s is my stop. We're in at 93, so not too much risk on this one. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at, man. We're looking for ABTS to decisively clear 4. We'll look to get in a little bit more here. I think I added a couple of times on ABTS. Nope, I didn't get that DCA, so that one didn't come in. So I'll be looking to get a little bit more here at around $4, where I'm in at 89. So let's go ahead and add here. Looking for a move, though, into 4. I will continue to give it to prior bar low, though. So prior bar low is well south of where we are, 69. Let's see if it holds up at this general area, Joey.
Good look there, guys. All right, time's a ticking here. Nice bounce there on NVDA, indecision print right at some key support levels. You're coming to retest this backside of the trend here on SLV, and then you're getting a little bit of a bounce here in the market, but this breath doesn't look like it's going to be sustained. Maybe that's all it is, and then we can continue our trajectory to the downside. I'm not in anything right now, but if NVDA continues to bounce, then maybe we'll see a little bit of a sustained move here. Once again, you only need to keep it south of 190. And that's the thing. That's the thing of beauty is that, like, you can just hide within all that open interest. How much are we collecting at this point here today? I don't think it's going to be very much, to be honest with you. Let's see what we got going on at this point. Okay, we're gonna head back, man. We're going over the options chain here. It's Friday as well. I mean, we could be playing.
You got no job. There goes ABTS in taking out prior bar high, Joey. We're doing it live. We just added into ABTS here, but there's a whole lot of bag holders from prior action that we need to be concerned about, man, because they were on volume 2. I'm talking about 1020. There it goes into the $quarter. It's taking out all my orders. The breakout is on right now on ABTS. It's up 111%. Let's wet the beak here. Now we're going to post in the high 30s. We're posting in the low 40s as well. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up. Unreal what RXT did, though. It just went up and then went back down. I needn't concern myself about that. Huh? What just happened there with ABTS? How did I exhaust all my shares so quickly? Oh, because that DCA went unfilled. I was under the impression that I had that. Okay, so we're gonna have to find some way to get back into ABTS here because we exhausted all the shares. I had it 3 times. How did I finish them so quickly? All right, looking. Let's see if that $4 area comes in again. We've got a great setup right now on ABTS. Higher lows, essentially, since, I want to say the candle here at 11.55. So you're looking for a possible Joey's losing it over there, bro. The Canada game. All right, I'm looking for 4s to come in generally here. Let's see if we can get something closer to the 4 single digits. But it's looking like it's moving back into that $0.25. The breakout's on, Joe. I'm going to have to add. So there we go. Take over, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
So I was just looking at the value of this specific contract here. So this is December. This is a 4 hour. So we want to head over to something from an intraday standpoint and see how we've been looking at so far. And this is today. I just want a 5-minute time frame. Let's not make this overly complex. And I think if you just disguise yourself, you can see that this contract didn't even gain the value. Once you double topped around $95 there, it came right back in. You're starting to see a little bit of a bounce. But just south of this, so if you can just mask yourself in disguise, I think this would be a good opportunity for a bear call, in my opinion, right? Like, if it breaks higher and it happens to breach through this high, you know essentially what you're going to lose on this. So the value of that contract at the breach of this is going to be, like, the reason why I'm saying is like, hey, Joe, you're essentially only making like 20-something bucks because you would have to spread this, and if you don't have the ability to write it naked. So essentially what you would have here is 26 bucks, but you can just buy one of these contracts for $1, and essentially you're collecting 24, and then you can be proven wrong at, unfortunately, a negative 3 to 1, but the probability of profit within that setup is going to be substantial. It's going to be the inverse of that, probably around 75%, considering, like, look at our delta. It's 80% roughly that these contracts are going to expire out of the money. You're not going to make anything writing this. You would have to write a boatload of them, and the premium you're collecting, you're going to lose just in fees. Unless you're writing a substantial amount, there you're really masked. But I don't think that's necessarily the right play. So I like what we got going on. This number's being sustained, 126,000. It's not growing. It's not going to grow. Right, 295, and as you head closer to the expiration time of 4 p.m. or 4:15, you're gonna probably see that really. You might see it stay how it is, but you might see some slow covering.
Joe, I got to interrupt.
Go ahead.
ABTS is taking out highs. It just got into the day high of 480. Here we go again. Wow, we got into 5. Move, boy. Let's go. We're gonna halt up into 410. We're long at 419. This could be a false halt now. Watch for the drop. It has to be at this way in 10 seconds, for 10 seconds. Here we go, ABTS, 3, 2, 1. It's halted. Yes, finally, bro, what a red-ass day this has been for me. So finally, we get some moves up here on ABTS. What a move. Look at this, bro. Look at that, bro.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a really nice
right
move.
there, Joey. So that 509 halt, guys, sorry to interrupt you, bro.
No. Yeah. Feel free, man. I got my eyes on a couple of things. Okay, yeah, so guys, in approximately 10 minutes, we're going to stream Donald Trump's meeting and his decision here.
Yes, sir.
So we'll take a look at that. We're going to have some fun with it as well, too. We're obviously curious on what he has to say and who he's going to blame and what else he's got going on. So looking forward to that, guys. Just going back, now we're $22, now we're 20. So this was the breadth that I was talking about not too long ago. So we have that move. We reject the volume weighted average price once again, and then now we're starting to slowly come back in. The seller's stepping right back in here on the exact same name. Let's head back over to Open Door and see if we're continuing to bleed here. On today's session, yeah, so it's been a steady all-day fader. We're retesting the backside of this trend on silver. If it happens to open up on a 5-minute, happens to open up on the opposite side, on the front end here, then sure enough, maybe you get a little bit of a continuation today. But what I was seeing from a daily perspective, I was like, I don't know if we're necessarily in breakout territory. Nice, strong green candle, but if you don't want to go against the grain and expect like a full capitulatory move here, I think at some point we will head back towards the low, 72.40, and there goes Open Door, a new low, and then we're right back towards this key pivot on NVDA. So I think that the market might slightly bleed here for the remainder of the session. We still have almost more than 3 hours, 3.5 hours, a little bit less than that, and the Team Canada only has 12 minutes. So I would, so at the end of the day, a lot going on. Time in one hand, no time in the other, because Joe Biden. Let's see what else the chat is up to here, Sharif. How's your trade going on that one?
Good.
Are you all out of that previous
No,
one?
we're still
You're
holding,
in the
brother.
halt?
Yeah,
okay. What's the tap? Do you have a tap on that?
Yeah, great question. The tap is, that was our RXT. We're still taking that one long. It's showing 505s now, Joey, so it's a little bit below the halt price. 509 is the halt price. So here it is, guys, 1236.38. The earliest will be open is 1241.38. It comes in waves of 5. But I want to get back into TNDM here. This is my largest loser on the day, far and away, but it is breaking trend, so your boy's gonna get involved, and we're gonna freaking do it live on this one. Here we go. Let's set up here. It's breaking trend. It's making some higher highs. We'll get caught offside if that ends up being the case, but I'm gonna take my shot at it. Because I was waiting for this one to break trend, and to me, it's breaking trend, so I want to take this one right back up to the top. It's a 25.65 high of day. We added shares. Let's see what we do. This is by far my more negative name, BDMD, second worst off in the day. What's my move, though, below this? Prior bar low. Prior bar low takes me to 24.93. We go 24.88s out, and we're going to do it live, hopefully, on that. We'll see how that one ends up doing. What's my cost basis? 20, showing me 32s, looking for the move. It's showing 27s now. The spread has been annoying all day, but we're gonna have to deal with the spread. So that's the situation that I find myself in. But I do like the trend break right now. It's just a matter of whether or not it continues and weasels back up into that 24.65. Separately, our RXT looks like it's rejecting with a doji candle that just closed at 12.35. That's my out there. I don't want to deal with this one and have to deal with ABTS and TNDM at the same time. So waiting here. Let's see exactly what time it is so we can kind of compare the time. 12:40:32. So we have about a minute from the halt time to when ABTS open. So the earliest I got, as I mentioned, 12:41:38. So I have about a minute until then. Shout out to my man Nick. Sharif, check out the nice move on KMI, red to green in oil, my man. Bring it over. So give me a sec. KMI, not one that I know. Kinder Morgan, I do know. I just never trade it. All right, not bad at all, brother. Yeah, this one definitely went red, 32.30. Now it's back up 32.57. Not too bad of a look. You know, not a name that I typically trade or know much about. But let's go daily. What do we got here? Oh, wow. Kinder Morgan's on a breakout, man. Did you see that? It took area highs here at 31.50. Shout out to Nick, man. This is a good looker here. Not one that I've been following for a while, but thank you for pointing it out here. Waiting for this one to open up. Let's see what time it is. We have about 5 seconds. Let's see. The tap's showing 493. There it is. It's dropping. It's dropping. Let's see if it pops up above 5. I don't have any prints above 5. Or do I do? I do. Just one. I'm putting 505. Let's see. It just popped up again into that level, but rejected. I've got 419s on, so you rest assured I'm not allowed this to go against me. But I want to see if we can get above 5. And what the beak here, take some profits, but it's continuing to drop. Yeah, into 50s. There's no bid stepping in. Let's see, back up into 70s it goes, 80s it goes. Looking for the move above 5. Try not to paper hand this trade. Looking for the move. Yeah, I'm looking at the bid as well, guys. What I'm specifically looking for are large orders at a specific price level to kind of backstop the bleeding on the downtrend here. So ABTS not continuing after the halt. Let's take another beak wetter there. Let's see if we can kind of move into that area high. Looks like there is a selling here at the $0.75 Assassino. There's 80s. Can we see some 90s here? We popped up back into the mid 80s, low 80s. There is 90 momentarily. There's 91. Looking for the move above 5. Not readily apparent whether it's going to be able to take out 5. Moreover, I haven't seen what the size waiting around that $5 looks like, right? So right back into 60s we go. We're going to pause for a second. We got to send it to Sia at the big desk. All right. Go ahead, Assassino. Oh. It was going to halt down. I had to. Oh, go ahead.
All right, we're back. There we go.
So sorry about that, guys. So sorry. Just quickly here, a report on Google is Google said that it's in talks to invest about $100 million in NeoCloud FluidStack. So FluidStack is a startup cloud computing company, and it basically says that it has backed projects that are tied to Hut 8, Cypher Mining, and TeraWolf to drive TPU demand. And this basically will be a competition to Nvidia.
All right. I flattened out on ABTS because it was bleeding its own blood, but we make money on the last remaining amount. Let's see if this sets up a little bit better. Let me give you the levels on this. 405, 10 EMA. A little bit below 396. I haven't had a look at what limit down is. It hasn't flashed on my screen quite yet. If it drops a little bit more, I'll be able to give you limit down, but currently I have no idea. Joey, what do you got?
Good look there, guys. All right, so I'm still looking at the market. You can see that I got the same couple of names on my radar. We'll go over what we were trading here earlier in the day. So, I mean, TQQs was definitely our better trade. And then we had a nice little ad on SLV. So this was our TQQs, part of that volatility. It did climb a little bit higher, which we didn't get to participate in, but that's totally fine. A continuous double top, identical price actions in what you got in the highest market capitalization name. Now, moving forward over to SLV. And see what we have. Now we're starting to hold. Now we're starting to hold this trend. It's holding up. Now are you going to breach that $75 mark? What is the tape telling us? We're right back up to 74.90s almost, and you can see some consecutive green. We're not getting too much weakness here on the tape on SL.
There it is, boy. 2-2.
Yes,
there it is. Man. There it is, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest,
from the
man.
point,
huh? I'm not even.
That was a good
trading,
shot from
bro.
the point, bro. What are you saying,
listen,
man?
I have my 3 trades on here today. Now we're just watching this hockey game. Listen, it happens only every 4 years. The NHL hasn't been in a hot minute. So let's go. The momentum is now on our side. The shots are 31-14. Get that garbage out of here.
Oh, tell him, Joey.
I gotta see this. I gotta see this replay. Where are we gonna get this blast from? Bang from the past. Who was that? Who's our boy?
I don't know.
Jose. That was Theodore there. Bang. Let's go. All right. So good luck there, Sharif. It sounds like you got a bang accumulating over there as well too. I know you, man. So whenever you get ready,
he just wants to watch the game. He's such a snake. I love it. I love this guy, bro.
At the end of the day, there we go. New HOD 5.5. Hey, I was looking at this here this morning, your boy sliding multiple slots here in the race, but we got the asterisks on our boy Mateo. I don't know why. We got to ask Katina Man about that one there. Shea Theodore. Fabian was doing that one. Fabian's doing that one.
Okay.
So your boy, no, it's done. This thing is done. No, it's over now. None of it is legit. I didn't care. Anyways, OB is eliminated for some reason. Ramin's on the brink of elimination as well, too. So there's 2 people out of the 12 on the brink of elimination. Chat, I don't know what you guys are up to, down 14 3/4. Great picks are BBAI and NVDA. No, I'm obviously being highly sarcastic. But Joe, your boy Joe, going from 3rd to 7th, but Sharif hanging around the top 5 there, so not too bad of a look. We still haven't got Sia's picks in. Katina Man hanging in that 11th spot. So that's hot fire. They're all hot fire. So I mean, there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time left, man. What's hot fire right now is Team Canada tying it up right now with 8 minutes left in the game. A good look on that front. Also, one in the 1500 meter, I think it was short track. We collect a bronze. So how's that one there? And I'm gonna throw this out here. I'm feeling it here today. Everybody's poking. You go over social media, Sharif.
Yep.
Everybody's dunking on Team Canada.
They're dunking.
Right, because we lost in the goal in the game.
Yeah.
But you guys have 10 times the amount of people that we do. The fact that you're competing with us, what does that say? What does that say? If anything, you should be worried about China or Norway, a smaller country that's leading the way, and you guys aren't beating them. You guys, come on, man. What kind of garbage is that? We're going to get this gold here. We're going to take this W. Courtney Sarol, she's one of the hottest in the way Olympians at the Olympics. For Canada right now, multiple golds, 3 of them. I think we have a good chance to win this game. Aside from that, let's get back into these markets. Let's see if silver is going to turn around here.
My man. All right. Okay, Joey Ops, he came with a hot take there, right? But to be honest with you, I mean, we could say the same thing about Canada.
What?
Why is Italy and Norway well ahead of us in the metals? Italy, half of it is tropical, bro.
Yeah.
You ever see the south of Italy?
No.
Well, it's very, very Mediterranean, right? Like, why are they killing us in the Winter Olympic Games?
I think it's rigged. It's rigged.
Extreme athletes, says the Katina man.
No,
Italians
are good athletes. Didn't that one guy almost win the 100-meter?
Look at Italy's sprinters.
Yeah,
Italy
exactly. Look at the
sprinters,
sprinters. Look at the sprinters, my boy. No, I think Italy. But see, the thing is, though, we know the Italians are they cheat a little bit here and there. You know what I mean? So,
I'm not saying that. I'm staying away from that right
listen,
there.
My boy
guy.
is Italian. One of my best friends of all time. There isn't an event where he isn't trying to cheat his way into a victory. So I'm giving that narrative. So there might be a little something.
Wow.
It's home court advantage as well.
Yeah, yo, Joe's coming in hot with that, bro. All right, Katina Man's Law on Google, guys. Italy has won 4 World Cups, too. Yes, I know, by the stars on their shirt. I do realize that. When's the last time they won? Do you know? Don't check, Los Polos. I can tell you right now, 2006. Is when they won the Olympics last.
I thought we had the game on. We got everything on.
Oh, that would have been great if we. So President Trump, he's starting soon. He was supposed to be 12:45. So there you go, right behind us there. Shout out to Fabian, and there's Sia behind us as well. We're going to put President Trump there. Obviously, he likely will be addressing the L he caught today in the Supreme Court, 6-3 decision against his tariffs. Saying basically he didn't have the power under the IEA, or whatever, I forget the name of the statute, Emergency Economic Act, whatever. Find out the name in a second. He didn't have the power under that, and that he had to either go through Congress. He said, of course, he's going to come at this a different way. He's been making that point, I think, for quite some time, saying that there was a plan B and that they would come at the tariffs from a different way. So I'm assuming he may speak about that now. This may be market moving in some way, negatively, especially if he articulates a specific avenue that the market looks at as feasible to reinstate his tariffs. So get ready for some volatility either way, right? So let's be ready for that. My man, Big Spile Burdett. Sounds like, to me, LJS has been getting smoked in Olympic gambling. So much passion can only be from money loss. I don't know. You haven't told me anything about
I haven't placed any bets, no.
I don't know. I don't think so, Big Spile. He would have told me about that, and I would have outed him. But no, I wouldn't have. But I would have told you if he was. I don't know, man. I figured we'd probably do a little bit better, especially relative to. Some other countries that we'd be meddling a little bit more.
I have my theories on that.
I'm proud of Canada, obviously. ABTS is making a move back up, guys. It held the 10 EMA like a glove, and here it goes again. Here comes 490. ABTS is on the move. It's on the move to the high side. Be careful, though. 490 area high. That's the current candle high. What's up, Katina, man? Oh, you're watching the game? Yeah. Yeah, he's ahead. He's like 1 second ahead of me as well. Yeah. So there we go, guys.
Oh my God! This is where this is my opinion on it.
Okay, hold on, Joey. Hold on, because there's moves happening right now. What's up? Oh wow.
Yeah,
okay.
That's where I stand.
No, but I was telling Brendo this morning. Remember under Prime Minister Harper, we had that Own the Podium initiative where they were getting all sorts of donations from the private sector, mixing it in with the public sector, giving athletes like these facilities to train and stuff like that. And I think we were quite successful with that Own the Podium initiative. But
I think so. But now we got to make sure everyone's
off a little
included.
bit.
So.
Well, I'm proud of the Canadian athletes, no matter what. It goes without saying. But
you know what it takes to be an Olympian? Like you're a fraction of a percenter, right? Like,
absolutely.
Right. So
especially the medal too. Forget about the people just getting to the Olympics, but people who are medaling.
Pops, you want to know what the notebook is for? It's for writing things down, brother.
He's coming in hard there, Joey.
No, I'm being serious.
Yeah. All right, here we go, Joey. TNDM that. If it doesn't break up, here we go. It's taking out my orders. I'm looking for the $0.50 to clear. Above the $0.50 is the high of the day of 2/3. It's a 25.65 high a day. Get it, Katina Man. So we're waiting for that. What's going on over there? The Katina Man is long Google. At 314. It's at 316. So somebody's $2 in the money. Watching TNDM. There's the $0.50. There's the print at the $0.50. Let's see if it can clear that $0.50 and get up into 25.65. We put on shares on this one as well. So let's go ahead and take some out over here. We're going to look to wet the beak, but I want to hold the majority of the position into the high because I am negative on this name, so I got to make it back up. I like the chart pattern. I was too gung-ho with the entry, and now it's taking it out. There's 50. Looking for the continuation now, above 50. Let's see if the sellers step in at the $0.50. The spread is also tightening up substantially. It's 5 pennies now. It was like 15, 20 before that. So be on the lookout, guys. I'm looking at ABTS. I'm looking at RXT. They're still holding up in addition to TNDM, Joey.
All right, good stuff, guys. Silver new high of the day, now up 6% on the session. So a nice move there in silver. It held that trend. Even though we did break it, we're heading right back to the top side of it. So a good look there, guys, and you're starting to see the market find somewhat of a rebound. I'm going to be looking for any form of indecision prints here on NVDA to see if we're going to curl things around, and then maybe we start to head a little bit lower. I know Katina Man said he was long Google. Let's take a look at goggles. So I'm pretty sure it was one of the stronger names here today. Bang, what's the average price there, Katina Man, on Google? 314.30, right where I have that mark, so a good support level hold there, and then now you grab 50 cents as quick as you would like there, as Sharif would typically say, and I think at this pace, you're going to get a breach of the high of the day into 316.60, so a good look there on Katina Man, especially if the overall market and the big boys want to participate on this recovery rally. Let's see what we got going on that front. Aside from that, guys, Micron breakout, we like that. MU, let's see what Trump is up to. Is he talking yet?
Not yet. Fabian, take off that closed captioning if you can. Thank you. I appreciate it, brother.
He's not talking yet, no.
Yeah, I know, but we want to be able to see the picture.
Yeah, let's see. I think at this pace, too, with Micron, you might get a breach of that 428 mark and then head towards that high of the day. The volatility is most definitely in, and you heard our thesis here on NVIDIA. I think it might take a little bit longer for us to curl back around, but I think that might be the case for the longs. Oh, there it is, bang, and we're starting to come right back in. So be cautious of this one, guys, and a retest of the backside of this trend right there on SLV Street.
That's so annoying with TNDM. It's not clearing the $0.50 yet, and the spread is opening up substantially again. So a little frustrating there. I was looking for the continuation into the $0.50, but in any event, I want to point out, guys, RXT is doing the same thing that we've seen it do before. Look at this, prolonged downtrend, move up, prolonged downtrend. I'm going to be looking for the exact same thing I was looking at before. A very clear break of that downtrend. If it's done it twice, maybe, just maybe, it'll do it again. RXT is the one I'm talking about. We were articulating how, I kind of felt that this was a clean setup, an A+ setup where you have a big move up on the day, a long area of consolidation where it doesn't break trend, and then you get a clean, decisive break of trend. I'm talking about that candle right there on the 5 at 11.50. So let's see how this one ends up doing. But I'm quite interested, Joey, in getting back into RXT, so long as, of course, it does break that trend quite decisively. I'm also keeping an eye on ABTS, but this one feels like maybe, the shorts are back in play. It's a 509 high. I'm looking to see whether or not this one can start printing new highs. It bamboozled everybody and their mother with that 1250 candle that got above the 1245 candle, only, of course, to now have a lower high and possibly a lower low coming at this 1255 candle. So those are the three that I'm really trying to focus on at the moment. TNDM back into the $0.50. I'm looking for a decisive clearing of said $0.50, but the shorts have been basically eyeing this $0.50 here as their as an important area for them to short, or the profit takers are taking it into the $0.50. It is a 25.65 high. I'm going to pack the patience here and try to take this into that 2/3 of a dollar, if not more, right? And we did add into this one, so if it does make a breakout here, it will likely be quite good. But that's all undecided and ifs. And I'm not trying to take out any more here. So I've been trying to pack the patience. See ya.
Just real quickly here, before the live announcement from the New York Times saying Trump is considering new across-the-board tariffs on partners, and he also plans to invoke new trade authorities after ruling.
That's exactly, Sia, what we expected. President Trump had made that very clear, I think, for a long time, as the market had been pricing in, Joey, the fact that he was likely going to lose. You and I did it live yesterday with Polymarket and Kalshi.
Yeah.
And we saw that, he only had the market was only giving him a 25% chance of success.
Yeah.
He comes in today. He gets the decision against him, so
What
I
is
think that he was ready for that. Guys, RXT's breaking trend. This could be the move here. Let's see if it gets above 2. If it gets above 2, this could be the move. It's broken the trend line quite decisively. The only thing standing in its way now are possible short sellers at that $2 area. Moreover, it's still not above that doji candle at 1235, the high of which is 198, and that's exactly where we're rejecting right now. So the short seller on the 1235 candle, rearing his ugly head again into this now current, I want to say what time are we? 1255 candle, and again we reject 98. So be on the lookout for the 98 rejection. It's broken trend, but I personally would be waiting for that $2 break and take. But we have to go back up to C at the big desk.
Just really quick here, Tesla is down 0.5% right now. This news just coming out has lost the bid to toss $243 million verdict in a fatal autopilot crash suit. And a federal judge in Miami has denied Tesla's bid to overturn a $243 million jury verdict in a lawsuit over a fatal autopilot crash. And the suit focused on a 2019 collision that killed a 22-year-old woman, Naibo Benavides, and severely injured her boyfriend.
Yeah, that's never obviously a good thing, and we obviously never want to hear that. All right, guys, RXT in the 2. Here we are. It's taking out that prior area high. I'm talking about the 1235 candle, so that 198 seller. He's been removed now. Now we've broken the downtrend. We've broken the prior area high. Only thing standing in our way, I think, is 2. It's a 208 high. I'm going to be looking at getting long here again on RXT if it wants to do it live. Joey, we're packing the patience. We're going to look for a $2 break.
All right, so yeah, Shri brought up poly market here. So I wanted to take a look. That's not our side, exactly right. So will the court force Trump to refund his tariffs? 28% chance to the no here, guys. BTC up in the next 5 minutes or so. 51% saying that we are going to go up, and a lot of interesting stuff here. That one there. Anyways, Fed decision in March. 50. Ooh. I think this one's really important. Fed decision, 50 basis points. We only got 1% yes right now. 25 bips decrease. Not looking too good either. So we'll keep an eye out on that. S&P there. And then what will the price of Bitcoin hit in February? Ooh, I think no on this one. I don't think we drop another 10K by the end of the month. But once again, anything can happen. So there's poly market. Taking a look at that one there, guys. So as for the overall, we've seen that pullback, right? And then now we're starting to slowly recover. You've seen a little bit of a slide there on Micron. Now heading back towards this key resistance zone, slowly going to breach it here momentarily. And then now we're climbing higher right through this key pivot and this neckline here on NVDA. Silver still hovering around the high of the day, 74.96, with a high of around $75. And then a nice recovery on the TQQs. A nice pop, man. Let's see if we close. Let's see if we close below this 190 mark, because if so, you might see that roll over into next week. And what is next week? Obviously on Wednesday, the earnings report there. Let's head back to our scanner. If there's any specific that you guys want to go over, please let me know, and I'll be happy to do so. We'll take a look at our scanner here and see what we have going on from a top volume standpoint. NVDA 107, TQQs 86.5 million. So once again, NVDA being the leader of the volume by time, that is volume by time on some of these mega cap names. Okay, so silver up to 53.1 million. Yeah, that was crazy.
That could have ended the match.
High stake blood. If there's blood, 5 minutes, baby.
So the Supreme Court was eerily silent about what the refund process is going to be. They didn't issue an opinion on the refund process, and legal experts are already coming out and saying this could be super messy and could take years in legal wranglings to actually get refund checks sent back. So it's going to be super interesting to see that Supreme Court remanded, sent back the case of the U.S. Court of International Trade. This means the CIT, which is a specialized court in New York City, has the job of figuring out the remedy. So they forewent basically ruling on the remedy, and they just ruled on the legality of the, or illegality in this case, of the tariffs, but with respect to the actual, fix, which is the remedy, it's going to be sent back to the lower court, and it has to be decided there. RXT is breaking out. It's taken out to, here we go. We're adding into this one. Let's see if we can take out 208 high, Joey. This is a nice move here. We're going to look for, generally, the current bar to hold. It is a 196.5 area low. Let's go ahead and wait. Right, just a little bit below that right now. We're going to look for continuation. It's broken trend. It should, well, you never really know how these ones are going to work, but it should be heading up here at least to test the high of the day, which is 208. So I'm setting up some orders here in anticipation of that. So I'm going to do it live. We'll see if we can take out some levels here on RXT, putting those bad boys, those orders there, Joey, getting ready for a possible move back up and knowing full well we could sell off and it could take out my the current bar low, and that's kind of what I'm looking at now. What do you got?
All right, cool, good stuff. Absolutely fluffy, Hippo. Anything for you?
Fluffsters.
We're gonna take a look at Redwire here and see what we got going on. You can see from an intraday standpoint, really starting to slide. Did we have a report yesterday what was going on? Because the volatility in this name has drastically increased. As I take a look at the options chain for you, maybe it's just due to the selling. We'll head over to a higher time frame and see what we got going on from a larger perspective. And sure enough, 26 all the way down to 43. I think this downtrend is still fully intact here, guys. So we'll keep that in mind. But let's head over to the options chain. And the first thing that really stands out to me is this. RDW, right? 193.4% at the Money Ivy. So there's a drastic increase, and that's going to be expiring today. So there it is, February 27th. We want to go a little bit further out to see if there's some more activity. Nothing crazy going on, but I mean, from a relative standpoint, you do see that activity volume relatively cool as well. So you're going to run into some liquidity issues. But if we head back to today, I think this is where, okay, that $12 mark, so that's $4. Where did we open up on today's session? 871. So, I mean, there is some downward pressure in this, so we want to keep that in mind. Yes, there we go. Let's go. All right, 3-2. With 35 seconds left, 3-2 Canada. Beautiful stuff out of boy Nate McKinnon. Done just like that. Anyways, still some time, guys. Right back to Redwire and seeing what we got. That $12 mark is where we're going to have the most amount of exposure right there. So those are probably going to expire worthless. You can see at this point they're worth absolutely nothing. Okay? So moving forward, let's take a look at some other names and see what we got going on. You're going to see a smile on this kid's face for the rest of the day and be looking forward to. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Anyways, so 3 trades, 3 names today. We had 2. The only one that we didn't trade, and I was thinking short on Open Door. We would have had to order those, but Silver, Open, and the TQQs. We traded all of them except for one, and we took a little scalp on Nvidia. So it's been a pretty successful Friday, and that's exactly what we wanted to do. Okay, we talked about not too long ago, looking at some things. And we were just on a little bit of a pullback, just considering from. Oh, this is what I want to put. Ooh, that's not good. Okay. We did.
We did.
Yeah, but they're challenging. Yeah. So, anyways, we'll get back to this here. We had a pretty good start to the month. Things cooled off, but then we're going to get right back into some positive territory leading into the weekend, and hopefully we can relay that back into Monday morning. And then there's going to be some opportunities come Wednesday and Thursday leading into NVDA report and after it as well. So we'll see some more volatility step into the market on that front. But Redwire, nothing we can really talk about other than that $12 strike price. And from a daily perspective, the downtrend still seems fully intact, all right? So we'll keep in mind our eyes on that one and maybe take that into consideration there, Fluff. But yeah, Fluffsters, market rebound. I think this pullback, we're just waiting. I don't know what it is. The volume is really cool. You can see on the LTFs, the lower time frames, that it's not really strong or anything. And then when the selling pressure steps back in, it's more aggressive. Oh my God.
He's offside, right? He's offside by like a hair, man. And his stick's offside, right? He's out of the zone. That's crazy. Yeah, well, that's kind of the way it is, man. You want some of that? Watch soccer, bro, where you're offside by a freaking hair, and now they're using radar?
Yeah, I've seen that one,
man. He started, man.
Crazy.
He started. There goes
TSLA.
TNDM, bro. What?
It might be good.
Okay, I'm obviously rooting for Canada, goes without question. Right back into the high of the day. We have 20s on. It's showing me 63s now. 65 is the high. We have a bunch of orders that still have gone unprinted. I'm biased towards a high of day break. Well, what's my next profit taker? 63, which hasn't printed. 70 as well. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher, and then we'll put some at 88s. I'm not a bias that this might hit here into 26. There's 65 now showing up. That's the high of the day. Spread is tightening up. Looking for a clearing of that high of the day. We're not getting it though, but that is the high of the day that we're at right now. Let's see if we can take out this level. I got stopped out, by the way, guys, of RXT. It didn't continue. There it goes into a new high of day. There is 70. Nice. 75. Go. Let's go. Come on. Let's take this out. 75 we go. We're heavily in the money now. Let's take this out a little bit here. Looking for a move into 88s. That's my next print there. So 77 and then 88s here. Next print on TNDM. Up about 38%. We're very negative on this. But I added once that trend line broke. I've learned a very, very good lesson from this one today that I won't soon forget, Joey. So packing the patience here. Looking for a little bit more. What do you got? Is it good? Is the goal good?
Yeah, it's good.
The goal is good.
It's good. Yeah, okay, all right, man. We can breathe a little bit, man.
No way, bro.
This is
That's
crazy,
fantastic.
Man.
Hey.
This is crazy, man.
You saw that, Katina, man?
That was very close.
Oh, baby.
Russ, buddy, it was good. Yeah, it was good. My boy
Russ is sweating,
our boy
man.
Russ, a big Leafs fan as well, too. We got. Yeah. Wait a boy, Macklin. He's in it. Our boy Russ, a big Leafs fan here. Maybe we'll get his picks and throw them into our pool as well too. His top 3 stock names, considering. But aside from that, I'm a troll. Hey, the biggest.
What?
Oh, you didn't hear what I said.
I didn't.
All right. Cool.
You were chirping Russ?
No, I would never
okay.
chirp Russ.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure.
Well,
Yeah, all right. Come on, man.
I like to chirp Russ. He's a good sport.
Yeah, he's a good sport. He's a good sport about it. That's for sure. Good.
Hockey boys, aren't they always chirping each other?
Oh, it doesn't
part and
stop,
parcel
man.
of being
It
hockey,
doesn't-
right?
It doesn't stop. So we got a couple of seconds left here until this game's over. Big 3 unanswered goals here from Team Canada. I had the 3-1 victory, but it turned out to be maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, a 3-2. But aside from that, guys, we're having a good time on Friday. I'm not going to be putting on very many shares. Are we starting the news?
Yeah, but I want this trade to resolve here,
okay.
bro.
All right,
And we're going to start the news. There's plenty to talk about. I'm also worried that we're going to get interrupted by President Trump. It's very important what he has to say. So Sia's, she's locked and loaded on the big desk. There it is, zooming in on the podium.
I'm not that locked and loaded.
I think he's going to be quite upset. I think, and probably a little bit more rebellious than he typically is. Let's just be honest about it, right? He doesn't like to be told no.
I love it when he was in Davos. He's like, I'm here with a lot of friends and some enemies.
Yeah.
It's like, bro.
Right. Look, we're going to see. We're going to see what President Trump has to say. It's again, guys, widely expected that he will say something to the effect of, "We're continuing with this. We're going to come at it a different way." I think that's what the market expects. That's what I expect. But what specific laws he articulates, I think, will probably be important, because then all the legal experts and analysts are going to start, digging deep into those laws, seeing how they were applied in the past, whether they can actually be used for his purposes. So that's kind of what I wanted to hear there. I'm continuing to watch TNDM making another high of day. It is up into 75. I've made a lot of what I lost back. Ideally, you don't end up losing them to begin with, and you can actually take all this profit, but it was a mistake by me of adding too aggressively into this when it was putting in a downtrend, but the downtrend has since broken, and we're doing it live. Here comes another high day. 77 is now possibly showing up with a spread tightening up from 73 to 77, so looking for a move back up here on this one. It's a much slower mover, as you can probably tell, into the area high. I think it's over, right? Game's over. We won?
No, man, no. They're gonna put a fraction back on.
They're gonna put a fraction back on. Yeah. So we're close here.
What a quick whistle that was.
Yeah. Who do we play? So I saw it's U.S. and Slovakia.
The winner of that game.
And when that goes later today, right?
3:10.
3:10. So that's going to be interesting. Shout out to my American viewers in there. It's going to be very interesting to see if you guys beat Slovakia. It'll be Canada versus USA again in the final. You guys took us out in the women's game yesterday. Maybe we'll take you guys out in the men game. There goes TNDM again. Joseph takes out 77s. Now it's a 78 penny high a day, showing 79. There's 80. I'm waiting at 88s. Let's see if we can make more back on this monster. TNDM up 40%.
All right, man. I was going to see if you could give me another 1.3 seconds there, my boy.
My bad, man. My bad. I'll talk.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, you should be able to just smother this puck and end this game here. So a big comeback from the boys. I said it's going to be extremely difficult to come back down twice when you're down twice and come back and win those games on both ends. So Nate McKinnon being an absolute stud, the best player in the NHL right now. Nate McKinnon, there it is. Bang, we're off to a gold medal game. Now we can focus a little bit. Let's go. So guaranteed medal, even though we could have played for the bronze if we lost this one. Man, oh man, the adversity that this team has come through, I'm not going to put anything past it. Down twice, Sharif, with moments left, just like literally 10 minutes left in each game, and then we decide to capitalize. That's what the best of the best do, and that's why I said you don't want to go in there yelling. You just put it in the hands of your best players and see what can come out. Aside from that, silver, one of our better trades here today. TQ's being the best one, and you know what? Other than that, guys, the market's slowly starting to come back in. Man. So let's see what we got.
All right, so let's get to the news. Flattened out my position. Let's get down to work now. Just allow me a sec to load up my notes. There's a bunch of stuff to talk about, man. It took me a long time to get this done today. And usually, you know, it's kind of light on a Friday, right? Oh, yeah, this is the one that I want. All right, let's get down to work, Joey. All right, Nvidia Assassino is in talks. Oops. Sorry, I know he doesn't like, This is good? That's good. Nvidia is in talks. We kind of reported this to you guys yesterday, that there were more discussions about more investments between Nvidia and OpenAI. Now we got more details on it today. Here's the deal. Nvidia is reportedly in discussions to invest up to $30 billion in OpenAI as part of a funding round valuing the AI startup at $730 billion, but that is pre-money valuation. The proposed investment is entirely separate from the previously announced $100 billion investment agreement between the two companies, which Jensen said very clearly could be up to $100 billion. He did not commit that $100 billion. This is different. This is a commitment of $30 billion, not of up to $30 billion like the up to 100 was. The $30 billion would not be tied to deployment milestones, unlike the earlier $100 billion that he announced. The deal is not finalized and does remain subject to change. The September agreement, which is the $100 billion that we just spoke about there, outlined Nvidia investing over several years as OpenAI built new supercomputing facilities. The first $10 billion of that $100 billion, we're not talking about the 30, the first 10 of the 100 would be deployed once a gigawatt scale facility was completed. However, the new $30 billion that we're now talking about is independent of any milestone-based roadmap. So it's not like achieve A, you get B, you know, it's not. It's $30 billion clean. Nvidia could still participate in additional rounds aligned with the earlier infrastructure plan. That is the $100 billion infrastructure plan. Talks may close in two phases, beginning with strategic investors like Amazon, Microsoft, and Nvidia, and then a second wave of capital would follow from a wider investor base. Questions, though, Joey, have surfaced about whether the original $100 billion infrastructure agreement was on ice, as per the Wall Street Journal report back in January. Remember, Jensen was pushed about that, and he said, look, you know, I'm still gung-ho, OpenAI, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm not pulling out. And then Altman came back and leaked it the next day that he didn't like NVIDIA's GPUs as much as others, specifically for inference, all right? And it was a tit-for-tat exchange, both hitting under, you know, kind of releasing things but not saying it overtly. So that is the question right now, Joey. NVIDIA's up a third.
Yeah, I'm going to stand on the same narrative with each funding round and each investment here heading into OpenAI. I'm really starting to like it less and less, to be honest with you. We talked about the monetization issues going on within Sam Altman and company. He's got a lot of people working with him right now, and they're going to want some form of return on investment. So we're going to have to see a lot from this company. And Sharif, I like the tiers that you're talking about with this kind of like LLMs, and then you lead into the agentic AI and everything along the lines. I think Sam Altman's going to really need to step out of that narrative. So I'm not liking this with each funding round and each additional investment. So these guys are going to essentially own nothing of their company at the end of the day.
All right, Assassino, we're going back up to Sia.
So we're talking about Tesla. Tesla is cutting Cybertruck prices amid the EV demand slump, and Tesla unveiled a cheaper dual motor, which is all-wheel drive Cybertruck, which is priced at $59,990, which is now the most affordable configuration, by the way. The Cyber Beast price was reduced from $99,990. It was reduced from $114,990 to $99,990, which is a 13% cut.
Yeah, this is not good. Number one, because price cuts mean one thing and one thing only, which is a lack of demand. And I don't think we needed the price cut here on Tesla to know, or on the Cybertruck to know that there wasn't demand. I mean, anybody who goes to the dealerships can see these things accumulating. It's a 13% drop in price when the margins for Tesla are in the mid-teens to begin with. So one had to have assumed already that the Cyber Beast, which has taken the biggest price cut here, probably had larger margins, right? Maybe in the 20s, maybe in the 30s. So a 13% cut still make it profitable, but definitely you're going to be getting lower profitability no matter what, no matter how you split this, how you square that circle. So also, they're canceling the Lux package, which makes sense to me. The Lux package included FSD, and it included supercharging for free. It makes sense that they would cut that now because specifically he switched FSD into a SaaS model as opposed to a pay at point of sale model. So it's $100 a month from my understanding. Whereas, you could have paid $11,000 or whatever it was for before. So it makes sense that he cancels that. The only issue that I have, Joey, let's do it here. Tesla. Let's go Tesla, Canada. Let's do this, Joey.
When was,
Here we go.
Before we hop into this, when was the official Cybertruck released? Early 25, right? Or
late 24.
Late 24.
Yeah. All right, here we go. He always has to ask me questions. Why don't you just shut up and show me the thing? Look at this.
Bruh.
Yo, get out of here, man. It's just constantly. Bruh. Look at that. You see that?
Yeah.
And then, let me show you something else. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, so let's take this number and see what it is in Canadian, okay?
130,000.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So are we going to get a price cut here too, but he's just announcing it in the States first?
Probably not.
Oh, or USD to CAD.
1,000.
136, 137,000. So that is quite frustrating there.
There's another 40K on top of that.
Anyway, is President Trump live? All right, President Trump is now live. You guys can see him behind us. So now let the insanity.
I want to hear what this guy has to say.
Okay, we're gonna let Sia do her thing because she has to listen in to President Trump. We'll just do. You're going to show with the audio like that, Assassino? Okay, fantastic. So President Trump, top right of your corner. There are closed captions there, by the way, guys. So if you guys want to read and watch the show at the same time, right there for you guys. So I'm not trying to buy a Cybertruck right now, Martel Profit. I was looking at it. I'm not interested in buying a car in the next couple of years. I'm looking at buying a house first. So once we get the house taken care of, we'll talk about the car. But I was before I sold my car in August. Talk about AWS.
Dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them.
Are you going to play the audio like that?
Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy.
I'm so
and they're
confused.
dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you.
Turn it up a little.
The Democrats
Assassino, can you put it up a little bit, brother? Thank you.
thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no.
Are we commenting or are we just
against
listening?
anything that makes America strong, healthy.
I just don't think
and
that that's
great
going to
again.
work.
They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no.
Yeah, sure.
But you can't knock their loyalty.
Show the cues. Put the cues on.
It's one thing you can do with some of our people.
You can put a screen. That's the cues.
Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court. And it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular. When in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it. We still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security. And also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the AAPL tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under AAPL. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little two-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%, but now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might
All right,
not
so that is President Trump, guys. If you guys want to continue listening, you can kind of get your own stream there. If we can mute that, guys. Thank you, so that we can actually listen. All right, so that is President Trump making it very clear he's going to come at this a different way. We'll have to wait on details to see exactly what he means by that, which statutes he's going to use, and what legal analysts obviously have to say about the usage of that statute, Joseph. So we'll obviously keep you guys apprised of that when we have that information. See you.
Yeah, so here are some quick updates about what happened and what U.S. President Donald Trump was speaking about. He said Supreme Court ruling is deeply disappointing. I'm ashamed of certain members of the court. Foreign countries are ripping us off and are ecstatic. Foreign countries are dancing in the streets, but not for long. Countries won't be dancing for long. Here's some other more important information. The tariff case was a symbol of economic national security. It's good news that there are methods stronger than the IEPA. Tariffs have been used to end the 5 of the 8 wars. I have ended the 8 wars between India and Pakistan. It was a nuclear war. Fentanyl tariffs will remain. I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country's embargo. I can do anything, but I cannot impose tariffs. I'm allowed to cut off all trade with a country. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I cannot impose tariffs and charge them. If there are any more updates, obviously I will be filling in with them.
Thank you very much, Sia, for that. Just give me a sec. Can you take over for a second?
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. Josh said something in the chat here. Costello said, hey man, why did cybersecurity stocks tank? And they did. There's CrowdStrike to the downside, guys. And you can see the volume really start to step in on the V by time here. Essentially starting to find somewhat of a recovery, but CrowdStrike right back to the downside. And you can see, I thought we were going to see a little bit more of a recovery here. We project that 431 level, and then sure enough, a big slow curl over right there in CrowdStrike. We can go through a couple of the other names here. Zscaler up to, same thing. I love this platform, so. Hold on, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we'll take a look at Zscaler as well, too, and see what we got going on. There, we'll hit it over here. Same narrative, guys, to the downside in Zscaler, right towards some key support levels. This isn't going to be a good look whatsoever. I mean, we're down substantially off of those previous all-time highs, so tough look, 51% on Zscaler. And W. Why? You got to do that same thing here, guys. Taking a little bit of a slide, but holding up better than CrowdStrike. So that's cybersecurity. And then we have the ETF as well that we can take a look at here, guys. We'll pull that up momentarily and see if we have any form of a better look. And if we're holding up a little bit better, I'm going to take a look at all the holdings on this ETF here. I got to find it first on the watch list. Going on, I gotta organize this a little bit better. I'm not gonna scroll through things too much, but yeah, way to point that out. We like that narrative. Well, we don't like it, but yeah, good look, and I think you can base some trades off it. I think the overall market is gonna continue to slide. This is a nice rebound, even though we are rebounding right now. Watch out for this specific level at 190 here on NVDA. See what you have.
Yeah, some more updates here. Just citing U.S. President Donald Trump directly here. I will go on a stronger direction now. He has cited the 1974 Trade Expansion Act and said, Supreme Court made my ability to impose tariffs more powerful. Income coming in from tariffs will increase.
Again, we talked about, you know, the lack of the remedy in the judgment of the Supreme Court. Basically, well, purposely silent about how that's going to end up going. So it will go back to the court of first instance. I think it's a trade. The name of the court eludes me at the moment, but it's a specialized court in New York for trade, and they're the ones that are going to be judging, they're going to render judgment on how that should be paid back, if it should be paid back, the methodology, the time period, and all that stuff there. Sorry, guys, I'm just focusing here on ABTS because I'm in a trade. I'm looking for this one to break above prior bar high. It's really kind of coiled up. There it goes. It just took out a whole ton of orders. There we go. Now we're printing on it and printing on it quite aggressively. And I did add into this position very aggressively. So let's go ahead and take some out here into the 80s. Looking for more. We have 66s on. Looking for a little bit better here. Looking, there's a seller into the 80s. It hasn't taken out all my orders quite yet. So looking for that move into 509. It is a 509 high. I'd like to see this take out 5 first and foremost before we get really too excited here. But ABTS back on the move. See ya.
Yeah, remarks are almost ending here, but I have a quick last-minute update. U.S. President Donald Trump also said, effective now, all national security tariffs under Section 301 will remain in place. 10% global tariff will be imposed on top of other tariffs.
Boy, all right. So keep bringing those updates in. Those are important. obviously, because we are looking for exactly what the details of his next step will be. But President Trump is speaking right now, as you can see on the top right of your screen there, Joey. Just, I need you to take over for a second to throw in some orders.
So we did see a little bit of a volatility spike in the overall market, guys. We slid down, pounced right off of the volume-weighted average price, and now we're kind of just stuck in limbo, trading within VWAP on the intraday session, guys. We only got a couple hours left, 2 hours and 20 minutes to be exact, 24 minutes to be exact. So keep that in mind. If there's going to be some more volatility, and we're going to pay attention to what Donald has to say, C is bringing us the updates as well. So if that's going to add anything into today's volatile market, sure enough, we will be able to take advantage of a couple of moves. Silver hovering right back towards the high of the day of 74.92, putting in a 6% session. You can see that the SPY is now positive after starting negative in the pre-market. You're up 0.5%, and then a big-time move. SLB.
Okay, I got to interrupt. New high on ABTS. There's the breakout. There it goes into 550. We got 64s on. There's the move, man. Yeah, let's go. Now we're almost going to be positive on the day. Bro, I was down almost my entire shutdown, and I'm flat. There we go. Good, good.
There you go.
All right, let's get back down to work. What do we got?
What do we got here? Amazon.
Hold on, I'm just loading up my screen. I don't know where the hell it went. Sorry, Joey, just have to find it. There it is. Good. All right, let's talk about Amazon. So Amazon's web services stated that a December 2025 outage was caused by user error, not malfunction. AWS rejected the report that was released by the Financial Times that the disruption was actually stemming from an AI tool. They said, no, the disruption stemmed from a misconfigured access control, not autonomous AI behavior. This was kind of the rumor being floated around by the Financial Times that AI had kind of run wild and taken over certain parts of AWS. They want to basically put the kibosh on that rumor. If you believe them, you believe them. You don't, it's up to you. The brief interruption impacted AWS's Cost Explorer in 1 or 2 mainland China regions. The event did not affect compute, according to the company, storage or databases or other core non-AI services. AWS described the impact of the outage as limited and contained to a single service. The Financial Times, in case you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, had previously reported engineers allowed the Kiro AI coding tool to make certain changes, which resulted in that 13-hour interruption. The agentic tool allegedly, according to the Financial Times, deleted and recreated an environment causing that service disruption. AWS maintains the root cause was user misconfiguration, not autonomous AI decision-making. Kiro, which is that AI tool, the coding tool we just spoke about, now requires authorization before taking any actions by default, which makes me wonder, I mean, why would you change around how Kiro works if Kiro wasn't the problem? So a little, you know, I don't want to say misinformation, but lack of information, Joey.
That was when we couldn't get into anything, right, with the cloud.
Remember that?
The cloud.
No, it's AWS. This wasn't China specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was China specifically?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, all right. Oh, yeah, mainland China region. Okay, yeah. So interesting stuff there. I mean, saying it's not AI related, but then you kind of just adjust how it now needs constant, or that second, what's the word I'm looking for?
What are you looking for?
I don't know. We're going to move on a little bit here. But anyways, aside from that, confirmation, essentially, it's interesting because we don't see too many outages from these big boys, aside from what we experienced there in Cloud4, where we couldn't use anything. So, yeah, that's all I really have to say about AWS, and I still like it, obviously.
Man, commodity cake. I should have used that. I do use it at times. What's
that?
The word sus.
Suspect?
Yeah, that's all that means. That's all I know it to mean. Moving on. Open Door. Where's Open Door at? It was up nice. Giving back a little bit here. It's still up 52 2/3%, but it's off the day's highs by almost $1. They reported, guys, Q4 revenue yesterday in the aftermarket. They reported revenue of $736 million, which is insanely higher than the 594, not insanely, but a lot higher than the 594 million analysts were looking for, with EPS coming in positively, ironically enough, 7 pennies per share positive EPS. The street was looking for about 10-penny loss. How'd the street get it so wrong, right? Big miss there on the top line number. Complete wild expectations of a loss. They swung a profit, if you believe the report, of course. The company purchased 1,706 homes in Q4, which is up 46% sequentially. And the inventory velocity apparently improved, with homes sitting on the market for more than 120 days, dropping from 51% of their inventory down to 33%. We've got more Trump updates with Sia.
Yeah, still speaking, he says, I don't need to ask Congress for tariffs. Canada ripped us off 30% of our market and taken our cars, everything. Taiwan came in, they stole our chip businesses. INTC, I saved Intel. I literally saved Intel. And he also has threatened to 15 to 30% of tariffs on auto.
Thank you very much, Sia. Danny, boy, I love this. I hate to be a no good dirty rat, but I just sent Trump a clip of Sharif dancing to Trump. Man, yeah, get him, Donald. All right, well, he's definitely not dancing right now, but I appreciate the $5 super chat there, brother. Thank you very much for that. Kaz Najati and the CEO of Opendoor credited the improvement to operational discipline, including more accurate pricing and faster inventory returns, as we just talked about there. Houses sitting on the market for more than 120 days dropped from 51% the year prior, now to 33%. So a marked improvement there. And you got to say that they made that improvement without a real recovery from the real estate market. My understanding is the real estate market is still a little soft in the United States. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure it's regional, of course, but certainly the market is not strong here. Management also highlighted that its October 2025 acquisition of Cohort is actually tracking to become its most profitable vintage yet. I don't know what vintage means, but Opendoor also expects about a 10% revenue decline in fiscal 26. I didn't really understand that. And the short interest here has declined about, not that much, has declined from 119.12 million shares down to 118.17, so about 1 million shares less, but that still represents about 13.83% of the float and about 2.5 days to cover, Joey.
Take a look at Opendoor here. A couple of interesting facts. Obviously, inventories coming off the market a little bit sooner, increasing 33% from 51% in Q3 of 25. Found it interesting. Unrestricted cash flow stood at 962 million, and net inventory around 925 million, so 2,800 homes there. Let's take a look at Opendoor. I mean, those numbers aren't absolutely horrible. I just don't understand. I don't see this stock recovering anytime soon, especially if there's still that kind of uncertainty within it.
You're not part of the open army, Joey?
No, I was never a part of that open army. I still believe that this is somewhat of a meme stock, in my opinion. But what do I know? At the end of the day, you can see that this downtrend is still steadily intact. $4.94 from a high of around $10. It's a 60% haircut right now, and you're already breaking through some key support levels. You break out from that 55-cent mark, and then you climb that high. Sure enough, you're going to see somewhat of a pullback. But, I mean, full-year outlook, obviously 6,000 homes purchased in Q4. They're looking at 5 to 7% contribution margins, financing costs, so OPEX at 3 to 4% of revenue to hit break-even adjusting net income. So a lot going on here with this name. Interesting stuff. I just think it's a tough space to be in right now, the real estate sector.
Okay, let's go on to the next topic. Live Nation beats on revenue as the antitrust trial looms. They reported Q4 revenue of $6.13 billion. 3.1 billion, up 11% year over year and ahead of the 6.1 expected by analysts, with concert revenue rising 12% year over year. 5.15 billion driven by strong demand. Ticket sales only increased, though, 1%. Sponsorship and advertising rose 17%. And full-year attendance now has reached 159 million fans. That's up 5% from the year prior, meaning 2024. Q4 net income, about $548 million. That translates into about $2.74 a share versus the loss of 33 cents a share from the year prior. Prior year profit included accretion of redeemable non-controlling interest. Analysts had expected a 33% or 33 cent per share EPS. They ended up taking 2.74. Management is guiding towards a record-breaking 2026, and what they're citing is deep global tour pipelines. Shout out to Tame Impala. Live Nation faces a federal antitrust lawsuit, though, and starting March 2nd in Manhattan. The Justice Department is seeking to break up the company by separating Ticketmaster from Live Nation. Nearly 40 states have joined the Justice Department in the lawsuit with additional damages claimed. The merger was originally approved in 2010 under President Obama, but is now under renewed scrutiny. Allegations and defenses: the DOJ is alleging that Live Nation illegally ties amphitheaters, promotions, and ticket services. Prosecutors are claiming the company dominates tours, venues, and ticketing. Live Nation denies that, though. They say monopolistic behavior. They deny any monopolistic behavior, and they argue a breakup would be implausible and improper. A judge ruled most of the Department of Justice case can proceed to trial. Joey, this might be a tough look for them.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the segments as well, too. Concerts equaling about 83% of revenue, ticketing 12% there at $3.1 billion, and then sponsorship and advertising coming in at 5%. But double-digit 2026 guidance, double-digit AOI growth. Interesting, with double-digit concerts and sponsorship expansion offset by mid-single-digit ticket growth. I mean, that's not horrible whatsoever. We'll take a look at the technicals on this name as well, too. And see what we got going on. Oh, okay, so that's not horrible from a technical standpoint. Is that anywhere near the all-time highs? Yeah, it might be. So, I mean, you're only a couple percentage points off at this point. So there is some names, and we go into the Applied Materials, the John Deeres, and it looks like Live Nation, so the discretionary aspect of things, still alive and well here, Sharif, only 7% off of the highs.
Let's go on to the next topic. Grail, not a name that a lot of people know, but it plunged over 50% today. A bit of a tough look there. We'll talk more about that when we get back from SIA.
Yeah, there's more updates flowing in here. Direct quotes: we've lost 50% of our car business. Mexico came, Canada came, and Japan. They're all coming back. Foreign interests have undue influence over the Supreme Court. We are being ripped off by almost every country in every angle in the world. The U.S. will get much stronger after the decision. Trump was also asked if the U.S. has to refund tariff revenue, but his response was, I guess it has to be litigated for 2 years. Trump has also said, now we have certainty because this ruling is out, and he highlighted a 20% tariff on China for fentanyl.
All right, thank you very much. Grail. So the ticker for this one is GRAL, for anybody who wonders. It's down 49.7%. And it basically lost half its market cap in one day. The market cap it's a little bit below $2 billion. So Grail's Gallery multi-cancer screening test failed to achieve its endpoint in a large UK NHS, National Health Service trial of over 142,000 participants. They were aged 50 to 77. The study did not show a statistically significant reduction in late stage, which is stage 3 and 4 cancers, which was the key objective of the study. The shares, as I mentioned, plunged roughly 50% in after-hours trading, despite being up more than 200% in the past 6 months prior to the drop. So a big correction there. Grail reported what they were calling a favorable trend towards fewer late-stage cancers amongst a subset of 12 deadly cancers. There is also an increase in the diagnosis of early-stage cancers that are typically detected late. However, the findings, sadly for them, were not sufficient enough to meet the trial's predefined statistical bar. Joey, this is not a good look for a company to lose half its value in one day.
No, not whatsoever. And some of these biotech names are definitely more difficult to get involved with. I don't know if this is all the data that I can get, but hey, that's not bad whatsoever. You had a substantial move, 706%. But as Sharif mentioned, you dropped substantially, 58% in the span of a week or so. losing all that value is not fun. But if you've been involved early, then, yeah, I don't know, maybe you might want to take a little bit of cash, lock in some profits, and get out of there.
Well said, Joey. Let's talk about Blue Owl. So everybody's been talking what the hell is going on with private credit, what the hell is going on with private equity. Blue Owl Capital, ticker OWL, OWL, shares fell nearly 6% after the firm permanently restricted withdrawals from one of its retail-focused private credit funds. The company sold about $1.4 billion of loan assets across 3 private debt funds. The largest impact came from Blue Owl Capital Corporation 2, a semi-liquid fund marketed to U.S. retail investors. The fund will stop offering quarterly redemptions, reigniting fears, of course, about the liquidity mismatches in the private credit vehicles. So what's this canary in the coal mine debate that everybody's been having? Well, critics are arguing the move signals deeper stress in the private markets, and we've been seeing some froth as well, especially with OpenAI and some of the valuations there. Verdad Capital's Dan Rasmussen called it a potential sign that the private market bubble may be deflating. Years of ultra-low rates encouraged investors to chase higher yields by lending to riskier and leveraged companies. Analysts here, though, they're warning some of these high yields may represent what they're calling fool's yield, like fool's gold, if defaults rise. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to see you.
Some more updates, specifically on the 10% tariff. We will impose 10% global tariffs for a period of about 5 months. He said that the global tariffs would apply for about 5 months and indicate a straight 10% across-the-board tariff in trade deals.
It has ballooned, guys, to about a $3 trillion global market. All that private credit, not even private equity, just private credit. Publicly traded business development companies play a major role in lending to small and mid-sized firms, and retail investors, they're now supply a growing share of that BDC capital, business development companies, with institutional ownership falling to 25% by a couple of years ago. So there are some issues here, Joey, when it comes to the private markets. It's not the first time we've been hearing about stress in the private markets, and this is kind of a manifestation of that.
Yeah, that stress is most definitely being displayed here. If you look at the technicals on this name, you're down 60%, and there's no sign of recovery anytime soon. Downtrend is still fully intact here, guys, so keep that in mind. I mean, private lending seems to be on the downside right now, and no signs of turning around anytime soon. You're back towards some 2023 levels.
All right, Akami, guys, AKAM, sorry, is the ticker. Again, a lot of these companies we won't talk about, but they're making moves. This one's down almost 12%. Q4 cloud infrastructure services revenue came in at $94 million. That was a healthy move year over year, 45% bump, signaling early traction from that neocloud AI demand we've been talking a lot about. But management said customers are increasingly deploying AI applications and agents across enterprise workflows, which is boosting their infrastructure usage. They signed a 4-year, $200 million cloud infrastructure commitment with major U.S. tech companies. Revenue from that contract is expected to flow in Q4 of this year, which creates that longer-term visibility. They plan to invest about $250 million in CapEx this year to expand its AI inference cloud footprint. Management did cite significant inflationary pressure in the computer hardware markets. We've been hearing that a lot, whether you're talking from Apple, SMCI. RAM prices seem to be hurting a lot of the margins. Memory chip pricing, again, surged, driving higher server costs across the sector. As a result, they raised their 2026 CapEx forecast by roughly $200 million. So if they were going to spend $250, then they were guiding likely $50. And we've seen companies really be, made to pay for that excessive CapEx, whether it's Amazon, Meta, well off the high as a result of aggressive CapEx there, Joey. But AKAM, not even a name I knew was in the cloud game, but clearly they are.
Yeah, clearly. And I guess from those April lows, you're up 40%. I'm not too familiar with this name either, but there's so many. Is this in the NASDAQ or the S&P?
AKAM?
Yeah, NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So there it is, guys. A name you didn't really talk about too often, but getting involved with the cloud infrastructure and this build-out. I would think you'd see a little bit more of a reaction here if that was going to be the case.
Celsius Holdings had were involved with an interesting conference yesterday called the CAGNY conference. If gains hold, let's see where Celsius is at right now. It's up 9% and change. So yeah, basically where it was in the pre-market. If shares hold, this would mark the stock's second straight positive session and potentially its best day since August of last year. Shares were down about 4% year to date, but they remain up 74% in 25, really fueled by that Alani Nu acquisition and growing demand for better for you energy drinks. I don't know what the hell that is, but apparently there's a difference between natural caffeine and synthetic caffeine. I didn't even know there was a difference. CEO John Fieldly, he highlighted 25% growth in shelf space at major supermarkets, as well as increased cooler placements and a 6% velocity growth in retail. Not a bad look. Expanded assortment strategy seems to be paying off as well. They've been really focusing on single serve, multi-packs, as well as coolers, in driving that strong retail performance and deeper category penetration. Energy drinks now, Joey, they represent about 20% of the liquid refreshments beverage sales, which is about 14% from 5 years ago. And I'm assuming these are probably younger drinkers who are all about that energy drink life.
Yeah. I've never really been a fan of energy drinks or anything along those lines. But aside from that, like what I found interesting here, Sharif, is that a lot of this revenue growth has been surged by PepsiCo's distribution, which I find absolutely interesting. So that's a good partnership that you want to have. North America obviously holding the most here, guys. Drove bulk of the growth via PepsiCo expansion and 20%, as Sharif just mentioned not too long ago. But internationally, I mean, up 27% in Ireland, and then you're up a little bit more here in Australia, France, and New Zealand, which I find interesting as well. But year to date, you're up 30% internationally. So expansion is good, and the beverage game isn't an easy one, that's for sure.
Scathing report from NASA about Boeing and the failures of that launch into the International Space Station last year, where it was supposed to be an 8-day trip, ended up being 6 months. Saved, of course, by your boy Elon Musk and SpaceX. So NASA leaders said the agency disregarded crew safety concerns during that 2024 Starliner mission. An internal investigation identified technical problems as well as poor communication and bad management failures before and during the flight. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman characterized the mission as a Type A mishap, the most severe classification he could. He also stressed the issue was not hardware alone, but decision-making as well as leadership, warning of cultural risks in human spaceflight. We'll get more on this in a second.
Yeah, we have some more updates right over here. U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer said that the program will continue without disruption and that Section 301 probes are legally robust and durable. He also says that Section 122 tariffs will be implemented and signed today. There was also President Donald Trump did take a dig at Fed chair. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. He also criticized the Supreme Court AAPL ruling. The president called the decision nonsensical, saying it prevents charging even $1 under the AAPL while still allowing a complete ban or an embargo on foreign trade.
Thank you, Katina, man. Did you hear what he said? Yeah, he's talking smack about you again, man. All right, let's go on to the next part over here. So Boeing Starliner launched back in 2024, carrying astronauts Barry Wilmore and Sunita Williams for what was meant to be an 8 to 14-day mission. The spacecraft experienced helium leaks and thruster failures shortly after the launch. Although it docked successfully, NASA ultimately opted to return the astronauts via SpaceX months in orbit. Starliner was not flown since and will not carry astronauts on the next test flight. So we've been seeing some improvements from Boeing. Let's just not crap all over them, right? Yep. I mean, this is not their moat airplanes, are.
Nope.
But you shouldn't throw your hat into the ring if you're not ready.
No, yeah. Hey, man, we've seen that across the board. I mean, investigation. We know who they were involved with the FAA for quite some time. Things weren't going their way. A lot of wonky stuff, but then you get the increase in production there and be able to deliver some more airplanes. As for Boeing, I think this name should be performing substantially better than what it is, but another investigation, not too good of a look. All right, guys, it's now 2 o'clock there, Sharif. We're going to go over a quick trade review. There's NVDL. We'll go over the TQs and then SLV. That was it for the day. Those 3 trades. SLV as well, too. That wasn't too bad as it continuing to climb a little bit higher. And watch out for NVDA closing above that 190 mark. We talked about that throughout the session there, guys.
No, it's rare that I celebrate being up 7 pennies on the day, but hey, I was decidedly red, and now we're flat, and more happy I could not be.
There you go.
Hopefully we'll do a little bit better next time, guys. For Joseph and I.
Hey, man, would you rather be up 7 cents or down almost a shutdown?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Of course, that kind of goes without saying.
Right? So it's just a scratch day, really.
Yeah, there you go, exactly. For Joseph and I, guys, I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. And market's going to be all over the place. Make sure you're listening to President Trump and what he has to say, and think about, of course, the next steps for your investment journey, the big boys through that way.
Welcome back, everybody. The president now talking about Iran. So still ongoing, and obviously, if you had that we get a rate decision on your bingo card, boom. If you had that cloud would come after the cybersecurity names today on your bingo card, yuck is all I gotta say. Yeah, so among the things
I saw Pan W getting.
The crazy thing, I had just moved my stink bid on CrowdStrike, and I only found out because I got the notification that I got filled. And I'm like, what do you mean I got filled? I was at $400. The stock was at $430 this morning. So there's no chance. I was stink bid. I thought there's 0 chance I was going to get filled. And all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, crap. And CrowdStrike and Pan W both got smoked on that. So while the market's been booming, the only thing in tech that's been bad has been the cybersecurity names. Again, the president, of course, still talking. C is all over it. Let's go and see what she has to say at the desk.
Yeah, some more lines here. Some trade deals negotiated under the IEEPA do not stand. However, Trump has said nothing changes on the India trade deal. He also has said that Iran better negotiate a fair deal. And to end it all, Trump says all trade deals will remain in place, but they are being handled differently.
Yes. Okay, well, I mean, that was the whole thing. He's trying to find some different ways of, creating a tariff-like system. Yes. There, he's applying that 10% and then adding a few other things on top to get it kind of to an agreed-upon level there. But no, I don't really know. Like, I just kind of went back to the well and just started trading the normal stuff. Like, I mean, I was long. Google's up huge. We're doing really well on Google. I've only traded 2 names today, Google and the futures. And the futures worked out fine on the back end, but we talked about getting blown out right there when the first announcement happened. Then we traded it again back there to the upside. Dropped it when it broke VWAP, but wow, we should have held on to that one as it's all the way back up. So good moves there on the futures. But yeah, very, very interesting, man. I mean, we sort of did a little bit of a look. We'll wait for Sharif to come back and we'll start talking about some new things. But Trump's saying right now the tariffs could possibly be higher than where they were in the previous, based on what he's been saying right now. So I guess there's some more things to go. Walmart down 2%, so that's not a great one there, as we thought that might get a rally. Home Depot, Amazon, like some of the retail names. But look, at all these major tech names, this is where the benefit is, right? Because all of a sudden now, Apple, Nvidia, Google, like Nvidia's worry about getting these. I mean, Nvidia's a little different worry because this is not about the chips, right? This is just about slapping a tariff on it. So whether or not Nvidia's chips are being allowed to be shipped in the United States or not, that's kind of a different story. But for right now, man, it's a little bit of a relief rally for some of the chips, and the banks are starting to go to the upside. The only real bad sector today, and it's not bad, it's just like you got XOM down 2.5, CVX down 1, Conoco, EOG, so they're all down about 1% there for Iran and gas price or oil prices getting hit to the downside. So that's a little bit of that reason, but everything else seems to be pretty good today, man. Healthcare technology, Eli Lilly, little bit of a drop down there. J&J, that's interesting. There was a story about J&J, I can't remember what it was. Thermo Fisher. So there's a few names that are going to the downside, but pretty healthy overall, man. I mean, who would have thought that if this was a tariff decision by the Supreme Court that would rally the markets a little bit? Well, that is what's been happening right there. We did have a negative print this morning when we thought that GDP was going to be an issue. That's why we went short right into there. Then it blew upside. So who thought the market would be at the highs on a day when that kind of an announcement is made? But there it is, NASDAQ cooking high side for now. And we're just long Google, $1.20 in the money right now. So Friday, man, it's Friday.
It is Friday. The VIX is right back down into those lows with a chance of still further breaking down. We'll see. It hasn't really happened just yet, and of course, we'll keep the president up. I thought he's wrapping up.
He's done.
Yeah, I heard it in my ear, and I was like, oh, he's wrapping up there. So it looks like that is over. He's left the podium. This is not like the Fed where I think all of a sudden, no, whatever you're doing before is going to be done. But I was just looking, again, there's the VIX, but I was just looking at Bitcoin, which, I mean, there was a moment when it looked strong. Here, we'll go to the 3. There was a moment where it looked strong, and I was like, Bitcoin can be a long. And then I just was like, no. And shorted under VWAP, haven't been doing anything with it until we got to these highs. But the market basically got to the prior highs, and Bitcoin hasn't still broken out either. So I'm still looking for an opportunity to get into this one to the south side on Bitcoin, and it's trying to break this uptrend that we've been on since about noon, let's just say. So Bitcoin's got what I have my eyes on. I do have my eyes on that RXT. That small capper, which is going, I know Sharif was trading that one, and it's looking like it's going to be a big one. But yeah, Bitcoin from this morning, I'm still looking at, is it's trying to break trend, actually right here.
All right, I can't believe it. You guys can't believe it. But the launch day is next Tuesday. We are officially 4 days away. And you're right, look at that logo, that's really nice. The Trader TV Live Academy is more than just a project. It's a platform built on the very foundation of our careers. We've modernized every module to give you a clear, actionable edge that helps you navigate in the fast-paced markets of today. We took the time to get this right. So on February the 24th, you have everything you need to learn the way we did. The wait, everybody, is almost over. And yes, you can get involved if you are located in the United States. You can get involved if you are located in the fine country of Canada. You can get involved if you are located in any country, I believe, in the world. So there you go. So it is now available. No matter where you are trading, you are going to be able to download videos, participate in, the quizzes and knowledge, and understand how we've learned the software, learned our methodologies, learned discipline, learned everything that's required to become a successful trader. I've already talked about this earlier. You've seen the advancement of Joe and everything like that using our platform. The two of us, Sharif, everybody here, Sia's currently training on it as we speak. So is Adara. So there's lots of stuff happening around here. We've opened it up. You guys are going to get an opportunity to see on February the 4th. We'll give you the website. We'll give you all the details, and you can go check it out. The first thing that we've launched in that form.
Actually, that is true, and it's going to be constantly updating. That's the thing. It's always going to be moving and growing, just like the markets. There's even a community aspect. We won't get into too much because there's a lot of details, and it'd be a lot of fun to go over all of that with you. And again, just Miss Lucia, to answer, you said February with a question mark. That is February the 24th. So 1 day before.
4 days from now.
Well, 4 days from now, one day before Nvidia earnings. So next week, of course, going to be a big week for now multiple reasons, I do think. And Spencer, competition coming too. What do you mean by that? Sure. No, it is. Yeah, it's the 24th, not the 4th. And Luis asking where Adara is. Adara just has the day off today. She's back next week, and Sia doing a fantastic job as well. We're going to have the rundown like usual. Sharif will be all over that. I think we have an idea what the symbols are going to be because
you're looking at them.
Well, no, but all morning long. No, and to be honest, the top 3 have not changed at any point. So usually I won't know if there's like some kind of an ebb and flow on our visualizer at any point throughout the day. But the stock that's number 1 was number 1 like 5 minutes into the show, and is continuing, like it's not even close. It's like doubling, literally, almost doubling number 2. So it's been pretty obvious all day long what was going to be number 1. Although I would have thought that some new names might have matriculated in after what we saw with it was a Supreme Court decision, but it hasn't changed much. So let's go to the desk. I know what it is. You guys are going to find out. Let's do the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon, even on a Friday. The big boys, they are locked and they are loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to join us. C and I are always in the chat. And get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $ before you vote. Otherwise, it will not register with YouTube. Let's look at all four major averages here before we start getting going. All four major averages in positive territory, okay? Ever since the tariff decision at 10 a.m. with the Qs leading the way by far up 0.87. The SPY faring second best, up 0.2%. The Dow up 0.3%, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF barely green, but up 0.13 nonetheless. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, Opendoor. And what an earnings report they had yesterday. See it? Yep. They easily beat on revenue, destroyed profitability on EPS. What more can you tell us?
$736 million, Sharif. It's amazing. And it is down from 1.04 billion last year, but still a good number, not a bad number at all. And it's under its Opendoor 2.0 plan as we know it.
As Neil always says, there's never good or bad, there's better or worse, depending on what the street is looking for.
Absolutely.
Guys, and the other thing, too, is they're really investing heavily into homes. That's their focus right now, looking to flip homes. But the problem was the homes were staying on the market too long. That has since changed. Inventory staying on the market more than 120 days dropped from 51% to 33%. Opendoor, guys, up 5.59.
Yeah, but is it up, though? I mean, technically, I guess if you magically bought it at the close yesterday going into earnings, it's going to be up. But I think you could say decidedly, you know what, I said the only things that were down were, whatever. There was some other things that were downside, but were those cybersecurity names on news. But there was also when Opendoor lost the trend this morning. And it was going absolutely perfect to plan. Like it bounced 520, which was on the note, gave you the VWAP hold. It ran into the high of the day. Somebody asked me, why would you cover as it's bouncing off of VWAP? And my only response was, if I'm following a trend up, then when the trend breaks, you get out of the trade. And so if the reason I'm taking it at VWAP was because it's holding the trend line, then when it breaks the trend line, you get out. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, that was also a reversal short in Opendoor. But I think the more pressing thing would be it's got some support down here, but I'm not really respecting the 200 period moving average because it wasn't respecting the 200 period moving average. I think the more important thing is $5 was big resistance before, and we're supposed to be breaking out. If you close under 5, then maybe you retrace and find some support at these lows. So Eric, not sure how he feels about things. I know he was confident this morning. There was that video with popping bottles and Drake, and I don't know, it looked like it was in some sort of a club that I'm unaware of, and there was even a song that he had going for it. But yeah, not working out too well. It kind of slipped and fell. $5, if it can get back above that price, I think it would get at least a little bit interesting for a dead cat bounce. But this is one of those, if you have a rule and you have a reason to get out, don't question it, just get out. And yeah, I wish I had reversed into the short the trade, but at that time, really wasn't looking for it at the end of the day. So open, I give it a couple of days, but if it can't get back above $5, I would say this is destined for, and I said 4, but it's actually 4.25 would be the next support level.
Once again, I flushed it down the toilet because if you guys were here at 8 o'clock, 8:30, I said the short is right here at 560. It happened twice, and we didn't take it at all. So I think it was a pretty easy short, man. Most earnings calls have gone this way. And for me on Opendoor, if it wasn't running in the morning, it wasn't going to run anyways. So that stopped. It's just a fail. Like, it was an easy short. Should have been the trade of the day. Congratulations to anybody that made it. You're not going to find one easier than this. So there's Opendoor, man. I mean, it was the top there. It was the top there. It was the top there. Very, very simple trade, and disappointed not to have it. So, but yeah, anyways, Opendoor downside. Like I said, I think the resting spot for this is 250. So, you know, if it can't get going on earnings, we've seen this happen already. Like Rivian, you know, got going and then got hit that day and then hasn't ever made it back to those levels. I just think that's a story for a lot of these names, and no surprise here that Opendoor is exactly the same thing. So again, you're not going to get an easier trade, I don't think, than that Opendoor short up there at 560. So yeah, failed opportunity for sure. And was very, very, you know, pretty clear as day there. We even talked about it at 8 o'clock, so, or 8:30, whenever we talked about Opendoor. But Anyway, disappointed not to have that one. Let's go back over to the desk and see another trade. I only have Google in the futures today, so I'm not going to have many of those. It's just that one sucks because it was easy, it was clear, and I talked about it. So fail by me on Open Door.
All right, guys, let's talk about Rackspace. Great day for Rackspace today. You'll recall back on the 18th, we got this headline that they were teaming up with Palantir, strategic partnerships here, to help enterprise deploy and operate Palantir's Foundry and AIP platform. Not a bad look for them. Another big move up today, 55%.
Yeah, that's all I had to say, Sharif. They are teaming up with Palantir to help companies move artificial intelligence projects out of the testing mode into the real world production. And I just measured how much the shares have been the shares have been moving for the past day since the announcement was done, and shares have been up almost 12% since the day of the announcement.
Fantastic. Good look today, guys. $2 seems to be, though, Neil, a bit of a resistance level. What's your look?
Resisted it a couple of times, but I don't know, when you go up to the daily chart, like it looks like it's broken out over like a 190 level. Like it's okay, so it is wicking that too and failing to break it, but on the daily, like you would think here, if it's gonna hold on like a 15-minute over this 190, which it seems to be doing, it's literally at 190 right now, so it could easily break. Like that was a pretty significant level. Let me zoom one more time out and you'll look a little bit better. There you go. So support to resistance, and I can zoom back in for you. And closing above 190 looks like it would be a good spot. And when I was looking at the daily chart, that actually took one shot breaking down back under said 190 level. It was kind of quick in and out, and it's a bit of a choppy mess at that price, but that's the big level on the daily chart. It's not really the 2. It is around in and around that 190. So it has a chance to close above. The other thing which I can kind of note happening here, I'm going to go back to this. It looks a little bit cleaner on the 15. Is you have this little descending wedge going on the 15-minute. And if it can break out of that, close any candle over $2, I think a breakaway and then give it to 190 would be an afternoon play. The thing that kind of stinks, though, is the volume has been tapering off and hasn't shown too many signs of picking back up. I think if you start to see an increase in volume, like we get some volume candles up here and we're above 190 and we're getting back to increasing volume, then the long's going to look a heck of a lot better. Throw in the fact that it's a Friday, right? If you have declining volumes and it's Friday, yeah, it's over VWAP and it's trending higher, but you're going to want to see that start to pick up before we get into power hour on RXT. But the other thing that is worth it is, like yesterday, I think this got mentioned. I was like, I can't believe this happened. And if you're not looking at it at the open, it doesn't really make a difference. This bounced off exactly $1 yesterday. Not kind of. Like it was a day 2 play that pulled back and literally bounced off 100. Now, I wasn't looking at the level 2. Usually there's probably like someone stacks some shares on the bid at 1. And if you're lucky enough to be on a stock when it does that, you just kind of go long 101. But that would have, like, to me, that's a way bigger missed opportunity because someone asked if I traded Rhyme. I'm like, no, I didn't get that Rhyme 250 break because I was looking at other things at the open. But like that's one of those you get like 3 days and it breaks down. That dollar hold is also pretty cool. So it looks pretty good, but if 190 can't be held today, I'd be a little bit cautious with that RTX.
Seeing what's going on with the dollar, we do have a new position right here, silver. So I'm going to go short against the high just to see, man. If this breaks, then we're gone. This is just a small little tester here to see what's going on with SLV. That's why I was just looking at that dollar. Well, I was just thinking like we've been up here a couple times. Maybe we retest, and like this would be a great out if we can get them all out, like 74.70. That would be incredible. So just kind of waiting to see what silver is going to do here as we approach the high of the day. This is the kind of trade I'm looking for. With the market trying to pull back a little bit here, let's just see what winds up happening with silver. We're short at 04. The out is 20s, so this is 15 cents worth of a hit. It looks like we'll probably get stopped out, but I just wanted to say I'm trying it against the high of the day. There's so much uncertainty out there right now that I was just, thinking that silver, although it's going higher. I mean, I'm fighting the trend, so we'll try it and we'll see if we can get something out near the lows. But again, for 20 cents, I think it's worth the risk. Looks like we're about to get stopped out pretty soon on silver, and then we have to think about taking the high the high break and then maybe going long. So I just wanted to sit here and try something, but there goes silver. All right, let's go back over to Sharif and figure out what's next on the board.
Tesla is the next one, Sean, and it's having a flat day, up 0.11, couple headlines on this one. The market really wasn't impressed by the price cuts on the Cybertruck, whether it was the standard version or the Cyber Beast. Cyber Beast dropping about 13% below $100,000. But there was also the court ruling, Sia.
Yep. As we know it, in last year, August, Tesla had appealed the fatal autopilot crash suit, but it has lost the bid because the $243 million verdict has come out, and the suit, as we know it, focused on a 2019 collision that killed a 22-year-old woman as I spoke. And the collision occurred in Key Largo in Florida. So the car accelerated through an intersection just over 60 miles and hit a nearby empty parked car and its owners who were standing on the other side of the vehicle. So the jury determined that Tesla should be held partially responsible for the fatal crash. While Tesla did appeal, it was seeking to have the verdict tossed, but no luck.
No go, guys. All right, Tesla, a little bit in Greensville.
Yeah, I had it as one of the three stocks that I was going to look at today, and I had it written down as 408 to 409 long, right? And I like the fact, I didn't know about that story, but I was talking about the Cybertruck sales, getting to the downside that we talked about earlier. But this right here, this is that 408. Like, we went back to where it was yesterday. We dipped down into there earlier today, and then we had an epic move into 406. But this has been the right area to go long on Tesla. So I think that if we can. We won't get it today, and even if we do, we might not want it. But this has been, a good downside spot to sit there and try to buy some Tesla ahead of 400. So, on a day trade, if you're here to try to, scalp it or make a quick little day trade, I think this is the spot. Like, not too worried about these tariffs anymore with Tesla. It seems like it's going to be a back and forth discussion for a while. So I'm just going to continue to think that this 408 is a good spot and then watch it as it comes back in and try to make a decision on trading it. But yeah, it's been good. So those are some good levels. A little scary earlier. I don't think you ever want to take Tesla too early in the morning. But right now, yeah, it's on a march to the upside, as is the whole market. So including the silver position that I'm in as well, as Google. Google now $1.25 in the money, silver out 8 cents. But yeah, I like Tesla here. And I said it was like another name. I think Google and Tesla are the two kind of like big cap names that I like at these current levels, along with sprinkle a little bit on Meta there.
Meta's about the valuation. Tesla's about the future. Meta's valuation. We were saying this morning, and forward Ps don't necessarily matter as much until you prove it the next quarter. But you also keep it in mind that, and I know I'm jumping to Meta, but just in context, it'll be It's a 17 forward P. Meta beats next quarter, and if the price is around the same, you're talking about an under 20 P on a Mag 7 name, and that's just a buy. As far as Tesla goes, I agree with the support level. You could nitpick, saying that 405 to 406 is held 2 days, but it doesn't really matter. It's the same inside day that we had yesterday, so the support and the resistance is completely unchanged. I was in a rule break, trend break, because I wanted something before the president was speaking, and I generally say don't take a trend break at VWAP or underneath VWAP, but that's what I did. So I did slam out of it and was waiting for another opportunity in Tesla, but then didn't want it as the president was on. If it was in the money while he was talking, that's one thing, but while he was talking, didn't want any part of that because technicals don't matter in that kind of a situation. But for the rest of this afternoon, it's in a nice upward trend along with the market. If it fails to break that trend, I think an actual break of 415 is entirely possible. And going to another name, this is on the other end of the equation. Now, this never got to the price I wanted for a short, but Rivian is on the, we'll call it breakdown watch for the next little bit here. Obviously, it's already had a bad week. That speaks for itself, but it's taking the stairs down, like meaning, there's your false break, and then every single day, lower high, can't even, nowhere close, just drops, and then fails underneath lower high. Like every single resistance level from the day before is getting respected on Rivian, and it's got a $15 flat bottom break here, which could happen today, like 1, 2, 3, on a 15-minute. We tested this 3-4 times at exactly 15:01 on RIVN. So I like this for a breakdown today. I'd like it for a breakdown next week. It's just, I actually think this would have broken already if the market hadn't ran like it was. Rivian was headed toward this break, and the market probably saved them. Whether that will actually be able to hold, I don't know. But either way, I'm taking a short through 15.
All right, guys, let's talk about Palantir. Up 0.5%, was negative to start, but good look today. Bloomberg is reporting that a judge said 3 former Palantir employees may have broken privacy and non-solicitation agreements in founding their AI startup called Percepta. The court did refuse, though, to halt their work on the company, so they continue working on the company. Palantir had originally sued Percepta, Sia, and co-founder chief executive Hirsch Jain last year for initiating what they're called a campaign to recruit numerous Palantir employees after leaving the company in August of 24. Can you tell us any more?
Literally, that's everything. Both sides have claimed victory following the order, and the Palantir has called it a warning against employee solicitation, and defendants are saying that the court rejected Palantir's central claims. That's about it.
Yeah, and basically, Palantir had tried to get some of these employees to be barred from working at Percepta. The judge denied that claim. He said they can go ahead, just have to follow the rules of the contract, guys.
It's very difficult to stop somebody from getting employment, even with a competitor. It's just, if there are rules to be followed about how you solicit them, that's one thing. You're not going to be able to stop them at the end of the day. And look, successful companies have to deal with that. If you got smart people, then sometimes you're going to lose them. That's just how it is, and don't think that's anything new. I don't think this has anything to do with what Palantir is doing today. If you want to look at things, like, it turned around and was really choppy in the morning, but really turn around here right about 1 o'clock, like right as the president was talking. He was a little bit late to the podium, obviously, so he didn't. It was a little bit later, but he definitely. Well, I shouldn't say he definitely, but this definitely, along with the market, took another leg up, and it was distinctly different from the Nasdaq. Like, it's clear higher lows and holding VWAP kind of deal, whereas this actually looked like it was pressing back underneath, and it might have been a relatively weak day for Palantir. It's still underneath what the market is doing. Part of that, I think, is, look, it's still being held in a bit of the penalty box for the valuation and maybe some of the AI concerns, but it's really close to this break. I mean, eerily close, sort of breaking out that head and shoulders area that we were talking about yesterday, which was about 136.5. And as I say that, it's pulling back off that same level again today. But it's got a nice gap fill if it can take out that 136.5, and that's just this failed breakout here. That's what Palantir might be another one where that break is waiting another day. But if the market keeps coming down, the break on Rivian is not going to wait.
Look, yesterday Palantir was, I'll let you guys put on some bangers in the afternoon. This is one of the biggest trades of the day by far. Yesterday, we shorted this 136. We were all over it on the note. And for some reason, I didn't really look at it today. So, this would have been a name definitely that we should have had some eyeballs on up there at 136. I mean, it was yesterday's little level. And, we nailed that yesterday and didn't take it today. So, yeah, I'm focused on this Google long, and I'm short silver right now. But that would have been a great spot to get short there, Palantir. We'll see if it gives us another opportunity to do that after if we get another bump up in the market, which would be fine for me. I mean, we still like this Palantir or this Google trade. But yeah, 136. Let's see if it comes through again. It's at 135.40 or now 135.20. That's a great trade. Sometimes, stock have memory, and it remembers that 136 from yesterday twice, man. Like, their V-shaped recovery back in, right back up again. That should have been 2 for 2 there, and don't have it, but that's fine. Palantir, again, I said there might not have been another easier trade than Open Door, but that one's pretty good too. So this is the thing about trading, man. Hindsight, you look back and you're saying, oh, well, yeah, that was pretty easy. But that Palantir at 136, we had it yesterday, should have had it today. No reason not to. So, all right, let's go back over and see what the next stock is. Maybe this one's silver. We'll see.
We'll start first. Sia, you have an update on tariffs.
Yeah, I do. So Scott Bessent's remarks, Treasury's estimates show that use of Section 122 authority combined with potentially enhanced Section 232 and 301 tariffs will result in virtually unchanged tariff revenue in 2026. And also Vance on Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. This is lawlessness from the court, plain and simple.
All right, guys, some fighting words from Secretary Bessent. Let's talk about SLV, up 5.7%. Several reasons for this. Obviously, the first and foremost, President Trump's tariffs being struck down by the Supreme Court. That had the effect of dropping the U.S. dollar, which also has the corollary effect of helping metals rise. Separately, we also have escalating U.S.-Iran tensions with the biggest U.S. naval armada in the Middle East since the Iraq War in 2003. Separately, we also had weak GDP numbers, or worse than expected GDP numbers coming in today at 1.4%, alongside a PCE of around 3, which just created a stagflationary signal. It complicates the Fed's path, boys. Silver up 5 3/4.
Okay. This is what I was. Again, it doesn't really matter, but I had silver written down as the #1 trade, but it was a long lower than where we were. We were looking at $71.50 to $72. Now it does come in right there into 72 flat, but I was waiting for lower. So again, another trade that just don't have in the account here today that I kind of wish, obviously, that we did. But there it goes. And it just didn't hit the levels for me. This in here should have been more interesting. The hold of the 200 period and of VWAP, basically. So that's interesting. So just learning more and more every single day about silver and just how much energy it has when it gets going, right? I mean, it hasn't even looked at the 200 period moving average. We did say, I mean, I've been trying to think about gold versus silver versus strong US dollar. I lost that chart, but the DXY is really doing nothing right now. So I'm going to hold the silver short, thinking that top, is an area where we can punch out. So I think the risk to reward on this is pretty good. We haven't averaged into this at all. We're just going to go short. And if it breaks the top, like we could have just got out there for flat. We don't want to do that. So we're going to wait to see if it does break through the top. It looks like it's going to do that. So silver right now, downside for sure. And not looking, or upside, sorry, not looking like it wants to go downside there. So I'll have to look at gold. But yeah, for today, silver looks like it'll best me here. With 10 more cents and we're out.
It's the same. Gold's about the same chart. The only difference I find, like lately, the difference between the gold and silver chart is just silver is probably a bigger percent move, but they're more or less identical. And to your point with the dollar index, DXY is decidedly in the middle of today's range. I mean, it's like, you got to be kidding me. Like, we were at 98.8 this morning. It was 97.8, and then up to 98, and basically just the same distance up and down, and then shallow, and then it's just all right back to where we started, which is wild. So kind of a nothing burger for now. But you could at least break. It's a wedge pattern, so it could break in either direction. Don't really have much to add because, I mean, silver is doing what it's doing, and gold, as I said, is the same chart. I did get that trend break on Bitcoin, which, I don't know, this chart looks almost the same thing as well. Like, it was slightly off the highs, breaking trend down, was on its way to the volume weighted average price. This I'm not giving to the high of the day because the prior bar is actually tight to this 50 level. So I'm going to get out there if I can. And then, there is one look here. If we can go to, I just want to go to a longer term chart of SLV. I want to go to a weekly chart for SLV, and then we'll move on. It's that. I mean, today's Friday, obviously, so you're closing out on the weekly. You have a monster reversal candle here. Big red, couple of red candles inside of the range. We're going to get a pretty engulfing, like that's taking the entire last 2 weeks green candle in. So that might be a bit of a reversal candle. And if we can close, open above this 75, you could have something here on the weekly chart brewing with SLV. So 3 weeks in a row, red. And now trying to bounce a little bit. One more, I believe, or
that's it.
That was it.
I don't see anybody back there anymore. So that is a wrap. Yeah, look, man, only 5 days.
Yeah, we did test.
Only 4 days left. Almost said 5 days left there before everyone gets to experience the Trader TV Live Academy. So make sure you do sign up for that when it's released. We'll have more and more details to come in the upcoming days, but only one more day of the show, and then the Academy gets released, and it's just videos where we've come from, stuff that we look at every single day, discipline stuff. There's journals. You can keep track of your trades in there, journal entry spots. It's a very complex, sort of, not complex, but a website that has it all in there for you. You can go back. Comprehensive is a good word. Yeah, you can go back and rewatch different lessons. And you sort of mentioned something that was important. We're going to keep on updating it as well. New lessons in there as we go. It's basically almost like an FAQ of what we're doing here, what we're training on, and successful methods that beginning traders have used all throughout our careers. Our training here at Real Trading, I've trained thousands of traders worldwide. And so this is an accumulation of all of that, right, put together. So we're excited to launch something like that. You guys have asked for it. So it's coming right now, February the 24th. So it's coming in just 4 days. So we're excited to talk about that. We'll show some examples on the show and hopefully get your constructive feedback, on what you think about it. So we're pretty excited to see how that goes and your guys, reaction to what's available there on the Trader TV Live Academy. And we've all worked on it. So it should be a good one. We're excited to see
and waited a long time
how it takes off. Yeah.
I saw a couple people mention that CDIO. I thought this thing was a little bit load. I thought this was dead. Not gonna lie, this was the let's call it small cap Luis special of the day. Where in theory, we have Luis on. He always mentions if it fails at the open and loses VWAP, it's trend down from there. But this is actually picking up a little bit of steam. This is what you'd want that RXT to do. RTX is Raytheon. Okay, I'm gonna get this out of the way. Everyone looking at the small cappers, if I say RTX, just know that I mean the small cap RXT. I probably don't mean to be talking about Raytheon, so I always make that mistake. But CDIO picking up in volume, 65 million. Let's see what it can do with the VWAP and the $3 level, because that was a big one on CDIO. Yeah, $3 was a bit of a rejection here. And then if we go back, a little head and shoulders action for CDIO. It needs to get back above the 3. Otherwise, there's going to be some faders in at that price. That's going to double check Rivian. It's not, the market's catching a bit of a bid. This is losing acceleration to the downside. So that it's a triple bottom at 15. I just feel like if there's anything this week in the market, just breaking the low on a Friday would be a good place to go. And for anyone asking about details to come next week on Tuesday about the Academy. And we'll let you guys know anything and everything with the launch on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what it's all about. Yeah, so I don't know, this Rivian, I'm going to leave the order in, but if this starts breaking out, then if this starts taking out highs, obviously there's no flat bottom break to be had on RIVN. So it is what it is. I kind of thought this one would be a little bit weaker than it was. Netflix and Amazon, apparently, according to Showtime, easy money today. Netflix is screaming toward that 80 level again. So I know this got sort of written off last week because it was nasty when it lost the 80. But that one day, we haven't made a fresh low since that 75. So it's looking a heck of a lot better for Netflix. I say that, and let's be real, there's that level on the weekly that we were talking about. I was a buyer down there, so I bought once in front of the 83, which was this level on the weekly, and sort of said if we can't get back above there, then my next DCA is at the 200 period. And I'm just talking about personally for myself. This will be, it's probably not gonna, this will be a green week. I don't want to be that guy, but come on. It'll be a green week for Netflix. I just don't see it dropping $3.50 plus in the next 80 minutes or so. So this will be the first green week for Netflix since mid-November of last year.
Hi, Netflix.
Yeah, that actually sounds. You know what's funny? When you say things, this is another reason. A reason why journaling is good is because sometimes when you put something on paper or you say it out loud, it hits home a little bit better. When you say that one out loud, the downward flush in Netflix just hits a little bit harder. But when you like a DCA, sometimes you ignore the fact that it has been disgusting. And Netflix has been disgusting. So mid-November, and now we're going to get a green candle. Just keep in mind the last time there was a green candle, it was followed by all these red ones. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be bouncing. But I do agree, it's been a good week for Netflix, and it's going to end on a high. And remember, there was a news piece on this yesterday, which I thought was utter nonsense. It was basically, I forget the analyst that made this point. All they said was Netflix has ample cash to raise their bid if they wanted to for Warner Brothers Discovery. Not that they're going to raise their bid, but that they could if they wanted to. And the market sold that off as if it meant they were going to raise their bid, which was, in hindsight, that's kind of ridiculous. But the way that it was being put out there yesterday, it did make it seem as if, and even Warner Brothers' reaction was the other way too, because Warner Brothers shot to the upside. My first thought wasn't to dip buy Netflix, it was to try and grab the Warner Brothers short, which I missed. Thankfully, there was a bounce play in that stock. But yeah, Netflix looking much, much better. No sign that they're going to actually raise a bid for Warner Brothers. And you also have Paramount Skydance running out of time. They got that 7 days, and they're running low. I think there's only a few days left for them to, well, obviously they're considering the current bid. They could also raise their bid while it's getting considered. Once that 7 days is up, we're right back to brass tacks of Netflix deal winning out at $27.75 and forget about $30.
I think they're gonna like that. I think Netflix.
I still
take
think
it at
Netflix
some
closed the
point
deal.
here.
But
all right, we got stopped out of silver. Obviously, here as Google keeps on going to the high side, we're thinking about getting another piece out on this one. I was actually waiting for 316, like almost the top there, to see if that can. 316. So that's where my offer is. Let's see if that goes. I am going to. The other trade was Tesla. I want to go long on a 411 break. Like I don't necessarily want to believe that it's going to bounce off right here, so I'm not going to take it while it deals with it. But if it does get back up over this 411 that we've had a problem with right there, I mean, maybe we can even just zoom in just a little bit more on it and just right into there. So that's 4. I put a break of 10s, but like it's really 4. It could almost be 411 flat, but just to get up one more little level there. Just break it, continue to go, and then we can use some of these levels as our out. So we'll put on like a 1 unit trade or so if we can break above there. I feel like the futures will go back. I mean, we're above VWAP, and this is actually something I just scanned through a bunch of different stocks there, trying to find out like which ones are going which way. And for me on Tesla, just bouncing off VWAP right here could be a trade. So we're gonna watch to see what it does. I mean, it hasn't necessarily been cool all day VWAP. I mean, it's been definitely breached a bunch of times and might not be any valid at all. So that's why we're gonna be very, very patient with this trade and wait to see if we do get an actionable spot here. And if we do get back up to the upside, let's play the momentum and break higher. And then we can use, you know, that's already 40 cents if we can get the 25 period. If you get back into the 50 period, then you're looking at a dollar club. And then after that, more upsides. We say, give me more on that trade right there for Tesla, if that can get up to the upside. Just trying to see if there's anything else that's kind of flattening out a little bit. Intel's flattening out.
I just got to look at CrowdStrike and PanW.
Yeah, are they still going lower? Why? Why are they
just
going
made
lower?
Fresh lows, man.
396? That was PanW.
I'm only saying that because I had a stink bid on this. So like I really didn't think this was gonna hit. I had just moved it up too. Like when PanW reported their earnings, when Palo Alto reported their earnings, I was like, in the off chance that we get a big flush, let's stink bid it. And when it didn't flush on Palo Alto's earnings, I moved it up because I wanted to buy Crowd, not Palo Alto. So I'm like, I'll just bid in front of $400, and maybe in the next couple of weeks we'll actually get hit. Because it felt like you bounced off 400, you made a higher low 2 days ago, you made a higher low yesterday, and then we opened up breaking 420. I'm like, okay, well there's a support level at $400. If that happens in the next couple of weeks, I'll just put my stink bid in. Next thing you know, there was this headline, and I'll try to find it exactly. Let me try to find the actual headline for you on Gemini. Here we go. Just pop it up here. And it's making frontier cybersecurity capabilities available to defenders. Anthropic launches Claude Code Security. A new capability built in the Claude Code on the web is now available in a limited research preview. So when that headline hit, both CrowdStrike and Palo Alto did this. Obviously nasty. That was like a $30 drop there in Crowd, and Palo Alto, very similar, and through the lows again on CrowdStrike. And Palo Alto dropped from 155 to $150, so a 3% move down. They were all green. They were both green on the day. And now you're headed right back into the lows. So not looking very good for cybersecurity names. Look, we're living in a world now where if you get it, now it's like you get a Claude headline as a competitor. Remember, it used to be if Amazon was coming into your industry, you were just going to get the tank. Like if it was the pharmaceuticals, like that headline hits, and you're just going to go down.
Well, it's all the SaaS. Anything SaaS.
Anything.
We saw IGV getting crushed. We have
You don't want cloud in your stock in the same sentence because it's going down.
Yeah, no, you don't. AI, cloud, anything like that. But it's really strange to see the cyber names going down because I really do like it. But we are in a new position now. We're going to be short Intel, and it's a trade that. I like to put on every once in a while an Intel trade. So we'll see what winds up happening here. And again, like I'm just trying to. So I've canceled that Tesla move. I mean, the market just came down. You could still take that Tesla trade if you like it. It's just right now, there's the breach. Like I was expecting us not to even get really to VWAP. The fact that we did it, and now it's just kind of like, thinking about going down. You could take the long now and use whatever this low is, basically 410. But it's too much action to the downside for me. But you could get going. I don't know. All right, so I'm going to take the opposite here and go short. So opposite meaning like I was looking long there for Tesla. Intel's down 1%. Obviously, the market is also going opposite of Intel, so that's kind of why I like it. If the market does wind up falling down, so should Tesla. Sorry, so should Intel. I'm bidding some. I was just bidding 12s there. We got missed, of course. Maybe I shouldn't be bidding Nasdaq. I should bid something else where I can maybe just get the fill down there in case it does go down again. All right, we'll put another bid there. On something that might feel a little bit better than NASDAQ. Yeah, so we were just at 12, right at this sort of level, ahead of 10, just to try to take out 10% or so. Then, our real area of concern, oh, there we go, we got more short there? Okay, is right there, 43.80. So remember, like if we're gonna go short, trying to have our average price in and around where we are at now, 44.30s would be a great average price, but let's just say it is what it is. If we don't get any more fills, we're always trying to go 1-to-1, so if we can get out half of our trade at that spot, then that would be great. So right now being short at 20s, getting out at 40s, we need something down to 44. So we could take a piece at 12 just because it's bounced off there. That's why I'm trying to get 10%. And then we'll see if we get the other 40% or so down here at O's, but this trade may not work. It's just that's how I'm projecting it and what I'm looking to do on Intel. So that would be that trade right now. And I mean, even as I look through this watch list, man, it's kind of like this is the stocks that I watch out for, and these are stocks that either are in my portfolio or names that I trade either here live on the show or opportunities that I'm looking for. Silver's leading the way there. We went short it. Obviously, that's not going to be the good trade, and we're able to get out right there, right? There's the same thing as Intel, where I thought it was at the top, shorted it, blow up. The market might do that. We're long Google, so that's good. Google's up 4%. And if we sort of just sort this by what's been up or down, it's Silver, Google, Coinbase on a nice little rally back there for Bitcoin. It's not like it's a huge rally or anything, 67.5 right now for Bitcoin. Netflix, Qs, Meta, Uber. Like I said, I think Meta is at a good value spot right now as well. And then on the other side, man, SMR, just, oh my God, down another 7%. Really glad that we were able to sell out of that one at 57. We did buy some back at 30, so we're out of the money well on that one, but the sale at 57 was pretty key there. Thanks to Adair, if you're still watching. I give her credit for this all the time. Getting out of Oracle at 319 was just absolutely huge. I could buy it back for half.
Here's an interesting one. Remember we were just talking about Meta?
Yeah.
Oracle's forward P also dropped to 7.
Yeah,
so that's one where it's starting to, it'll get to the point.
Yeah, it's a value.
Yeah, where it turns into a, because think about it, 6 months ago, it was probably not even 6 months ago, maybe it's like 3 or 4, the discussion around Oracle was like, oh my God, the new thing and the growth and all that. And to fast forward a quarter or a couple of quarters, and we're talking about this as the next play is it's going to be a value play. Life comes at you fast. Oracle.
Which one, Oracle? Yeah. And I think it is a value play. I mean, even down here.
I'm not buying it, but.
No, I don't know. I mean, yeah, to each their own. I mean, Roblox is breaking lower. There's XOM. I mean, we always think that here, if you're going to buy a stock, it's easier to buy a stock that's on an uptrend that's pulling back.
Wow, DraftKings.
Yeah, I mean, we got out of DraftKings at $36. We did that live on the show, so thank God for that. But anyways, XOM, this would be one that's, really cooking to the upside. You guys know we're into XLE, so I like XLM and XOM and seeing where that goes from here on a downside drift. But yeah, just to buy any more of these tech names, most of these names on here are going to be tech related just because it's what I trade and what I'm looking at. But Uber nicely battling back now, that's $74. Yeah, for me, Meta, I should have a column on here. I'm going to go see if I can do that in eSignal, that's PE. Just for my own investments. It has nothing. I don't think PE is the necessary story.
They have that in eSignal. Of course they do, right?
I don't know what. Yeah, I would think so. I made the most for myself, like almost like a. I don't know what generational wealth is. I didn't do that. But Palantir, buying this thing at $11 and getting more and more of it, and being able to sell some of this thing where we were able to, on the way up, and then holding a significant portion. My best out is around that 200, and then we could have took out some decent amounts. Where's my thing? At 175, here we go. I'm just trying to show you, what can happen as we show you Rigetti and SMR. It has nothing to do with that we found one in Palantir. There's a lot of stocks that look like this. You know, you can go back over, you know, one that you were in, QBTS, Rigetti.
I wouldn't put. I don't put QBTS in the category of a Palantir. That's not fair.
No. I'm saying for the blow up that it had. Like QBTS was $1 stock and it went to $30. So I'm just saying you could have, you know, life-changing money in some of these names, and I'm just like, what's next? So like on pullbacks in, like this is the kind of stuff you got to be able to think like, what is the next thing, right? And I mean, you could have had Nvidia at a couple dollars, you know, and that went to $2,000. So I mean, we don't even have to. I mean, look at this Nvidia chart, you know, to show you where we're coming from on this one. If I go over to a weekly chart here, these are real. Obviously, we have a couple splits that have happened in here, but all you have to do is like, if you go back to like 20. Like, is this really that long ago? 10 years ago, you have an Nvidia at $1. You know, you put in 10 grand into that right now, then you have generational wealth. That's $10,000 up to 200, right? From $1, 200 times your money, you know, all the way to the upside now. Again, whatever wealth you guys want to get is
well, but if you're looking, but you can also look more recently than that.
But that's only 10 years, and that's why I say QBTS was last year. You could have had 50 times.
Robinhood was down at $10 for 2 years.
Yeah.
For 2 years, Robinhood was down at $10. And it got me, look, it's at 75 now, I get that. And anyone that bought it, I'm not trying to, look, there's probably a bunch of people who are not happy with the performance in Robinhood. But certainly, when you see this, and it's like barcoding, and you happen to like the stock or like the company, then you buy it. Now, I remember this very well because during that time, I elected to, I like SoFi. And I remember looking at Robinhood and SoFi, and I used to complain. We would complain about it all the time on the show. It's like, man, while those things were basing out at the lows, I should have been buying Robinhood instead of SoFi. But I just happened to like SoFi more. And so I was buying SoFi. And it's not like it was bad, but you look back, you can't hate because SoFi ran very nicely. It gave you 4x, maybe 5 if you're really, really good. I wasn't. But I think Robinhood's probably the best charting example on a monthly of so long of a base and then that big of a breakout. For something that was, I don't want to say it was wildly popular. I know there was after the meme craze and people were hating on it, but ultimately, not a ton had fundamentally changed. They got some bad press that obviously they had to work through, but you know, it gives you the example. The only reason I was saying all that about QBTS is, and because I know that one at $1, because there was a discussion my wife and I had about quantum, and I was like, yeah, but I don't know anything about these companies, so I don't really. Because we were talking about like what's the next best thing in TFSAs with my wife, and then she's like, well, I was at this conference, or no, she was in a class. She was in this data security class that she was doing, and like everyone was talking about this company. He's like, it's under $1. I'm like, yeah, well, that seems like it could be as good as any of these other ones. I'm like, I don't know the difference between them. So we're like, yeah, okay, let's just buy some. It's underneath $1. It'll be pretty cheap. And then next thing you know, and I won't lie, like we were selling it. We sold some at 4, we sold some at 8, and then hold some for the dream kind of deal. I wish I had the foresight to realize what was going to happen. But sometimes it's that simple. And there's a difference between this is a gamble shot play stock and I'm willing for it to go to 0 and buying a Palantir. I don't think you can put those two things in the same category because Palantir was a company that had been around for quite some time and actually had a business that was making money. And QBTS.
No, they didn't.
No, okay, sorry. No, what I should say, generating actual revenues with actual clients. That's what I should say. None of the quantum names. Like, let's be real.
You gotta have conviction on your plays.
No, but like Major League Baseball players at the minimum make like 20 times as much money as like any of those quantum companies do in revenue. They don't have revenues yet, a lot of them.
No.
Like if they make a couple $100 grand, that's a good quarter for them. So they're very different types because you gotta start by having an actual base, but the upside is tremendous, I believe. Absolutely tremendous in them because one breakthrough, and then you do have the dream. Now let's go back over to Sia.
Just to let you know about something really important here. So after what we just heard about U.S. President Donald Trump speaking, here are some industries that are still going to be facing higher rates and tariffs. First one being food and consumer packaged goods. Companies such as Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, and Reynolds will continue to face higher costs which are associated with manufacturing their products, since Trump also hiked aluminum tariffs to 50% last year. Furniture industry will also be facing greater uncertainty. 25% tariff expected to rise to 50% in 2027. Pharmaceutical tariffs will also be covered under Section 232. The administration has floated imposing tariffs on the industry that could reach up to 250%, more than the 200% already in place. And automotive. I would like to read this statement out from Lenny LaRocca, who is a U.S. automotive lead for consulting firm KPMG. With today's decision out and subsequent developments, there remain many unknowns and important questions still to be answered. This is not a moment to ease up. Ford Motor, as we know earlier this month, said its net tariff impact is expected to be roughly flat year over year at $2 billion in 2026.
All right, thanks.
The market liked it when Ford said that.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I'm trying to get out of some Google here, near these highs. So we'll see what winds up going on there. I'm at like, I was at baseball evaluations yesterday for 4:30 to 6:30. I'm at baseball evaluations all tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. there. So if you are registered for High Park Baseball, your boy will be evaluating your kid tomorrow. I've already got some people emailing me right here today.
I love it. Baseball's back. I was disappointed because yesterday there's these they're actually finally doing some all girls. Aaron's still playing. My daughter's still playing against the boys, but they're doing all girl training camp.
Yeah, good, perfect.
And so we signed her up for like 6 of them. But then yesterday I was like, okay, her ninja parkour is not over, and she loves the ninja parkour. So I couldn't convince her to be like, to not do ninja parkour to go to the baseball thing. Like, you do it's her choice. She gets to do whatever.
So, I mean, I coached the all girls for 5 straight years, all girls rep team. But Gia also plays. The house league is boys, is co-ed, and then I do the all girls.
There aren't enough
there.
There's not enough.
No, we're actually revolutionizing it at
in the West. You see
so. Yeah, shout out to that and to everybody that's supporting, female sports and everything like that. And I've been doing it my whole life, obviously. Gia just came out of the womb an athlete, so 5.5 weeks early. So, we weren't sure what she was going to be like, but very, very proud of everything.
Lily's better.
Obviously, that she is
eager.
being, very, very. She doesn't like baseball nearly as much as hockey, as who can blame her? But at the end of the day, she loves both. She told me today, she's like, Dad, I don't really want to play baseball, but I really want to play with the girls, the baseball. So that's good for me. But unfortunately, we have many more house league games than we do rep games, and we have a couple tournaments. We got to miss one because she got hockey in Minnesota, but I think there's 3 or 4 travel tournaments, which should be a lot of fun. So she's excited for that for baseball. We go down to Ottawa. We host one here at High Park. There's one at Royal York. And then there's the one that we're missing, which I think is Ancaster. So not too bad. But yeah, traveling to Minnesota. So get ready if you're in Minnesota. I'll be there in, I think it's June for hockey in June.
Where in Minnesota?
St. Mary's, I think it is. It's at some big, I think it might be at the university or something like that. Anyway.
Yeah, I just saw in the chat, someone's like, it was Acid.
And we had chess yesterday.
What is going on with Iran today?
Iran?
I don't know. This is why I didn't notice. See, what happens is when we add the tariff headline, like you're starting to go for the things that you're looking at everything that's breaking out, right? And so, some things might have got missed. I mean, some people might have missed the cybersecurity stocks going to the downside. Whether you think that's overdone or not, it is what it is, man. Like that headline, we're in a market now where a headline that you could be disrupted by AI is going to cause some tankage. But Iran, I don't really see a news story. There's nothing since Tuesday. It's just some relative weakness. This is a potential breakdown on this stock. It's respected the 200 period. But yeah, that's nasty. Almost double digits to the downside on Iran. It's broken $40. There's still, there's a little bit of a level here at 39.5 that it could go, but not looking good for them. And again, we'll keep the ear to the ground, but I have not seen a story explaining it. And I've checked a couple of times now. IBIT it broke the trend, got halfway to VWAP. I'm going to try to reload it at break even. As long as it holds on to this trend down, it has a chance to get into the volume weighted average price here for sure. And let us know what else you guys are watching in the chat. And remember, Rohan in the chat there, if you use $, Something we don't do is restart this. I'm gonna give this a fresh.
Yeah, right. We should.
I'm gonna, because we don't do this enough in the afternoon. So I just give a fresh start to our locator here. And what that means is anyone in the chat, and first of all, if you're not in the chat, hit the subscribe, hit the like, jump in the chat. It's a great community. And you just type $ in the symbol you're looking at. So I would then say IREN, which I'm going to do right now. And well, everyone's doing it, so you probably won't even see IREN because there's so many other names popping, ONDS, and CrowdStrike, and keep it to tickers, everybody. I see what you just did there, Bart. All right, there's always somebody. So SMR in there, Oklo. You mentioned SMR is having a really bad day.
Yes,
I haven't looked, but
not as bad as IREN.
Oh, what happened? Did you see that?
No.
Oh, okay. It just went blank for a second.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes I can't tell whether it's my screen that just does it because
SMR and IREN are both down almost exact same. So.
Yeah, so 9%, 8.5%. I think it could be static electricity. Here's another flat bottom break. These are getting moked.
Yes, they are.
Bottom is coming in. Oklo, probably the same thing, right? Blue Ocean. Shout out to Blue Ocean. If you ever want to trade in the aftermarket in the overnight, that's a market you can participate in.
Yes.
But we're not going to be looking at it here. 7% down for Oklo. Although this is not quite at the absolute bottom. Looks like a break of some significant lows is more imminent for SMR than it is for Oklo. BBAI seems to be on here. One thing I don't understand is it usually tells us the price in percent change, but I guess it has to take some time to load up.
It should. Unless it's not loading properly. All right, I'm going to get out some more Google. I mean, the market's going downside right now, and I'm kind of surprised that Google's just hanging out up here. So I'm going to put a stop at basically at this 200 period break. Well, we could get a little more spicy with it and go all the way down there, but why would we do that? Let's just get out if it breaks this, 314.89. So we're going to put a stop in right now for Google. And ho-hum, man, if it goes against us, we'll just have to take $1.50 or whatever it is. So 3.9, oops, I'm going to put 319. 314.89, okay? If it drops out, we'll get out of that one. We're long at 313.80, so worst case, it'll be about $1 and change. We've already taken out a lot on this. I mean, this will be my #1 symbol today. I've traded now 4 symbols. SLV was quickly in and out. Like, that should have been a long, but I was testing against the high of the day. I think I did well enough to explain to you sort of what my thought pattern was with that one, and I hope it made a little bit of sense anyways. So that's what I was doing with SLV there. Intel, yeah, buddy, let's go to the downside. We've been shorting this one, and here we go, another profitable name, hopefully anyways, for me on Intel. And take another piece out at 19. We're short now at 24s. We talked about this. All right, it's going to be at 40. Unfortunately, it's now... See, I don't think the power hour thing went again. Normally we hear that. Did you guys see the power hour thing at 3 o'clock? Let me know if you did.
I think maybe there's no sound with it, and that's why.
There's supposed to be. They're supposed to go power hour.
Yeah, I didn't hear it either.
I'm going to have to rewind it. Well, turn it up then, Andre. I want to hear that power hour thing.
The problem is the power thing is powered by JFrog.
Let's go. Yeah, JFrog's going to the downside right now. Here goes Intel. We're 10 cents in. This is not like a crazy trade, but remember, now our average price is 25. So we are going to stop out at 40s. So if that breaks 40s, then we're out. So we'll take, yeah, let's go. Right now, big trade alert on this side right now. Intel, nice move to the downside. So again, we found something that we liked, you know, just something that had some kind of support there or resistance. We take it. Now let's see how far down it can print. Okay, so some people did hear oh yeah. All right, some people saw the graphic, not the sound. That's okay.
That's what
I don't really know why I'm wearing these glasses. They were just there and I put them on. But that's what we're doing right now, watching out for power hour to hit. Got it. Good, he hit it again. So 3 o'clock, 3:02 and change. We are only 4 days away from Trader TV Live Academy. Remember, make sure you guys do check that out upon its said release. Should be a real good release. We're really excited for that and can't wait for you guys to find out what it's all about. All right, Google, a nice move, man. We were still waiting for Austin, 316. My guy's not here anymore, but there it is, right up here again. Let's take some more out, man. We are on fire today. So far, so good here trading, but there goes Google, man. Good trade on that one. We only have 2 looks on Google today, and both were dip buys right there and then right there again off the 200. This was off, I think it must have been off the 21 there, or 25, and there it goes. Nice move to the upside. We just got another bid, I believe. No, we didn't get another bid on Intel. Okay. Oh, we got Google. That's what we got. So we got the Google out right there. Something filled, and there it is right there. So now we're getting lighter and lighter, man. About 5% left of this one. So far, so good. I don't know, man. I hope Intel goes a little bit more. We got to pass it to Neil, and then I'll talk to you, Benjamin.
As some things are heading to the downside right now, we've got more moves in gold and silver. And in the world of gold and silver, that volatility isn't a hurdle. It's an opportunity. But harnessing it is going to require the right tools. Beta Pro by Globex delivers on that edge. As Canada's first and longest running suite of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets. Through 2x daily bull and bear exposure, these funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of a tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets, position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. Scan the QR code in front of you. And remember, with those comes decay. Great trading vehicles, not always the best for longer term investing or even longer term swing trades, because you all know that dreaded decay will go get you. That's at least usually what will happen. So at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, there's silver for you as well if you happen to be looking at it, trending back into the upside. There's almost no chance anymore that it would break this trend. So I usually like afternoon trend breaks, but I don't think this one has a chance to do it. We have Anil with a super chat.
Oh.
Anil, buy low, sell high. Good name. Or buy high, sell higher. Just want to say thank you for all the energy, fun, and great info from you guys. Spy made 500p on 695 calls. Happy Friday, and great weekend. Peace. Peace out to you. And don't forget to tune in next week as well. And another one, we got two super chats here. Adam James Abroad. Yeah, I know, SoFi. Seriously, what's up with SoFi after the blowout quarter? You know what? The thing is, SoFi has had big. How many times have we seen this? If you've been in SoFi long enough, then you're accustomed to SoFi having a big quarter and then selling off on it. And I think, unfortunately for SoFi, you have a couple of things that are not working. One, you had the rollover in some of like the risk and like just call it the growthier section of the market. So it was already feeling some pain for that. Then throw in the fact that you're also getting a pullback just in the banks themselves. Like the financials themselves are also pulling back. So it's like doubly bad for SoFi right now. Like the XLF, for everything we keep talking about the overall market, the XLF lost the 200 period moving average. We haven't been down there since like just after the tariff tantrum on the financials. So this ETF is not looking good. I understand that's not representative of SoFi, but SoFi has a few things working against it. Again, like that momentum trade coming down heavily, and then throw in the fact again that financials are under a bit of pressure right now and have not been as healthy. Maybe not the part of rotation that I would have been expecting, but it's true. And there had been no signs yet of a bottom for SoFi. I mean, XLF absolutely has looked like it's making a bottom, but SoFi lost that 19 today. And barring a miracle, we're going to close losing that support at $19 here. So yeah, it's probably got some more room to go. There's always a chance that we could wick this bottom, just hold it at the last minute though.
I'm getting out. Yeah, I mean, I like SoFi, I like Robinhood, but the bleed is real. And wow. Honestly, man, here we go. I know it's low volume this afternoon, but you got tickets to the VIP right there. Yeah, that's right, Erie Pages, man. If you get the confidence and you take the trades, there it is, man. We were picking out 316. I told you that level. Unfortunately, we were getting nervous because there was no volume and nothing going on the futures. We were able to get it out before then, but this just looks crazy, man. Planting red roses right there, but it's a nice upside trade anyways to end of the day. Yo, what up, Danny boy? Regular pants, it's good. It's better than having brown pants. All right, ooh, nice move on Intel, downside. Yeah, buddy. All right, this has been a great week to own silver mining companies. Yeah, you could say that again. And a big, awesome. That's the case. I mean, silver's 4 or 5 straight days up. I don't know if it had a red day this week. Okay, and it may be time to jump on the FOMO boat. Yes, always it is. That's my problem. Thinking that the companies reporting next week will just be as good. Well, I mean, if they're silver companies, gold miners, things like that, I mean, they can now accrue such a much higher price on their books. So all these earnings estimates that were out there are getting blown out of the water because now you can book silver at whatever, $80 an ounce when you had it at $40 your last report. You know, and so obviously there's analysts out there that are starting to jack up their estimates and upgrading and all of that. But, you know, you don't realize how good it is until you actually see the numbers. And if you had some examples of some names you want
No, Pan American, they reported 2 days ago.
Yeah, so that's...
And they just broke, I mean, they didn't break out through the highs, but they've been pulling back with silver. And, you know, they just gave you a couple of good, strong days. Look at the dip buys on PAS. Very good dip buys the last couple of sessions. Now, obviously, it's not going to be at the highs given the pullback that silver's had, but this is what can happen with the miners. You can have a deep drawdown because they usually lag in the first place, so they already have some catching up to do. And as Sean was just pointing out, like you get those bookings at better prices and they get the benefit. So, you know, it's not that these are going to break out before, if silver bounces, they're breaking out before silver breaks out. That's just how it is. Overall. So that's another trend. There's always a trend somewhere. I can't think off the top of my head, I can't think of another silver name that reported this week. This is the first one that came to mind. So I can't really say if like everybody that reported the week has the same benefit, but certainly Pan American Silver does. But and that's the other side of it too, is you could simply be saying, I don't like the volatility risk in spot silver or physical silver. Maybe you just want to own something like Pan American, where you might not have the same crazy upside, but it gives you another way to play into it. I know plenty of people that prefer GDX to gold. They just wait for gold to go and they trail it with GDX, figuring it's just follow the leader kind of deal. But you lose out some upside. Let's be real. That's just par for the course.
Yeah, I'm in gold, just GLD. Okay, there goes Google. You know, it just went to 316.40s or so now I'm sitting there, take a piece out. That was the high. I mean, it was basically the high of the day. Just came in again for Google, that little way. I mean, that's why we were sitting there. It's 50s, we're at 40s. I believe it just went to 38s and we just got missed. So it's okay, we don't have a whole bunch left right now. Yo, Dinkelberg, what's going on, my guy? 499 wants to know about Owl, so we can have a quick look in there. Is the fear overblown on Owl?
I don't think so.
I don't know, man. I mean, we saw the IGV go to the downside, and there's been a lot of pressure points there for Blue Owl. What was it, just redemptions? Like, I don't even really know what the story was there.
It's the private...
yeah, private equity markets, yeah.
At the end of the day, like, what happened, I think it used to be like 75% institutions were in the private credit markets.
Right.
So like most of the actual investing into places like Blue Owl was institutions, and that flipped to like a lot of retail, and which I guess were quicker to pull money. And so with all the redemptions, they had to be like, no, like, stop the redemptions. Like I think there's at least some fear there. When was the last time you had these types of concerns in credit markets and it wasn't something a little bit deeper? Like usually, like the first shoe to drop is not the last in that space. But I've never owned one of these. I've never considered it. The chart speaks for itself in a lot of ways right now for Blue Owl. I don't think there's anyone rushing to this bid at this current moment. That being said. No, but I do think there's probably some concerns, and you got to have some.
Yeah, people saying that it has, I mean, I don't know, Jack. I've just admitted I don't know nothing about the story, but you're saying that Blue Owl is affecting CoreWeave and all these other names there today, and also, you said also IREN.
Because
these are already publicly funded.
They've come to the point where a lot of the funding for a lot of these companies was going to places like this, and with those redemptions, if that's not available for them for capital, well, if it's A, you're limiting the ways they can come up with capital, and B, you're pushing the chance that they have to go to further dilution, which would be bad for a CoreWeave because debt's already going to be a bit of a concern for them. But yeah, I do think it could have some unwind, but as far as like individual ways to play that, that's where it gets a little bit trickier. You can't just sit there and say, oh, I'd want to short Owl. CoreWeave would be a good example. We got another super chat from Hao. Thank you, Hao. Thanks for the help this week, and have a good weekend. I hope you have a good weekend as well. And remember, just because the Academy is getting launched on Tuesday, we're back on Monday. That has nothing to do with the market being open or closed now. We've picked Tuesday because we picked Tuesday. I actually don't even know necessarily the logic behind it. But I hope you have a great weekend as well. Some of Canadians' weekends will be predicated on how things go Sunday morning.
Oh yeah. I should be able to watch that. See what time.
You might be at the rink, but
we will be at the rink. But whatever.
I mean, there's a lot of hockey. You can watch the game at the rink.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
You can always watch the game at the rink.
Hockey minds at a hockey rink. Yeah, I think this weekend is only 3 or 4 rinks. But anyways, okay, so can't afford hockey unless you make some decent trades. And right here, we're gonna watch out for Intel. We just got a 16 fill. We got 16 and we got 18. This may not go down. So I'm starting to empty it right here. I thought with these futures going down that we were on the way back into the end of this trade. With this 314 now, we're hoping that there is some life to this trade, but it may not get going. We have Nvidia earnings next Wednesday. So, you want to talk about what a busy week it is. We'll launch the Academy on Tuesday. Then we have Nvidia on Wednesday, and it should be just a real exciting report because honestly, this has done nothing for 8 months or 6 months. We've sort of highlighted this. I keep doing the same thing over and over again. It goes all the way back to August right now for Nvidia, just in a straight line, basically sideways. And we've identified there as well the Qs basically doing something very, very similar. If you talk about what the NASDAQ has done over that time. So a lot of trades and traders waiting patiently to see what winds up happening with the NASDAQ because, the last time we broke to the highs were on Nvidia earnings. And here it goes right here again, right back to September, October levels. So if you're sitting in this index, meanwhile, a stock like EEM, emerging markets, continues to go higher. We don't need to talk about all the other names that continue to run. But if you've been in EEM since, that's a minute chart, sorry. These are emerging markets. So you're talking about, basically anything outside the major, the London and Canada here, Toronto, New York. This is what this has been doing since September. So the NASDAQ at the same price. This was $52, now $62. So you're up about 15 to 20% in that same time that the NASDAQ is doing nothing. And of course, a lot of that is based on the fact that most of the U.S. companies, most of all the tech names are in the United States. So you're not going to get too much emerging market love from the tech space. That's where you are going to get the gold, the silver, the utility names, the manufacturing, things like that. So that's why emerging markets continues to get higher. EWJ, for example, Japanese, EWZ for Brazil as well, continue to make moves higher there. I mean, look at the Japanese market, crazy. You're in this in September. I mean, you're in this at 70 or whatever if this can calm down, 77, 78 up to 91. I mean, very, very similar market there. EWZ for Brazil. Similarly to the upside there as we talk about commodity prices and now oil starting to go upside. So Brazil's going to love that. And there that goes, been in this from September. I'm just picking September because that's when the NASDAQ, what we use there, that's $28 up to $38 right now. So, lots of strength and love outside of the United States. And we'll see if we can capture sort of that back in on the TQs on Wednesday, when if Nvidia can sort of help the rest, raise it up, we'll see what that can do, and hopefully it'll battle back with the Qs and get that going. So, but yeah, just to be invested in the United States has been a losing proposition here. Although the SPY has been okay, it's been more than NASDAQ. But
just blame it all on the mags.
Yeah, well, of course you have to. I mean, just like they took responsibility for all the money we made on the way up.
It works both ways, everybody. Like the mag,
CrowdStrike.
I actually didn't realize this until I just looked at it. But remember, this morning we're talking about the breakdown on the weekly of the mags where it broke this support at about 62.7. Well, I mean, don't look now, but I mean, there's an outside chance this could actually close, bounce under and close a little bit of that gap. You get a late run, okay, you're running out of time, there's only 40 minutes left, but this is pulling right back into that prior support. So maybe this is as far as it's going to go. I think I was talking about the 50 period here on the mags on the weekly, maybe for another leg down, but we're going to end up with a bounce this week. And hey, I guess we can thank, it seems like it was the Supreme Court decision that led us to it. So yeah, things have definitely changed. That looked like it was going to close looking rather weak, and then maybe another down week in there. But on Wednesday, where we're at on Monday or Tuesday, unfortunately, even if it looks a little bit better, it's just not going to matter. Because what happens is on Wednesday night, Nvidia happens, and then you'll see the market reaction. Nvidia is going to move the NASDAQ, and you'll see us in the aftermarket show. We won't just look at Nvidia, we'll show you what the Qs are doing if they have a more than 5% move. Usually, if Nvidia is less than 6%, then okay, it's pretty stable. It's not going to be the end of the world. But if they outpace that in either direction, then we're humming for sure. Hopefully to the upside, but I'm still of the mood, even with today, I'm still of the mood that the tone in earnings has been, we don't care how big you beat, we're going to find something. And if we can find something that we don't like, maybe it's margins, maybe it's CapEx spend. But if we find it, you're going down. Even if you initially pop on what will probably be a big beat top and bottom. I mean, they're going to beat top and bottom. Nvidia always does.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure, 100%.
Almost like, I mean, I couldn't even tell you the last time that they missed on.
No, they will beat. Yeah,
they'll beat. It's just
just a matter of what the guide is like and what they'll think about it. I mean, we saw Alex Karp and Palantir guide beat everything, stock down 40%. You know, we've seen SoFi guide beat everything, stock down 40%. You know, Open Door today, easiest trade of the day, down now.
they did miss on their guidance.
Oh, the guidance.
The
the guidance.
revenue guidance was actually a decline.
Yeah, which is why this trade is like embarrassing not to have that, but there it goes down to the downside there for Open Door. So yeah, I'm nervous about it. I mean, AMD, I thought, you know, they ripped up on their quarter as well. How did that, you know, wind up there before they, you know, this is their day. They did, you know, make moves to the downside as well. But, you know, that was tricky watching out for their earnings report as well. And that's downside there. And this is kind of basically trying to hold on, man. Like, we said that we liked this name at 200. I was lucky enough to sell some up into there, didn't reload it, didn't sell any more back there, and now you're all the way in for Advanced Micro Devices. So we'll see if they can get going on Wednesday as well. Broadcom's another one of those names. I mean, Robinhood had a decent report and tried to get back. Their report wasn't the greatest, but they tried to get back upside as well, as you can see right here on a little pop. And then just since then, just all the way back down and looking like they want to break the lows as well right into there. So earnings are fun to look at and fun to trade off of, but really you haven't gotten the greatest you know, push through on those names. And I mean, another example would be Meta. If you're going to go, you know, this way, you basically get the quarter right now for free again. I keep talking about that, but it's true. We were at 670 before. Monster number comes out. This thing goes up $80, and then since then, it's just gone down every single day, pretty much since that report. So yeah, it hasn't been a good little run here for Meta and their shareholders either. So, you know, it's just a lot of tech problems, and we got a nice number from Deere. That's continuing. It was continually higher today. I don't know if
I didn't look again.
If it has continued today. They held their bid yesterday. Yeah, so there it goes. Also holding today. So you know things are getting a little bit better out here in some of the spaces. But a lot of the names that have come out with good reports. I mean, look at Palo Alto now again. You know, we talked about what's been happening today. Why CrowdStrike is down so much and Palo Alto's only down 1.6%. I don't know, but
it's because Palo Alto was down so much more on their earnings, so it had
maybe, yeah. But CrowdStrike is down 9% today. It was.
Remember on Palo Alto's down day, CrowdStrike was down like 1 or 2% when Palo Alto was down 10. So I think they've just maybe equalized now.
Okay, that could make sense.
Oh, by the way, they you were just mentioning Deere.
Down 8.
Yeah. XLI did make.
Yes, love it.
Oh, it didn't hold it, but it did make a fresh high today. So fresh tops, but we're going to close not making a fresh high on the industrials index. Oh, that sucks. Well, you know what? You can't be at the top every single day. It might seem like that for the industrials, but they're not always breaking highs. They just seem like they're the best. And they've been doing fantastically. And that's to the point about having diversification. Like John Deere, like I remember, I don't know, it was 6 months ago on this desk, it was always, whether it was Caterpillar or John Deere, it didn't matter. It's just, you have to understand when things, well, I'm gonna speak Caterpillar for a quick little second. If we're gonna be building 1 billion data centers, and if we need power, and you need power generation, well, who builds them? Who makes the generators? Caterpillar. At the end of the day, if we're worried about all of the spending that is gonna get done by the hyperscalers, well, if you're worried about them making money, but right now they've got money to spend, worry about who that money is trickling to. Because that ends up being a bit of a safer way to play it sometimes in those secondary moves. Well, but it's not risk-free because I've been at least a little bit, I've wondered what's going on with Vistra and
they had a great quarter, didn't they?
Oh no! Okay. Look, the bounce has been great for the stock, but I look at Vistra, which was part of this nice run. I look at Constellation as well, which had been part of this nice run, and you're going to see, come on, Friday chart. You know my charts do this on Fridays. It's not bouncing now, but even worse on terms of a pullback. Then I look at a GE Vernova, which has been bucking that pullback. Like it's holding up right in the trend, right on the highs. And I don't wonder if there should be like this catch-up trade coming in the other two. Is what it is. Like I own this one, so I don't know that I'd want to buy it, but it's not always risk-free to sort of look at it because not all of these power names have been doing as well as the rest. But to the point, diversification does matter, and sort of trying to find ways inside of this AI craze to make some money. If you were doing that and not just looking at Nvidia while Nvidia was going sideways, there were plenty of other places that you could have been looking for sure. And Pops Mafia, I'm with you on GE Vernova. It's turning into a hold it, don't trade it kind of deal. Because I was trying to get cute with 20% of it, and well, I haven't bought that 20% back because I was trying to get cute with it. And that's what happens. I mean, you figure, I got the top here, I'm gonna sell 20%, and I'm gonna catch the dip, and I can put it back in, and it's like, yeah, that looks all well and good. And if you pull it off with like a SoFi, you look like a genius because that's actually coming back down. But you don't pull it off, and all of a sudden you've got a great long-term hold that you just trimmed 20% of, and you got to ask yourself, did I really, really want to have less shares of this?
Well, you can't take I mean, you got to register at some point, like we said. I mean, I took some out on Palantir at 50, at 90, at 130, at 175. As they continue to blow up, you can't ever, not take a little bit of profit. But look what silver's doing, man. I mean, this name is just okay. This is now in the last 5 minutes. 1, 2, these are 5-minute bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Basically, I know that there's a bad print at 4 o'clock. I don't know what's going on. But there goes silver upside and continuously going, man. So yeah, wow. SLV today up 7%. So shout out to all the silver buffs out there as that just keeps on going upside right there, silver. And a big shout out to anybody that's going here right now. Print that money on Intel. And there it is, nice downside play there for me on INTC. So we'll just see where that's going. Hopefully lower. But we just got a bid there. I think it was 12s. What were we waiting for? Yeah, 12. So we're waiting for that same price we got there. So, or maybe it was 13s. But we get that move down in. Now let's wait to see if Intel finally wants to crack a little bit lower. Futures now underneath the 50-period moving average. Look, man, today Trump canceled all of the the Supreme Court stepped in and said, you know what, these tariffs are not going to be legal. So President Trump found other loopholes to get involved with and start taxing virtually some of these other nations. And that was, I guess, pretty well received by the market. I mean, the market's up and doing fine with it.
We have to interpret it. It's just this whole, the 10% that he's like, we're going to immediately put 10% on across the board, but that's still going to be better off than everything that is now going to come off. So the market's essentially liking that, right? Because it's slapping the 10% and then now having to figure out what other ways. Which I don't know. If I was a betting man, I would say he will figure out another law. Or I'm not an American legal expert, but I think this isn't the end. It's just maybe a temporary reprieve. And then, as he also mentioned, there'll be lots of litigation in terms of whether there is paybacks or not, whether they have to pay back some, which is incredibly complex when you think about it, because that just shits on the consumer. Because to the extent that the consumer had it passed on, you can't refund the consumer in that legal way. Like the government could say they're going to, but ultimately you would be paying back the companies that paid the tariffs, and they have zero obligation to put that back to the consumer. Why would they? They never would. They're about their shareholders if they're public, but. Yes, that's actually pretty complex there.
You're welcome, Silverado Blue. I can't show this on our chart because it won't show all of it, but thank you, Silverado Blue. Thanks, Sean, for all your help today about a bunch of smileys and a bunch of thumbs up. Hey, you're welcome, man. I mean, thanks for watching. That's at the end of the day, all that we care about. And we just sitting here pushing buttons, right? And hoping that you guys enjoy this show. And hopefully we'll be able to put on some good trades for you, make sense, have some good talk, as well as we get ready for what should be an exciting weekend, that is for sure. All right, let's have a quick look at the broader markets just real quickly. Tech services, right? We do get Oracle. We talked about that one, down 5.5%. Right now, Oracle down to 147, the lowest it's been in a very, very long time. We'll take a look at the monthly chart of that. Its actual low back in February was lower than this, actually. Man, my mouse is just so bad. 134, the low. So you're at 147. So lower to go, if you ask me, on Oracle. ServiceNow, PanW, we talked about that. Sir, there's CrowdStrike down to 390. Right now, Datadog getting hit there as well, Fortinet. So a lot of those sort of SaaS names getting hit today on. You guys were talking about Blue Owl and all that kind of stuff. So, as far as the technology names are concerned, the pure plays, Nvidia and Apple right there, Micron still up, so that's really nice for Micron. AMD down. I was looking at Intel, that's what I'm short right now. Wow, Intel's really cranking lower now, so we'll go, yeehaw! Right there for that trade, as that's starting to really bag out right now for us. Corning up 6%. That was kind of interesting there. GE also upside, and AMD down, Intel down, Nvidia and Broadcom down as well. Actually, I thought Broadcom was up. Yeah. All right, guys. We can talk more about the financials as well in a minute, but look what's happening to your boy right now. This is exactly the kind of trading that I'm trying to do. Find a spot, hit it, nail it to the wall, and that's that. So there it goes, man. Nice downside play here. My bids are at 05s. We'll put an 07 here just in case it does fly down and we'll be able to get that one. But there goes Intel. Hopefully went to 08s. That's okay. We got some more out anyways. Again, let's see how low it can fly or how low it can go right now. Futures finally giving it up. We did talk about that Tesla trade as well. That 411. It looks like I was going to take 411 as a breakout, and we sort of decided to cancel that. So whenever I'm thinking no more breakout, oh, there it goes. Yes, Intel making that move right now. And that is your chicken dinner winner right there for me on the afternoon, as there goes Intel. We just got 06s and 05s, whatever I put there, 07s and 06s. Nice move to the downside there for Intel, cracking lower. Good trade there. INTC. We'll get it all figured out, but it's a nice downside play there. So another one. We're traded a couple names today. Silver, Google, Intel, and the futures. Palantir is going to be the missed. Well, okay, so first of all, Open Door is the missed trade, but this name came right back up to 136, right where we were yesterday, and this was a short that we missed. So Palantir, we'll look to see that 136 on Monday, although I get a feeling Monday is going to be an up day. So I don't know, we'll see. Maybe it's just me being always, forever pretty much trying to be an optimist, but not optometrist. Optimist. I wish I was an optometrist, man. It makes a lot of money over there. Optometrist. They make a lot of money. But anyways, they don't have fun like we do. Palantir, 136. Definitely a decent level there. We'll have to check that for you on optometrists.
It depends.
Dude, they make probably 3 times what we make. That's easy.
I know a couple.
Easy day, man. Easy day. But anyways, that's the thing. So Palantir right here. I really like that trade 136, man. For that one. So watch out for
Head and shoulders on the 15 on Palantir. That's now 2 days in a row. So
Silver.
I see silver is still squeezing to the upside there. I'm going to give it one more chance. We've gotten almost to the volume weighted average price. Did reload IBIT, but we're now past 330. The only thing it traded this afternoon when it broke trend. But at this point, there won't be a third reload. Not at this time. It'll be too close to the volume weighted average price there. Oh, we got another super chat.
Yeah.
So look, a lot of people. I'm just going to quickly show. I mean, silver. Can't really say enough of how strong it's gone. It's actually accelerating. Almost 8% now is SLV.
Jeez.
And I know some people have said, hey, you should be looking at, physical silver is better. For the purposes of trading, if you're just day trading, they're just moving exactly the same. Now I understand why you might care, holding physical silver, versus something like SLV. That's one thing. But as far as an actual trade, they're gonna be the same thing. What is this name? KY is out of the off. Oh boy. Great job as always. My lifetime hours watching TTV is approaching my lifetime hours watching Gilligan's Island as a kid. And that's something. You've been around a little bit. Gilligan's Island as a kid, shout out to you. Even I didn't watch Gilligan's Island. I'm pretty old, but I've seen Gilligan's Island. I know what you're talking about. But I cannot say that that's something that I grew up watching. But appreciate you, and thank you so much. If you're out of the office, hopefully you have a fantastic weekend. The Skipper, yes, and Marianne. I'm surprised there's that many people that actually know that show. If I said that, I would have expected you'd get what the heck is Gilligan's Island, and why does anybody even know? No, and by the way, I didn't watch it as a kid. I have seen the show, but I can't say I grew up on it. It's not like the thing was on. That was off the air I'm not that old, man. Like, that was off the air when I would have been watching stuff. Come on, just give us one extra push down. I am going to want to check out, because it is past 3:30, the early look on the imbalances. Okay, so we have these are some numbers. It should be, it's the third Friday. So on the third Friday of every single month, you're going to usually have a bit bigger imbalances. Double check, it is the third Friday. Yeah, so DOC, 4.6 million to buy. Ford is 3.6. See anything, BAC, 3.3 million to the buy side. KMI, 2 million buy. AG is a 1.9 million sell. You're getting some decent sized numbers. XOM, 1.5 million to the sell side. And these are all early looks. Like, this is with 15 minutes until the imbalances come out. Fubo, 1.2 million to the sell side. And the only reason you're going to actually see significant numbers is because it is the third Friday. And there's not even any big index actions that I checked. I couldn't see a thing. What is this stock? I'm not really. I'm going to look up this stock because I have no idea what this symbol is.
Big scalp.
And it's got 4.7 million to buy into 5 million shares, and it's some kind of I think it's like a REIT or something. Maybe. HealthSpeak Properties, Inc., New York. But the entire day volume into this imbalance.
All right, and Sia's got some sort of news over there.
Yeah, right here I am seeing a quick update from Microsoft. Microsoft has said that Asha Sharma is succeeding Phil Spencer as gaming CEO and says it is recommitting to focus on consoles. You can see on my screen here, stocks unaffected, just trading negative 0.45%.
Much there for that comment there from Big Scalp. Good job on Intel. Yeah, I mean, look, we found a stock. We liked it there. Nice move to the downside. Thank you, easy peasy as well. Tried to watch CNBC and TTV pulled you back in. So we're really glad for that one. We'll hit the sirens. Thank you, easy peasy for that one. You've already found this, the best station, so stay here with us. I've never even heard of CNBC, so we'll just not worry about that. But actually, I used to always watch Mad Money with my dad, so and that's what started me.
I was a Kudlow and Kramer guy.
Yeah, I was not. I was just a Kramer guy, but yeah.
Well, that's way before Mad Money.
Yeah, way before Mad Money. I started. I wasn't watching it that young, but for me, just started investing myself at a very, very young age, and that got me really excited about it. And then straight out of school, just became basically a trader right out of university, and was one of 2 people out of 22 that graduated. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about at the Trader TV Live Academy that drops on Tuesday. So get ready for the Trader TV Live Academy. We'll be talking all about journeys, what we've studied to get here, different techniques that we use every single day as far as finding the trades, what to look for, just the work that's required to become a successful trader, right? And there's so many traders that we've seen come through these doors that fail, like a way bigger percentage fail than succeed. So we just talked about, going to become a doctor and how many years it takes to do that, how many years it takes to become a lawyer, an optometrist, a dentist, anything professional. You can't just say, okay, I'm going to start trading, and then all of a sudden, that's my profession. You got to put in the time, the effort, the work, and if you can do that, then this can be a success story for you, although very tough road to hoe, which is why we're putting out this academy, to try to give you guys as much opportunities to be a successful trader as possible.
If you're going to try it, you might as well try it right. That's the thing. It's hard enough if you don't do it the right way. At least give yourself the best shot at success. But I want to give a big shout out to it's Wes y'all in the chat. Just said it's his son's birthday.
Yes.
So happy birthday to your son.
How old? How old?
Oh, he didn't say. He didn't say the name or how old, but happy birthday, Wes y'all, to your son, and I hope you have a fantastic weekend and enjoy it. They grow up way too fast. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, at least someone appreciates the speeches over there. What's up, guys? Always be thankful. We need more of those. No, you need less of them, trust me, on that. But the passion is what drives me, and then the love of this job and being able to be here. And, that's why I was talking about training and all that kind of stuff. So you'll hear all about that on the Academy, and we're really excited for that. On Tuesday, it drops. So make sure you guys check it out, and we'll just go from there. And there it is again. Yeah, Def Nesh there. You guys just mentioned it. Where is it right there? Yeah, a lot of traders just sit in there and try to wing it. We've seen so many traders do that around here, And it's crazy, right? And, you know, we don't go over everything. And if we told you the real numbers, you guys would be, you know, it's shocking sometimes about the people that just throw money into accounts and then don't bother to learn anything about it. That's where and why the Trader TV Live Academy came to be, right? So, all right, Intel downside there, take your profits. That's part of what we'll talk about, you know, taking profits. And there it is right there. Do not be greedy, right? Have a plan, do it, and go from there. So, yeah, all right, so that's the Intel trade. Let's just see silver. Like, you want to talk about, you know, taking a trade on trend. And I apologize, there is some sort of a bad print that's happening on our system here after hours for everything in the Amex there today. But look at silver, just climbing up, man, the rest of the day. Like, this short is going to look like crazy times. But you guys know we didn't wind up losing that much on this short. At the end of the day, we got out, should have gone long. So there goes silver all the way to the upside, up 8% today, silver. The ones that are surprising me today, and we already talked about this story with Blue Owl, it's IREN down 8%, or it was down 8%, now it's 7%. CrowdStrike, same type of thing, that was down 7 or 8%. That's still down 8% there. So, you know, just be careful with whatever plan of action you guys have, because right now, man, a lot of these names are pushing lower. So you got to be very, very weary of, you know, stepping into some of this. But like I know you stepped in today, and I think there are key levels that are going to come into play.
I'll be real. I would have, if I had seen that headline before look, I found out about that headline when I got the notification that I got filled. But if I had seen that headline, I probably would have canceled and put my bid back to where it was 2 days ago. Certainly on Crowd. Like, why not? If I wanted it in the high 300s before, and then there's a negative headline, I had just moved it to $400 on my bid, I would have pulled it for sure. I have one note on, just to quickly go back to silver. It's worth noting. Oh, okay, gold chart. Well, I guess our Amex charts are having some issues, but only up 2% is what I was trying to get at. So gold is only up 2 points. Silver's moving more. But if you look at this, looky, this lower high, so you have higher lows all the way through. And one thing to keep in mind for gold, unlike silver, in this pullback, we actually held on to trend in this pullback. Silver didn't, because silver was so parabolic. But gold held on to the trend on the dip and is now trying to break out, again, this lower high. So this looks like a breakout next week over $470. And obviously, silver is giving you more bang for your buck to the upside now, because it fell a heck of a lot more and was a lot more frothy. So I think that does play as part of it. Only 10 minutes to go until we have the imbalances. And like I personally, someone just said gold will be 6K end of year. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. I just saw when I pulled up GLD there that there was some people hitting the tape to the downside in GLD, so I pulled up silver, and they're hitting the tape to the downside there as well.
No.
Like you could just sort of see it for a split second. Let's go to GIA, and we'll come back 8 minutes till imbalances.
GIA or CIA, yeah.
Sorry,
either way.
that's my bad.
Oh, that's okay, Neil. Don't worry about it. Just quickly, guys, keep an eye out on palladium, rising over 4% to 1,760.35 per ounce.
That's my bad.
CNG, I like both names. Right there, yeah, here's palladium right here. This is CFD. I have to find the right one, but yeah, nice move there. Upside, you can see, you know, the whole metal space continues to make moves. I mean, palladium, just another one of those. I mean, PALLA, physical palladium shares, XPD to USD. So yeah, so it's the same look. So there it is right there, palladium, nice move there, as you know, all these metals, and I don't know exactly the use case for a lot of these. I know that my ring is platinum right here. Let me see what's going on with this one. As yeah, obviously platinum's been absolutely skyrocketing. The problem is that, you know, I bought this thing. Let's go over to a 1 month chart for palladium. When did I get married, or for platinum? When did I get married again? Who knows? Don't tell my wife, I'm not sure. 2011, I think? Yeah, 2011. So, all right, so it's a little up since when I bought this. But of course, when you buy retail, you're paying like, you know, 100% premium on that. So platinum, you got to get going on that one there, platinum. But yeah, thanks, Sia, for that. And you know, it's been a big run, man. Copper as well. I mean, copper makes a lot of sense. Copper's in buildings.
You know what bugs me this morning? We're looking for that bull flag consolidation thing.
Yeah.
And my head was in a certain place. And I know you mentioned Eli Lilly. I don't know why it didn't occur to me, but Freeport.
Okay.
Freeport-McMoRan is doing that bull flag after an upward run. So if you're looking for, and again, this only came to my mind because you were just talking about the metals, right? So
Nickel.
copper,
Okay,
copper going to be a big deal. But this is a nice bull flag you see on FCX. Here, I want to show you one. I like when you're looking at things in the long term. I like looking at them on a weekly as well. On a weekly, it doesn't look quite as good, but again, you have a pretty good consolidation that once you close a week over 65, hello. Continuation trade, yes.
Hello.
Yes, please. It's the only thing in my 3 picks. I don't know, I went way riskier this year than last year. That was just sort of, I guess it was like a reading the room kind of thing. I was only thinking of taking one risk name. But Freeport was the one that was like, yeah, that's my safer pick because it was an upward trend. But still has to break out. That's the thing about a bull flag. And we said this morning when Michael was on and you look at Eli Lilly, you can sit there in that kind of a pattern for a long time. It can be worth it. It absolutely can be worth it, excuse me, when you finally get that breakout. But just because it's in a bull flag doesn't mean this is breaking out next week. It could sit here and go sideways, holding higher lows for weeks at a time, months. I've seen stocks do that for 3 or 4 months, and you're like, oh, it's dead. It's dead money. Yeah, but it's in an uptrend, so it's fine. It's done it before. When you consolidate in an uptrend, it's usually not that bad of a thing. So the imbalances are coming.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we have 5 minutes to go, so there will, like I said, they're not going to reload this. I will move the stock down to break even because that makes some sense. At this point, it's either break even out or the volume weighted average price. And oh, Mercus. Yeah, that rhyme was a miss.
America.
Look at me, America.
What do I think of the Google?
Look how Tron is living. Rhyme had that big headline, they're disrupting logistics, and at the end of the day, it's still up from that dollar breakout, but it lost that 250 bid today. So if you're like, what shoe's going to drop next? It sat 3 days consolidating, finally lost to 250. It's holding $2. If it drops again, you might get a dollar bounce here. So try to remember that next week after everyone writes this off if it gets underneath $2. It broke out clean from effectively like down here. Like here's the dollar, a little bit of dancing, and then the following day, bounce off of 110 and broke out. So I think the dollar retrace could be good on this Rhyme stock. That's provided it actually breaks down. But any stocks, when they get down there, it's a good psychological level. When you're long in the 40s and 50s, usually you're taking stuff off. And when they fall back down, there's usually a defense of the $1 level. You could see that on Rhyme next week. Oh, there's the trail. So we must have got that trail break even.
Nice.
On IBIT. It couldn't get to the volume weighted average price. Maybe Bitcoin's just strong again.
It is 68,000.
Is it though?
Yeah.
I'll feel better about Bitcoin when we start closing above 70K.
Yeah, me too.
That's where my head's at for Bitcoin. Like if it doesn't do that, then I'm still a wait and see at 50 kind of deal. I'd rather buy at 72, 73 than in the high 60s. That's just because of that daily chart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bought some 66s. Let's see if it can hold. Whatever, man. I'm just using play money now. I'm fully invested. So anything I'm buying these days when I'm talking about it, please do not think that it's large sums of money. It's just trying to top out some of what I have there in the RRSP for longer term stuff. And I still do there's some talk about Big Bear AI. We talked about sleeping giants in the space. I really like Big Bear AI. I like what they're doing. The government contracts. But again, when you're talking about software, when you see names like CrowdStrike and other names that are down 6-7%, big time profitable names that are getting hit right now. It's not the right space. We talked about it. You have AI in your name, or you have cloud, or anything right now. It's going to be bad. I mean, Palantir is a huge name, and they're basically very, very similar. If you overlay Palantir and Big Bear AI, it's going to be very, very similar. Where you made that top there on Palantir earnings. I mean, their top is similar, and then just whoosh to the downside, and it's just basically been following PLTR down. So I'm not averaging in. I'm still stuck at 420. We were able to get out on the way back up. And then I'm just thinking we just either got to wait to put some more money into it or just keep what we have. And then hopefully we get a nice little bounce on Big Bear AI. And their earnings report is next week. So they could turn, if they can turn positive, then I say look out for Big Bear AI, and we'll see where they go. Yeah, it's Monday. Monday, March 2nd, sorry. So they still have 2 more weeks.
It's SMR.
Yeah, to go. SMR is one. What's this doing here? Spiders? Yeah, but there it is right here. So Big Bear AI, their market cap is under $2 billion. So you guys tell me where you think this stock could go if they put out a good report. Where's the short float on this thing? There it is right there. How about 26% short float on Big Bear AI? You know, so let's just get going on this. Obviously it has no earnings or anything like that, and burning through cash. But at the end of the day, let's see what they can wind up doing, man. EBITDA margin 34%. They just got to put a green number up, and then we say when moon. But
I always feel like with those stocks, by the time they do that. Like the example I'm using, like by the time Rivian gets to the point where they're not losing per vehicle, it'll be too late to have caught them. If you're trying to get the bottom,
that will never happen probably.
What's I'm saying, like, but if it does happen, you know, it'll already be like 3-4x by the time that happens. You have to like something when it's immature sometimes to get the absolute bottoms. That was kind of cool. You had like the level 2, or not the level 2, on that. If you go back, I didn't know you could do that.
What, Benzinga?
Benzinga. It was rotating through the symbols.
What the? No, I can't even get it back over here. Here it is.
How do you do that? Because you see, it's rotating through the symbol. State Street, the SPY, and then
no, it's not. This is just stuck here. It's not doing anything.
No, but it's going through its different symbols.
Where?
Is that a list or something? It was changing. I was watching it change.
Were you?
I was watching it change.
No.
I'm not crazy. That was changing. Rewind, it was changing before.
Okay.
Bad.
I mean, I just keep it on here for the rest of the time if you want.
No, by the way, it bounces in 20 seconds.
Anyways.
But it was.
Yeah, it bounces in just a couple of seconds. Anyways, Benzinga platform. You guys go check it out. We like it. We don't. We're not affiliated with them or anything like that. Just to get the news. Okay, here we go, man. The imbalances are out, right? So let's get.
10 seconds to go.
Let's get ready.
There's a new early look on USAS. That's half the day's volume on this
stock. We'll take another bid on Intel.
Let's see if it actually comes out that big. ENB's an early look. DOC is cut in half.
Yes,
that's
Intel.
probably going to be nothing. That was the second. AGNC, whatever that is 5 million to the buy side. I don't see any big cap tech names on here over the million. Fubo is 1 million shares. Uber is 1.2 million shares to the sell side. ONDS is 1 million sell. Yuck. Owl is actually a buy of 1 million, so good for them. Alphabet, Owl. 1 million to the sell side. I guess that's the biggest big cap name that I've seen. Nvidia, 800,000 to buy. That's a nothing burger. Walmart, 700,000 to the buy side. Amazon, 700,000 to the buy side. So I'd say relatively small, except for whatever AGNC is.
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite graphics. It's your money storm, baby. It's raining down on Intel right now. So, we're getting the 200 period moving average. Look, we had a lot of good talk here this afternoon. We talked about the Trader TV Academy, which we are very excited for next week. The biggest week in Trader TV Live history is next week. So get ready for that one. Your opportunity to become part of something special with the Academy. So we're really excited. Honestly, this is something that we put a lot of time and effort into. You might have seen us in the last couple months filming things, running around, all this kind of stuff. So it's to build you guys that academy. So, we're waiting for the feedback. We're excited to drop that for you on Tuesday, and we'll be talking about it more as the day goes on. But have a great weekend. We watched that Olympics, man. We're getting close to wrapping that up very, very shortly. And I always love watching the Olympics. I feel like I
love it. It's
like we have a lot of kind of like shit happening in the world, and it's obviously when Canada plays US in hockey, everyone gets excited. But like I saw this figure skater. She was from Estonia. And it's like, how many major events and all this kind of stuff, are they able to participate in? And then it's like, that's great to see that kind of stuff.
Who can't enjoy those moments?
Yeah, so anyways, I don't know, it's great, especially when you have kids. It's great to watch the Olympics and see all that. It's very high-spirited games. So it's been really fun doing that. And I haven't even been paying attention to
high-level athletes.
I don't think the medal counts, I haven't even been paying attention. So I don't know.
I know the Nordic countries do well. Italy, the host country, is doing well.
Yeah.
The USA is doing well.
I think Norway.
I think we're underperforming,
probably,
considering it's the Winter Olympics. But then, if you're in Canada, it doesn't matter if we're underperforming if we win gold in hockey, right? Like everything is forgotten if we don't win the gold.
Hockey, never heard of it.
If we don't win the gold,
yeah,
I believe we're going to.
We won 4 nations,
Well, that's true. That was sick.
Yeah.
I was in Montreal when it happened.
Sunday morning is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Just a really quick update here. Fed's Musalem is talking right now, and here are a couple quotes. The Supreme Court ruling could introduce a period of uncertainty. For me, policy is well positioned. The real Fed funds rate is at or below the neutral rate. And he said that a neutral real rate is appropriate. Also, companies are feeling cost pressures and people are challenged by inflation. And he is wrapping it up, I believe, by saying, I am focused on PCE inflation rather than CPI, and I don't see productivity growth in the macro data yet.
All right.
There's Sia.
Yeah, Canada versus Finland. Yeah, we should have lost that game, but we did not. All right, so silver right there. Finally pulling back a little bit. Do not think that this is a tank. That is not what just happened. It's just pulling back a little bit to 76.30 right there. So we'll have to wait to see. Big time talk with Donald Trump today, man. I mean, but I really still think the story, this Blue Owl thing is really interesting to me. I'm going to do some more work over this weekend because, names that are been getting hit today, I don't really...
we have a partnership with SoFi.
And that's what I was going to say, like, what's going on with SoFi, too? Because,
SoFi's at the high. Okay, good.
Yeah, SoFi battled back a little bit. So that's nice to see, thankfully. But, yeah, still in a little bit of trouble here is SoFi. So not SoFi so good on that one. And then Tesla, one of my favorite stocks. We need to get something like, this is a Lambo. We need to get, they don't make the Model S's anymore anyways, but, or maybe a Cybertruck.
It should be a relevant vehicle. That's
it should be a Cybertruck. We should get into a Cybertruck.
And by the way,
See, you like the Cybertrucks? Not okay. I wasn't sure. You may see your guy Sharif rolling around in one of those soon.
He's been saying that for a very long time.
He was loving. Yes.
David.
Oh, I thought we heard some dings in there.
Thank you, David. Have a good weekend. Chat and Trade TV Live. See you in the men's final, Canada. Yes, we will.
Yes, we will.
8 a.m. Eastern.
I assume the United States, they're playing Slovakia, not souvlaki. Souvlaki. Love souvlaki.
How come they've never? They should do that for the lunch.
I think they have done souvlaki before.
I might have missed it. This caterer or the old caterer?
Dude, she's only been here.
I feel like the old caterer.
No, she has only been here for new caterer. Yeah. So anyways, souvlaki time. But Slovakia is who the United States are playing right now. They were more than double the favorite that Canada was against Finland. Finland's a world-class team. So
anything can happen.
Slovakia.
Let's be real. You just
Slovakia.
Now we all want.
That's a new nation that I'm creating. Slovakia, and that way, then Trump would not have to tariff them at all. It'd just be like, I love souvlaki. So now I can't even say anything properly. Shout out to everybody that's Greek. I apologize for that. But Taste of the Danforth is back this year. So Taste of the Danforth, one of the best things in Toronto.
It's one of the best things that happens in the city.
Right now. So, all right, man, we're getting ready to rock and roll here into the close. There were 4 minutes left.
Yeah, there were no big imbalances to pair off. But for what it's worth, Uber did not. Uber was a 1.2 million sell. It is still a 1.2 million sell on Uber. Also, CrowdStrike is back at the low of the day. Actually, no, CrowdStrike just broke and made a new low of the day, down 8%. So the cybersecurity names have gotten hit. The only thing worse than CrowdStrike, and there's Uber, it's not really moving on that 1.2 million sell amounts, but it is coming down. The only thing worse this afternoon was actually, with JFrog. Like if you're, the market was trending
JFrog
higher.
had that some sort of a story.
Yeah, JFrog, it was about 1 o'clock or so. Smoked, 25% down. So this will be heavy SSR. Yikes. All the way back to May of last year-ish.
Gulp.
Yeah, they're not looking good at all. Man, these software names.
I want to say
they don't fall a little. When they lose the bid, they lose the bid a lot.
Yeah, like what is IGV even doing? Shout out to you, Thanos. One ring to rule them all. He says, thank you for the lovely trades. Have a great weekend. So same thing to you today as well. Thank you for, I guess if you followed them, thank you for doing that. But yeah, man, to each their own. And we just want to say thank you to everybody for watching. And hopefully the trades that you put in your account were just as good and, to your satisfaction. All right, here's Intel. I'm just going to get out with only a couple minutes left, man. There's really no point in sitting around and doing too much there. We continue 04. I'm still bidding 01s just for one last little piece here on the space. So yeah, man, hopefully that will come through and we'll be able to deal with Intel at that low, which it is right now. I was actually waiting for 97s as well. That did not come out yet. But yeah, great day today. And, you're welcome, everybody, for the show. Just thank you for coming back. And remember, next week's a big week. So we're going to be talking about that over and over again. Adara's back on Monday, so that should be good as well. We're excited to have her back. And thanks to Sia, man. Great job today. I think we've all sort of told her that. And I know it's been a long day for her. So we want to say thank you for that. I went to her, I said, are you working tonight too? Because hopefully not. Deserves a rest.
Friday.
For sure. So
I'm so tired.
Okay, so she's so tired there. But good job. Thanks, Sia. What are your plans this weekend, Miss SIA?
Oh, my plans? Assignments, sleep.
What class?
That works.
One of the classes is a newsroom journalism class. I need to produce stories.
Yes.
And one of them is a philosophy minor I'm taking, so.
Okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
good. That sounds like a lot of fun, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, it
Why
doesn't,
not?
yeah.
Sure it does.
I threw the nod in there at the end, but just let Neil do the project for you. It seems like
whoa.
it sounds like fun.
Homework.
I'm trying to give you fun stuff, Neil.
Neil, yeah, I need to write like a 1,000-word essay on Sartre.
There we go.
Okay,
well, Neil will just use Gemini.
Yeah, but there's one thing, like I enjoy reading stuff. It's when you actually have to do an assignment on it, that's the problem. That's the part of school that I wasn't a fan of. I loved reading things and learning stuff. It's just why do I have to write a report about it? Why do I have to do an assignment on it? That's the part of school that's like, can't I just sit there and learn for myself?
Yeah, but I guess that's a no, Sia. Sorry, you gotta do it by yourself.
All right.
I tried.
But there's always Gemini.
Tell you
I have ChatGPT. No,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
kidding.
Gemini's better.
Are you?
I don't cheat.
Gemini's better.
Don't you? Okay, thank you so much, Tony. Much love to Neil, Sean, and Sia. So thank you so much for all of that. Yeah, Sia's not going anywhere. She'll be back.
Ram just said, I wish I had Gemini when I was in uni.
Yep, exactly.
Doesn't everybody? I mean, who doesn't feel that way?
Isn't Ramin still in university? What was I looking?
I assumed it was Ramin because she put it. I don't know if it was Fabian. It could have been either one of them. Only 15 seconds to go, everybody. So buckle up. Ooh, ZSL kind of popped in there at the end of the day and now gone. But the closing bell, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex, it looks like. Ring it in 2 and 1, and we will pretend to ring the bell that we still can't work the lowering of it, unfortunately. We'll get there. The Log Man, appreciate you. Thanks for the great content all week long. Hope you have a great weekend. We hope you have a great weekend, too. I don't care who you're cheering for in the game on Sunday. I promise you, it's going to be a crazy competitive match. So, like, it's... Obviously, I want Canada to win, but
it'll be overtime. I'm going to bet Canada right now.
And of course, we're already assuming that the U.S. is going to win.
Yes.
They should be like a period or so in because they would have started like 50 minutes ago.
They started at 3 p.m. You guys can go find it. I hear USA Slovakia. Let me see. 2-0 United States.
Yeah. So it's basically over.
Yeah, they'll be able to beat them. No problem.
Another one.
All right, 4 o'clock. What another? Okay.
Oh no, that's not the wrong one.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Well, thank you, Easy Peasy, for that.
Oh, thank you, Easy Peasy. I saw a different one. There it is. Danny Boy regular pants. That's the one I saw.
Oh, Grail.
As a shareholder, this was on the watch list for the wrong reasons this morning.
Yeah.
I take offense to you guys suggesting that my stock was not the loser of the day.
It is. But
okay, yeah, it's down 50%. That's, obviously.
I don't know the story, but...
obviously, it was, I said J-Frog and the CrowdStrike because that happened in the middle of the day. Like, they were doing nothing, and then they absolutely cratered. But remember, a couple of things. A, enjoy your weekend. B, don't forget, on Tuesday of next week, that's the Trader TV Academy is coming into full effect, everybody. Thank everyone who worked on it. It was a lot of hours putting it together. And thank Joe in the midday. Thank Sharif. They're both going to be in the bad boy. And thank you to Sia doing a fantastic job filling in for Adara, who is back on Monday morning. Shout out to Brendo. Shout out to Michael Noss this morning, our guest. Shout out to Fabian, Ramin, and Andre. Shout out to my man Sean. To the entire crew in the chat. This has been so fantastic. Enjoy your weekend. Go Canada. I have to do it.
Yep. Be a good one.
Got to bring home that gold. See you, everybody.
Talk about gold on Monday.